Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, with that, I welcome all the participants of the Paramashivoham Level 3 program and all the viewers online to a brand new day of Nityananda Yoga. We will be starting the Nityananda Yoga with invoking the presence of the Divine Himself, the incarnation of Paramashiva directly from KAILASA, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam with the Sadguru Vandanam.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Now with that, let us use the Shiva Moola mantra, the very form of Paramashiva, the source mantra of Paramashiva. As Paramashiva is always described, he is with mantra deha, body made out of mantras. Let us chant that root mantra for the formation of Paramashiva in our inner space, for the manifestation, the awakening of Paramashiva in our inner space, initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to each one of us. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now, please take your Panchapatram and Uddharini, the spoon and the cup which we use generally for the Nityananda Puja. Take that and with placing your right palm in the Gokarna Mudra, the shape of a cow's ear. Take one Uddharini of water and pour it to the base, pour it in the palm. And at the end of each mantra, drink the water from the base of the palm. We have 3 mantras, so at the end of each mantra, totally 3 times you will drink the water. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now, wash your hands with the water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of your right hand thumb, write the upper and lower lip 2 times from right to left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with the water from the Panchapatram. Now, with your ring, middle and index finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Now, with your thumb and index finger joined together, touch your right nostril, your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, left eye, right ear and left ear. Now wash your hands with the water from the Panchapatram. Now with the base of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, your right chest, your left chest. And with the tips of all the fingers joined together, touch above the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. This is the Tattva Chamanam. You are cleansing the soul root principles, the units, the tiniest units of your body, yourself, whatever you are using to connect to the world, and Paramashiva itself. So now, with that, let us enter into the Sankalpa Mantra. Here, you are going to be making a conscious resolution, a conscious intention to manifest your reality today. The purpose of Nityananda Yoga, as revealed by Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is not just for physical wellness, not just for some mental health, but it is to manifest the state of Paramashiva, the ultimate unclutched space where no reactions have any control over you. The space of Paramashiva, the space of complete completion within you and everybody around you. The powers of Paramashiva, the space of ultimate oneness with every being around you, where anything is just an extension of you to manifest as a power. The being of Paramashiva, the ultimate Tyaga, being able to manifest your reality the way you want it. The super consciousness of Paramashiva and the Maha Kailasa, Shri Kailasa of Paramashiva. So let us start. Hold your intention to manifest for the day in your inner space as we get into the Nityananda Yoga, the Sankalpa Mantra. Now, placing your hands in the Sankalpa Mudra with your left hand facing upwards on your right thigh, place your right hand on top of it. Sankalpa. ओम ममोपात समस्त दुरित क्षय द्वारा भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्धे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्रीलक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ कुंभमासे कृष्णपक्षे शुभतिथौ स्थिरवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपाण लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्तृ श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिन्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्गसद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्गवर्षविश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपणशाक्यादि महान्धकारनिवारण ज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समयकर्तृ सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिक स्वामि वागीश सुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्ध स्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनुइक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव उद्भूत श्री कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवत्युत्तर आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास परंपरागत श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव कृपा कटाक्षेन पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं च नित्यानंद योगाभ्यास करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram. Om apaupasprisya. With that, now let us enter into this beautiful sequence of the Prathama Vinyasa Krama sequence. First, we'll be doing the 108 asanas, followed by another 200 asanas, totally making it 308 asanas, All inclusive is called the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. This is just the second level. So let's get started. Get excited to start this Nityananda Yoga. So the first asana is Sukhasana. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place your palms in the Bindu Mudra. Index and thumbs joined together. Place it on top of your respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas. The Mula Bandha will be maintained throughout the entire sequence unless specifically mentioned to stop. The Mula Bandha is clenching the perineum. The Uddiyana Bandha, which is sucking in your stomach, and the Jalandhara Bandha, which is a very powerful lock to the throat where you hold the breath in and you lock your chin to your chest. So everywhere Mahamudra Bandha is mentioned, it is inclusive of all these three bandhas. So now engage all the three bandhas and let's visualize yourself as Lord Shiva in your inner space. Sukhasana. तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्. Now bring your legs in Padmasana. Bring your palms together, raise them above the head. Keep your elbows straight, engage all the three bandhas. In Parvatasana, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. Nityananda Yoga is a very unique sequence, directly revived from the Agamas, in which yoga is not limited to one asana, just the asana, or just maximum two things, the pranayama included, but has 11 components. Every visualization you are asked to go through is nothing but awakening that possibility within your inner space. When you're visualizing yourself as Mount Kailash, you're awakening the sturdiness, the stability, the achalatva of a mountain in your inner space. Parvatasana. Athava Kshe Parvatasana Mangalam Yat Krutva Sthirarupi Syat Shatchakradi Vilopanam. Now, moving into Hali Pavasana. Bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body. Push it a little away. Hold your left hand by your right hand in the Parashamudra behind your back and place the forehead on the ground near the heels. Again, engage all the three bandhas, tuck in your chin, suck in your stomach in Uddiyana Bandha, and continue to maintain the Mula Bandha. Gazing towards your nose, visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. पूर्व विधिया हूँ मैं जानो उभे पगथली संपुट ठानो पिष्टि पचे दो कर लिया वो दक्षिण कर सो वाम गहावो. Now let's move into Nagi Pavasana. Keeping the soles of the feet together in front of your body, continuing to maintain that. Stretch your hands out in front of your body, making a hollow in your palms, cup them onto the floor. Rest your forehead towards your feet, engage all the three bandhas, gaze towards your nose. Here, visualize yourself as a snake, awakening that embodiment of a snake within you. पूरब विधि परियागाने नीच होई कहूनी फनास्यौ लगाई हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो हाथ की अंजुलि करे. Now let's move into Kokilasana. Holding the big toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Wherever the Prana Mudra is mentioned, remember that it is holding the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Stretch your legs out and upwards and then cross it into Padmasana. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself as a bird. अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Yes. So from here, let us continue into Nityasana. Place one ankle on top of the opposite knee, holding your opposite elbows. Engage all the three bandhas. Move your arms in a circle, gazing towards your nose. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Throughout the sequence, we'll be doing different pranayamas and different japas. The pranayamas are nothing but the breath sequences, and the japa is a certain subtle vibration mantra, mahavakya, that you will be rotating, visualizing as if rotating in your throat center and repeating it within your mind. So the pranayama for the first set is the samana kumbhaka, which is just a steady inhalation and exhalation, visualizing the flames licking up your spine. And the japa is soham. As and when the pranayama and the japa are being changed, I will also be telling it to you. But till then, you will be continuing the previous japa and the previous pranayama. Nityasana. Goda davam padiki akh mahili soya dacharanakavaralo tapari gulpa samoya. Now from here, let's move into Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up high, lower your head and then chest, scooping the body forward, down again and again, like the trunk of an elephant as you visualize yourself as an elephant. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach here. Nubjam padagre bhumau kritva lambi bhuyat mastakagre hastatalau nidhaya. Now, stop the scooping motion, remaining in the same position, alternate pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground, and while lifting the other heel up, alternatively repeat this. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, visualizing yourself as a bear. Rikshasana. Ekaikam padama kuncha gajasanam kuryat rikshasanam bhavati. Now raise yourself up onto your toes in Vaishyasana. Stand tall and keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line, bringing the middle, index and ring fingers to the heart center in the Hridaya Mudra. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in of the stomach. Keshen padayugalam badhva tishta dadhomukaha athava ishyavakshe yadkritva satyavan bhaved. Next is the Urdhvajanukarana, our first karana of the sequence as a part of the various 11 components of Nityananda Yoga. One of them is the karanas. Swamiji has revealed that the karanas there are 108 karanas and there are 1008 asanas. These 108 karanas are a essence curled out of Nityananda Yoga, of the yoga revealed by Paramashiva, presented in the dance form by Paramashiva himself. So stand with your heels touching, your toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle. Keep your knees bent, both your hands at the chest. This is the Aramandi position, with your elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards your chest and raise it up and back across the body to the original position. Simultaneously follow the movement with the respective hand up and across the body. Repeat on the other side in the Urdhva Karana, the raising of the knee Karana. Yes. From here, let us continue into Balalingasana. Now interlace, standing tall on one leg, interlace the fingers from outside in, holding onto the knee, pulling it up towards the chest. Engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself caressing a baby. Your hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Ekam janurasya lingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Now from the same position, bring the foot behind your back, closing it towards your body, your hands in Parish Mudra clasped together. Engage all the three bandhas and continue holding the visualization of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism unless mentioned otherwise. Padapidanasana. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्ठयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थापयत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. From here, let us move into Natarajasana. Lean forward, kicking your leg back, stretching your hands forward. In the Bindu Mudra, the index and thumb joined together. Lean forward and stretch your back there, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, engaging just the Mula Bandha here. Natarajasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्ठप्रसारणे. Now let us repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Remember to engage all the three bandhas. visualizing yourself as a baby. Balalingasana. Ekam janurasya lingyasthathavyam balalinganam bhavati. Bring that foot behind you. Moving into Padapidanasana, continue to engage all the three bandhas. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now, with the respective hand holding onto the sole of the foot, lean forward into Natarajasana, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the god of space dimension, eternally dancing. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्ठप्रसारणे. Now moving on into the Ardharechita Karana, the second Karana. From the Aramandi position, which is the half squatted, heels together, toes pointing outwards position, bring your right foot behind the other with the toes down and the heels up. Keep your left hand at the chest and extend the opposite arm out and wide like a pendulum towards the chest. This is the Karihasta position. While your arm swings, follow the movement with your pinkies going inwards and outwards. Now, uncross the legs, placing the palm on your nose. Repeat this on the other side. Now let us move into the skeleton dance. This is a very beautiful technique, a very powerful technique revealed by Swamiji himself for each one of us to experience complete completion in any pattern sitting in our muscle memory. This technique is directly taken from the source scriptures of Hinduism to make intense bliss flow out through your body. So to start, close your eyes and start visualizing yourself as pure bones, as a skeleton. You can see the reference of the skeleton here on screen and start to shake intensely. Dance ferociously, moving every muscle in that body. Just move it. Let out all the patterns, anything that is stuck inside, holding you back in life. Shake it out completely. Continue to hold the visualization that you are a skeleton. You are made of pure bones. Yes, now you can slowly relax that movement and walk front and back on your mat. Now let us enter into next Karana, standing straight on your mat. Lean down into the Aramandi position with your heels pointed outwards, your knees bent. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground on top of your head. Cross your palms facing each other and now make a swing motion, moving the hips to one side, simultaneously uncrossing the arms wide. Come back to the beginning position, repeating on the other side. This is the Katichinna Karana, literally the posture of where you are bending and twisting at the waist. Yes, now let us move into Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tips of your toes, raising your hands above your head beside the ears. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tall palm tree. Visualize the tallness happening, manifesting inside you. Tadasana. Mahamudra Baddha Konau Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinottanam Sada Kurya Dantarvatni Patipriya. Now slowly relax. Now bend forward, placing your palms onto the ground beside your heels. Now try to bring your forehead to your knees. Stretch yourself there. Every day, if you do this asana sincerely, all the asanas which you are finding difficult, you will see how day by day your body eases into that position as it aligns with your intention to be a oneness with the cosmos, aligned to the cosmic geometry. Here let us move into another japa, the Shivoham japa. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha and visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Uttanasana. Mahamudra Baddha Konau Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinottanam Sada Kurya Dantarvatni Patipriya. Now get into a plank position, keeping your palms flat on the ground. Stretch your legs back into Tarakshvasana, tucking your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha and rotate your head from side to side. Tarakshvasana. गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नये तरक्श्वासनं भवति. Now lean your body flat onto the ground on your stomach, keeping your toes pointed backwards. Keep your head next to your chest and raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of your throat in the Bhujangani Mudra. Here, awaken the DNA, your past life existence as a cobra, visualizing yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana. Angushthanaabhiparyanta madho bhumau vininyaset karabhyam ch dharam dhritva urdhvashishah phanivahi. Now from here, move into Shashasana. In a tall plank position, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest and repeat, put the leg back and bring the other knee towards your chest, like a mountain climber's Shashasana. Gajasana samsthitau janadvaima kunchya varam varam kartavyam Shashasanam bhavati. Now, remaining in the same position, bring one foot in between your palms and alternate between jumping your left and right foot forward and backward. Here, visualize yourself as a chariot, as a ratha in Rathasana. Gajasana samsthitau ekaikam padam puro margena bhramayitva kartavyam Rathasanam bhavati. Now, raise up, keeping one foot flat on the ground, toes pointing forward, the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Extend the other leg back, keeping the knee straight and the toes pointed out at a 45-degree angle. Raise your arms up parallel beside your ears, pulling the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, gaze towards your third eye. Here, visualize yourself as Bhagavan Veerabhadra, destroying the ego within you, allowing you to manifest the space of pure bliss. Veerabhadrasana. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Now repeat Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra, completely egoless. Gaze towards your third eye. Veerabhadrasana. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Now, stand straight with your feet together on the mat. We'll be moving into Vrikshasana here. Bring one foot towards your inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them above the head, keeping the elbows completely straight. Pull your stomach in and up, gazing forwards, visualizing yourself as a tree. Vrikshasana. वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत वृक्षवद्भूम वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Now bring one foot, raised foot to your inner thigh. Moving into Garudasana. Here, as the Pramana reveals, it is very important to keep your leg on the floor as a dandavat, straight as a rod. Keep your hands in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle who is a vehicle, the Vahana of Bhagavan Mahavishnu, the Lord of Sustenance. Garuda vakshe yena dhyanam sthiram bhavi sarvadoshaadvinirmukta bhavatiha mahabali. Now from here, let's repeat Vrikshasana on the other side, balancing the energies, visualizing yourself as a tall tree. Vrikshasana. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधाय तु तिष्ठेत वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Take that to repeat in Garudasana on the other side. Visualizing yourself as a Lord Garuda. Garudasana vakshe yena dhyanam srambhavi sarvadoshadirmukta bhavatiha mahabali. Now from here, let's enter into one of the very powerful asanas, the Trikonasana. Stand and step one leg far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Stretch your legs apart. Keeping your arms straight, bring your front parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the ground beside your foot while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself here as a triangle, engaging the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing. महामुद्रा उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्ठप्रसारणे. Now repeat that on the other side, the Trikonasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्ठप्रसारणे. Now from here, let us move into the Nikuttaka Karana. Now stand on your stand in the Armadi position with your palms parallel towards each other in front of your chest. Now stand onto the forepart, onto the tips of the toes of one foot. Now let the heel fall towards the ground and repeat this on the other side simultaneously. Same way, switch the positions of the hands up and down. Nikuttaka Karana. Now, let us move into Angushthasana. Now, lower onto the tips of your toes, sitting on top of your heels. Keep your knees and palms together in the Namaskara Mudra, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Here, we will be engaging a new pranayama, the Brahmari Kumbhaka, where you will be buzzing like a bee. Do the japa of Sadashivoham in your throat center while continuing the pranayama in Angushthasana. कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अंगुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा. Now let's move into Saurasana. From the tips of your toes, extend one leg straight out with your heel down and the toes up. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides, palms facing forward in Varamudra. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Continue the japa Sadashivoham, buzzing like a bee. Saurasana. प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्. Now from here, stretch your hands forward into Vidhunanasana, placing your fingers in Prana Mudra with your index and middle finger holding on to your toes. Lean forward in Vidhunanasana. गुल्फस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसारे तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशे तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारे तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसे चोभयत्र. Move into Saurasana on the other side, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism there. Keep your palms facing forward. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapya tvekapadakam. Lean forward into Vidhunanasana, keeping those hands in the Prana Mudra. Gulphasthitau padamekam prasarya tatpadagram samsprishe tatkarena gulpham chanyam dhare tatkarena dhunam pitham chabhyase chobhayatra. Now from here, let us move into the Brahma Jurankushasana. Now, remaining in the same position with your knees together, place your palms on the top of your knees with your palms facing upwards. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest. Gazing down with the gap between your palms. Tilt your head downwards. Brahmajurankushasana. दो फणा पानी होय वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कौर पगथलियां की माहिली आइसमा हीरा शेमिली. Now stretch your knees out wide and place it on the floor in Kapilasana. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze towards your nose with your palms on the knees, visualizing yourself as Kapila Mahamuni, the founder of Mahanirvana Khada. उभय पगथली सम टहरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे फना पानी कुड होय वैसे एड़ी दो जोनी निवैसे. Now from here, remaining in the same position, switch your gaze towards your third eye, disengaging the Uddiyana Bandha in Bhadra Gorakshasana. दो पगथली संपुट करे कौरवारली भू परिधरे कौरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार इटकी बैसे. Now from here, raise yourself up into Suryasana with your toes tucked and the perineum placed on top of the raised heels. Raise your knees off the ground, bringing your thumbs and little finger together in the Padma Mudra. Opening up the palms, raise your arms straight above your head, gazing through the hole between the palms. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Surya in your inner space. Suryasana. एड़ी दो गुदा तरियाने फना पानी बैठक पुनिठाने गोड़ा जंग अधर करी रहे आड़े बाम इसी विदगहे. From here, move into Mandukasana. Now rest your feet onto the ground, your toes flat. Now stretching your knees wide apart from each other. Place your palms on your knees, gazing towards your third eye. Bring your tongue towards the top of your mouth, visualizing yourself drinking the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frog-like tongue as you visualize yourself as a frog. Mandukasana. Here, do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयन् मंडुकासनम्. Continuing the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing, engage the Uddiyana Bandha and raise your hands behind your back clasp, holding onto the opposite shoulders, visualizing yourself as a frog. Continue to gaze towards your third eye. Uttana Mandukasana. मंडुकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्. Now from here, moving into Simhasana. Crossing your ankles behind your back, sit on top of your heels. Keep your knees wide apart. Stretch your palms over your knees. Now open your mouth wide and stick your tongue out forcefully, exhaling. Gaze at the tip of your nose and repeat several times, visualizing yourself as a lion. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तथेतरं हस्तौ तजान्वो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च. Now move into Bhadrasana. Cross the ankles, keeping just the toes crossed behind your back. Take your palms behind and hold the opposite toes with the Prana Mudra. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gazing towards your nose. Do the Brahmari Kumbhaka, which is buzzing like a bee, with the Japa Sadashivoham Bhadrasana. गुल्फौ च विशनस्याधौ व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Now from here, move into Kakabhusandhyasana. Keeping your feet together on the mat. Squatting and your knees opened wide. Keep your body between your knees and wrap your palms, hands around to your back, interlacing your fingers behind in the Parashamudra. Gaze towards your nose and visualize yourself here as a crow. Kakabhusandhyasana. प्रथमे बेसकुडिठाने दो हाथ पगां विच आने तिनको मोड़ी नल्या परल्यावे पिष्टिपचे कांकसी करावे. From here now, place your palms flat onto the floor with your shoulder width apart. Bring your knees to the backs of the arms towards your armpits. Lean your chin forward, down, gazing ahead, lifting your feet off the ground in Kani Pavasana. Asana kaugana ashi dushita hoi to achi hoi. Now moving into Kapali Asana, gaze towards your nose. Place your hands onto the ground, your shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Bring your knees onto your elbows, your hips over your shoulders, and straighten your legs up, gazing towards the nose in Kapalyasana. शीशा धरती टेकी पगनो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे पगथली आकाश दिश सनमुशराशे दो हाथा की हथेली दो पाशत्यार्ध ती टेको दृष्टिना सा अग्र. Now move into Parshva Mayurasana, squatting on the toes with your legs together. Twist your body, placing both the hands onto one side. Align your elbows with your knee and your hip. Lean onto the arms, balancing, extending your legs towards the side, gazing towards your third eye. Visualizing yourself as a beautiful peacock. Here, do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are more prolonged than your inhalations. Parshva Mayurasana, balance there. मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्. Repeating Parsha Mayurasana on the other side, visualize yourself as a peacock gazing towards your third eye. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram dandanamakam kuryan mayuram parshvabhyam mayura parshvanamakam. Now move into Bhairaganathasana. Place both your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back into Tarakshvasana into a plank position. Step one foot outside the respective shoulders, bringing the foot between the hands. Gazing towards your third eye, visualize yourself as Bhagavan Mahakala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana. Asana Kauguna Piti Jayi. Repeating Bhairaganathasana on the other side, gaze towards your third eye. Asana Kauguna Piti Jayi. Now from here, rest your body down onto Unmukha Pithasana. Place your forearms onto the ground. Raise your hips up towards the sky, walking your feet towards your body. Gaze towards your third eye. Unmukha Pithasana. Bhunyastau januni hastau chatushpadama vangmukham uttha pitangayugala hatisthalaam abhiruka. Now move into Vasishthasana from Tarakshvasana. Raise your body onto one hand, raising the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder. Raise your hips, gazing towards the sky. Here, visualizing yourself as Rishi Vasishtha, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Vasishthasana. Urdhva Kukkutavasishtham Marichihala Matsyakam Parivrittam Chodharasya Vividam Dhanurasanam. Repeat Vasishthasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Rishi Vasishtha. ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठं मरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोर्धरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Now rest your body down onto the floor in Anjani Asana. Sit with your legs straight, your toes pointing upwards. Bring your hands underneath your body, palms facing upwards. Sit upon those palms, keeping your spine straight, your elbows tucked in towards your body. Tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, gazing towards your nose. In Anjani Asana, visualize yourself as Bhagavan Hanuman, embodying the space state of Hanuman, manifesting his powers within your body. दो कर क्यूबे हथेली कोरवारली मेले भेली सोआगाने भूपरिताशे महाने अंगुली मिलिराशे. Engage the non-mechanical parts of your brain here when you're focusing on the multiple things happening and doing all the different asanas, the different components simultaneously. Just try your best and push yourself to manifest those powers by doing all the components as being revealed. The Kumbhaka, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka. the bandha, the Mahamudra bandha, now engaging all the three bandhas, entering into the japa of Mahasadashivoham. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Now, with your back straight, lean forward at your waist, holding on to your toes in the Prana Mudra, the index and middle finger. In the Paschimottanasana, bring your chest to your thighs, bring your forehead towards your knees, stretch yourself there in Paschimottanasana. जानु परिललाटं तु पश्चिमं तालमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते. Now from here, raising your body up, moving into Ugrasana. Sit with your legs straight, clasp your hands behind your head, lean your chest forward down, bringing the head to your knees. Here, engage all the three bandhas, continuing the japa of Mahasadashivoham. Visualize Mata Kali in your inner space, the ferocious form of Devi. स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोन्यसेतासनोग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्. Now from here, raise your body up. Raise, keeping your legs stretched, raise one foot towards the perineum, knees pointing upwards in the Marichi Asana. Now lean forward, let your hands clasp around your back in the Marichi Asana position. Here, visualizing yourself as Sage Marichi, engaging just the Mula Bandha. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्ठप्रसारणे. Now the raised knee, press it flat onto the ground beside your body, engaging all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra bandha. Gaze towards your nose and lean forward down, placing your forehead towards your knees in Mahamudrasana. Davanki Akma, Dava Padakma. दावा पगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वारि नीचे दे. Now repeat Marichyasana on the other side. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्ठप्रसारणे. Moving on to Mahamudrasana on the other side, lean forward there. This is a very, very powerful asana. It's a Mahamudra asana. Dava pagamodi edi mahila gulpa muladwari niche de. Now from here, moving into the next asana of Bhadrasana 2. Place your feet together on the mat and stretch your knees out towards the side. Here, continuing the Rechaka Kumbhaka and the Mahasadashivoham Japa, visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Gaze towards your third eye, keeping your palms on top of your feet. Bhadrasana 2. गुल्भौत विशदस्याद सीवन्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वेत पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्. Now from here, place your palms onto your knees lightly, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha, sucking in, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze towards your nose in Gwali Pavasana. पूर्व चरपट चौक कहियो सोई वाही विधियो कीजी सोई यामेडी भिन्न राशे अंगुलाठंतर राशे. Now from here, move into Joni Asana. Keeping your feet on the mat together in front of you, push it a little far away and keep your palms inside of your soles of your feet. Lean forward with your elbows and forehead on the ground. Visualize the Yoni Mandala gazing towards your nose in Joni Asana. दो पगथली संपुट करे एड्र मेढ के ढिंग दरे अर्धातु कंतर राशे लाट पगथलिया मुपर दाशे. Moving into Midiki Pavasana, remaining in the same position. Bring your palms out to your sides, stretched out wide, gaze towards your nose. Midiki Pavasana. पूर्ववधि परिपगथली संपुट शोले एडी मिलिराश एडियम सुमाहली कानी अगुल आत्रे लाठ धरती लगावे. Moving into Siddha Samadhi Asana now. Keeping your feet in the same position, bring your legs underneath your palms underneath your feet in Siddha Samadhyasana, stretching your palms out, facing towards the sky. Gaze towards your nose, visualizing Lord Paramashiva in your inner space. Siddha Samadhyasana. दो पगथली संपुट करे सोले मेढागा मेधरे अंगुलाठ अंतर राशे लटपथल्याम ऊपर दाशे. Now from here, moving into Chinaki Pavasana. Raise your body up off the ground. And keep your heels together, toes apart. Hold the feet, opening them up, bringing the soles towards the sky, keeping the back of the hands on the ground. Press your elbows onto your thigh, towards the knees, gazing towards your nose in Chinaki Pavasana. दो पगा की एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे पगथली माहली और अंगूठा की सदी सोड़े जोड़े. Now from here, bring your palms to your knees in Charapata Chokasana. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, pressing those knees towards the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Charapata Chokasana. Moving into Charapata Chokasana. Placing your palms onto your knees. Push your knees towards the ground. In Charapata Chokasana. दो पगथली संपुट धारे आगा ने करजार पसारे गोड़ा भूसा लगता राशे हाथ दो गोड़ा परिदाशे. Now from here, moving into Bhairavasana. Bring the soles of the feet together, knees apart. Lift the heels up, bringing the toes onto the ground. Keep the knees on the ground, pulling in the stomach in and up, and place your hands on your knees in Bindu Mudra. Gazing towards your third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Bhairavasana. Gulphau Sampiji Chan Yonyam Vitkameno Tamshane Janvav Pashwakatau Hastau Dandavad Bhairavasanam. Now from here, moving into Samanasana. Sitting at one heel at the perineum, lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto your chest. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize yourself holding your breath in the Mooladhara Chakra. Samanasana. Samanasana Siddhamantradi Sadhana Tekapadamro Dattva Guhyonyalinga Vaktrake. Now from here, bring one foot over your shoulder and raise the other foot upwards and straight, keeping the hands on the ground towards the sides. Gaze towards your third eye in Apanasana. केवलं पादमे कंचे स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो. Now repeating Samanasana on the other side. Samanasana vakshe siddhamantradi sadhana tekapadamro dattva guhyonyalinga vaktake. Moving into Apanasana on the other side. केवलं पादमे कंच स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेद दण्डवत् प्रभो. Now from here, cross your knees into Gomukhasana. With keeping your feet by the opposite heels, stack your knees over each other. Place your hands on the stacked knees. Gazing towards your nose, visualize your face of a cow. Here we'll be entering into the pranayama called the Sheetkari pranayama. In the Sheetkari pranayama, you will be bringing your teeth together and inhaling through your teeth, pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth, making a hissing sound, and exhaling towards your nose. Now engage the Mula Bandha. Here we'll be entering into a new japa of Om Nithyanandoham. Gomukhasana. Savye Dakshina Gulbhanto Prishtapashve Niyojaye Dakshine Pitatha Savyam Gomukham Yatha. Now move into Anusuyasana. Keeping both the knees crossed over each other. Place your palms in Prana Mudra, clasping onto the big toe. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Here, gaze towards your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya, the wife of Rishi Atri, and the divine mother goddess, one of the Saptamatrikas, the seven mothers in Hinduism. Visualize yourself glowing golden skin like Rishika Anasuya. दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने वावंता के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आदापन विदय संधि पसारी. Now from here, moving to Anusuyasana 2. Bring your hands behind your back and lean forward, placing your forehead on your knees and your nose towards your ground. Visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya, gaze towards your nose. जीवना गोड़ा की संधि उपरिड़ा व गोड़ा की संधि मिलाए राशे गोड़ा सवले पगथल्यालो आडवा सुधा राशे. Now moving into Garudasana. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep your spine tall out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda, the vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. Dava pagamodiedi vahila gulphabula dwarini chede. Now from here, move into Naradasana. Visualizing yourself as sage Narada, the Deva Rishi, gaze towards your third eye, sitting and placing the perineum on top of one heel. With the top of the foot flat onto the ground, place the opposite foot on top of front of the opposite foot. Interlace your fingers behind the neck, twist outside of the raised knee and gaze towards your third eye in the Parashamudra. Naradasana. Pishtijuvam pagthali kheri bhuparita hilagave pheri. Now from here, move into the Matsya Pitakasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh, wrap the respective hand, arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose, visualizing Lord Matsya, the fish avatar of Bhagavan Vishnu in your inner space. Matsya Pitakasana. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतमत्स्य पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. Now move on to Gomukhasana on the other side. Savye dakshina gulbhantu prishthaparshve niyoje dakshine pithatha savyam gomukham yatha. Anusuyasana on the side. Remember to engage the Uddiyana Bandha and gaze towards your nose. दक्षिण घोड़ो नीचो ठाने वामोंता के ऊपर आने घोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आधा पूर्वदय संधि पसारी. And now repeating Naradasana on the other side. Remember to gaze Anusuyasana 2 on the other side. Remember to gaze towards your nose, keeping your hands in Parashamudra. जीवना घोड़ा की संधि उपरिड़ा व घोड़ा की संधि मिलाए राशे घोड़ा सवले पगथल्यालो आडवा सुधा राशे. Now from here, repeat Garudasana 2 on the other side, continuing to gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. दावा पगमोड़ी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूल द्वारिणी चेदे बेसे जीवनी पगथली धरती टेकी गोड़ ऊंचो बहुराशे. From here, repeat Naradasana on the other side, gazing towards your third eye, hands in Parashmudra. पिष्टिचुमां पगथली केरी भूपरिताहि लगावे फेरी गोड़ा स्लोपनो है जोई दचपाशती लावे सोई. Now move into Matsya Pitakasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Gaze toward in the form of Matsya Avatara. Gaze towards your nose. Bring one foot on top of the opposite thigh, wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend your opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle finger, gazing towards your nose in Matsya Pitakasana. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. From here, moving on to Matsyendrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh, opposite foot onto the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring your elbow outside of your raised knee, keeping your raised arm at the neck. Turn and head back and gaze towards your third eye in Matsyendrasana. Visualizing Matsyendranatha, the founder, the master of Hatha Yoga, gaze towards your third eye. Matsyendrasana. Sorry. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now placing both your hands onto the ground. Sorry. Now placing the palm on the ground, raise the opposite palm towards your ear in Kubasana, gazing towards your third eye. Here visualize yourself as a camel, Kubasana. Asana Kauguna Jholo Jaye. From here now stretching both your hands by the side in Matsyendrasana 2, visualize Matsyendranath gazing towards your third eye. Matsyendra Peetham Jatra Pradiptim, stretching both your legs flat onto, both your hands flat onto the ground. Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendra Peetham Jatra Pradiptim Prachandaruk Mandala Khandanastram. Matsyendra Peetham Jatra Pradiptim Prachandaruk Mandala Khandanastram. Now let us repeat Matsyendrasana 1 on the other side. उदरं पश्चिमभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now switch your hands into Kubasana, gazing towards your third eye, visualize yourself as a camel. Asana Kaugunu Jholo Jaye. Now stretch both those hands out in Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendra Peetham Jatara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram Abhyasata Kundalini Prabodham Dandastratvam Hidadati Pumsam. Now place your palms flat onto the, now sitting into the Padmasana position, sit and place your feet onto the opposite thighs. Place your palms on the respective knees, engage all the three bandhas here into Mahamudra Bandha. Here we'll be entering into a new pranayama, the Shitali Kumbhaka. Here you will again be inhaling between your teeth without making a hissing sound, placing your tongue flat onto the ground, onto the bottom of your mouth. Here enter into the japa of Om Nityananda Sadashivoham. Gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana. Asanam dvividham proktam padmam vajrasanam tatha urdhorupari chedathe ubhe padatale yatha. Now in the same Padmasana position, relax the bandhas except the Mula Bandha. Cross your hands over in the Prana Mudra, clasp onto the toes. Visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva, gazing towards your nose. Padmasana 2. Uttana Ucharana Krutva Uru Sansthav Pratnataha Uru Madhye Tathotana Pani Krutva Tatadrisho. Now in the Padmasana position, bringing your palms between the gap between your thighs and your calf muscles, place your palms onto the ground and raise yourself onto your palms. Here doing the Sahaja Kumbhaka, breathing, inhaling and exhaling regularly. Visualize yourself as a rooster, Kukkutasana. Padmasam samsthapya nanurvorantare karau nivesha bhumau vatishthet vyomastah Kukkutasana. Now raising your body up onto the knees, we are entering into Baddhakekiasana. Rise up onto your knees, place your palms onto the ground, your fingers pointing towards the perineum. Keep your elbows together, pressed against the navel. Lean forward, find your balance, extending up your knees off the ground in Baddhakekiasana. Dharamavashtabhyakaradvena tatkur paristapita nabhipashvaha uchasano dandavajatita khemayurametat pravadanti peetham. Now from here, stretch your legs back into Mayurasana, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Athava Kshemaha Deva Mayurasana Uttamam Bhumo Nipatya Hastau Dvau Kurparopari Dehakam. Now from here, lay flat onto the ground. Stretch your legs wide apart from each other, your heels, feet pointed outwards. Bring your hands clasped together in the Parashumudra behind your neck. Visualizing yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana. अध्याशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ शिरस्तधृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तथ. Now moving from here into Shalabhasana. Lay down on your stomach. Place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise your legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. अध्याशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च वितस्ति चोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीतं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः. Now clasp onto your feet in Ushtrasana, pulling your feet towards the sides of your bodies. Here visualizing yourself as a camel. Continue the japa form Nityananda Mahasada and do the Sahaja Kumbhaka in Ushtrasana. अध्याशेते पदयुग्मवस्थं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यगुदरस्य गाढम् उष्ट्रं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति. Now clasp onto your feet, kicking your feet back, giving your back a beautiful stretch over there in Dhanurasana. Balancing on your stomach. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow, stretched back, gazing towards your third eye. Dhanurasana. प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्. Now here entering into the next japa form Nityananda Paramashivoham in your throat center. Raise yourself up onto your knees, placing your feet flat onto the ground. Keep your palms on the respective knees, gazing towards your third eye. Bhagasana. उलटा मोड़ी पावदो वैसे बहुरव जुगति करे कवैसे पावन महिला गुलभज हो कुला पाश्तिला वैसो. Now from here, raising onto your forearms, place your palms onto the ground and your head into the ground. When you're raising into the Gohyasana, the headstand position, raise your feet off to the ground, bringing your knees towards your chest into the half headstand, gaze towards your third eye. Gohyasana. दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनिह कलाई जाने दोई पिष्टि अंगुरिया पुनि जानो ये सब ले भू ऊपर ठानो. Now place your hands onto the ground, stretch your legs up towards the sky in Shirasasana, gazing towards your nose. Shirasasana. विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विजनं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने. Now relax down, turn around and raise yourself into Kodhyasana. Sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch the legs up. Bring your forehead towards your knees, coming to a vertical position with your legs. Here, engaging the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, exhaling forcefully like a bellows. Visualize the supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space. Kodhyasana. दो हाथ पग बाहराने घोड़ा तरे कांक सीठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता धरे चरण भय आकाश दिशी करे. Now here remaining in the same position, balancing your core over there. Bring your feet behind your shoulders in Parighasana. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a mace. उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृष्ट्य हस्ताभ्यां कन्धरां भृत्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिघासनं भवति. Now from here, rest your forearms, your elbows onto the ground into Naukasana. Visualizing yourself as a boat, gaze towards your third eye, your legs stretched up in front of you. Naukasana. उत्तान शयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमवष्टभ्य हस्तौ नितम्बं निधाय शिरः ऊरुजङ्घापादान् दण्डवद्धारयेत्. नौकासनं भवति. Now from here, bringing your hands towards your feet, raise your feet up towards your chest. In Rudrasana, gazing towards your nose. Rudrasana. पगथली संपुट करी हाथस्य पगुच्छाई पगा का अंगूठा देहु लेहु परलिका ने तालवे. Relax now onto your back, laying down with your knees pointed towards the sky as your feet onto the ground. Keeping your hands by your heels, raise your hips up towards the sky in Unmukha Pithasana 2, gazing towards your nose. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha. ऊर्ध्वे जानुनी कृत्वा शयद्वोद्मुखं तथा उत्ताप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेतु पीठमुन्मुखनामके. Now rest your body onto the ground in the Shavasana position, flat, completely palms facing upwards. Visualize the supreme point of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, liberating you once and for all. In Shavasana, engage the Shakti Chalan Mudra, bringing awareness intensely to every part of your body. Now slowly start to move your feet and your legs. Now raise your body up, rock yourself up into a seated position. Sit up into a cross-leg position facing forwards. Congratulate all of you for completing successfully the first 108 asanas of the Prathama Vinyasa Krama sequence. Here, let's all give a short break to ourselves to freshen up, drink some water, and come back for the rest 200 asanas of this sequence. Yes. So now with that beautiful Prathama Vinyasa Krama sequence, let us enter into the second part, the rest 200 asanas. Just 200 more to go. You can do this and you will see the transformation it brings in your life. So let us start with the Yathasana Nisthasana, sitting in any comfortable position. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra. Your thumb and index finger joined together. And here, just engage the Samana Kumbhaka. Starting with the Samana Kumbhaka, visualizing the flames licking up your spine and the japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham throughout the sequence. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Yathasana Nisthasana. Paryankam Tatsamakhyatam Yathas Samstha Yathastitihi. From here, moving into Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position with your hands on your knees, thumbs and index fingers touching. Take a long, deep inhalation and hold, taking prolonged inhalations and exhalations in Samasana. Idanim garbhininam yogaabhyaso yatha laghu sukha prasavalabhaya prochite praktane pathi. Entering into Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the genital region. Place the right foot over top of the left. Hands facing downwards on the top of your knees. Gaze towards your nose. Muktasana. Nipidya Sivinim Sukshmam Dakshinetara Gulpataha Vamam Yamyena Gulpena Muktasanamidam Bhavet. Now maintaining the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye in Siddhasana. Sthanum Mamitendriyo Aladusha Pashyan Dhruvorantaram Chaitan Mokshaka Pata Bheda Janakam Siddhasanam Prochyate. Now moving into Siddhyasana. Switch your gaze to the ground in front of you. Engage all the three bandhas, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Vame pad kide jano sivani madhita sakho thano dachipad ki edi joy medh madi lagave soi. Relax the bandhas now. Moving into Rudrasana 2. Keep your legs in the same position. Placing your hands in Bindu Mudra over your knees. Switch your gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. वामचरण परि दक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसा विधि दाखे वाम पग थली माहिली कोर दक्षिण के जुबा हरले वोर. Now maintaining the same position, switch your gaze towards your nose in Santadhunasana. दो पग थली संपुट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा में धरे. आसन को गुण मन की चंचलता मीठ है. Now moving into Bandhayoni Asana. Now maintain one heel on top of the other. Bring your fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostril, index fingers over the eyes, thumbs closing the ears. In Bandha Yoni-asana, visualize your sankalpas manifesting through the womb of creation. Bandha Yoni-asana. Yatra madhyam mahadeva bandhayonyasane shrino. Now moving into Virasana, place one foot on the thigh, the other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch your thumb and index finger together on the top of your knees in Bindu Mudra, embodying the space and state of bravery. Ekam padamathai vinyasyorani samsthitah. Now from here, moving into Valmikasana, with your left heel on the right side of your generative organ, your toes under the thigh, right foot on top of the left leg, the toes by the knee, hands on your knees, thumbs and index fingers touching, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as the great Maharishi, the poet and author of Ramayana, Valmiki, in Valmikasana. डावा पगा की पगथली पुनि एड है जोय फणा दो मेढ दचनान लगावे सोय. Moving into Joni Mudrasana. Now keeping your legs in the same position, lift your left heel pressed against the perineum, right foot on the thigh, switch your gaze towards your nose. In Joni Mudrasana, visualizing the Joni Mandala in your inner space. Bamapad ki pagthali jahi mahil kor, Joni tahan te viche ulata pan jo mori. Now moving into Yoni-asana. Keep your feet and hands in the same position. Switch your gaze towards your third eye, visualizing the Yoni Mandala. योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले निलं तत्कालफलनान् तत्त्वात् खेचरो यावदेव हि. Moving into Bhadrasana 3. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together, holding with both the hands. Bring your knees down towards the ground. Gazing at your nose, engage the Uddiyana Bandha sucking in your stomach. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Gaze towards your nose. Bhadrasana 3. अथ भद्रासनं गुल्फौ च विशरस्याद सीवन्याः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्पं तथा सव्यदक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे. Next is Aghorasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together and press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in Khechari Mudra. Gaze towards your third eye. With your hands over your mouth, right hand over your mouth, close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold the breath, and then exhale through the left nostril. Repeat this on the other side in the Antah Kukarana, visualizing yourself as an Aghori. पूर्वक हुभिष्टका जोई वाही विधियों की जैसोई अंगुरी सबंगुरी मुख बाहरी आने मुख को पुनि संपुट करी ठाने. Next, moving into Kaneri Pavasana, bringing your feet together in front of your body, your toes together and heels apart. Place your elbows onto your heels, raising your chin up on the palms, gaze towards your nose, engage the Uddiyana Bandha sucking in your stomach, and visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water. ग्वाली पव आसन कह्यो है जैसे याहू जाने विधिते से दौ गुल्फ माहिला जानो और एडिया विच कहूनी ठानो. Next, moving into Parasana. Sit with your knees raised, arms between the thighs and calves. Interlace your fingers, keeping your feet off the mat, gazing towards your nose. Parasana. Joga pradipika doi, karki anguri joi, vatasham ani lagave soi. Next, moving into Gopi Chandasana. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles together. Toes at the groove in the throat. Now, bring your heels towards your chest. Your chin on your hands, gaze towards your nose. Embody the space and state of a king. पूरभिपति पगा का अंगूठा का ताल रूप राशे यड़ी हृदय लगावे कांकसी एडिया अंगुली परिराशे. Next is Udarasana. Now in Udarasana, sit with your soles of the feet together and insert your hands underneath the legs, holding the feet with the interlocked fingers. Bring the foot up towards your chest, bring the head down, touching the chin to the soles, gaze towards your nose, visualizing your body free from any defects. Udarasana. दो पग थली संपुट ठाने उबे हस्त करी उर्द ही ठाने. Now from here, moving into Bishishtasana, sit with your feet together, arms under the legs. Raise your feet up towards your face, your fingers interlocked, your palms over your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything. Bishishtasana. दो पग थली जोड़ी संपुट करे हाथ दो पगा बिच आने ताके करी बारल्या कहुनी माही संधिराशे. Next, moving into Bhujasana. From a seated position, lift both your legs on top of the respective shoulders. Bring your arms underneath and up behind your neck, clasping the hands together in Parashamudra. Visualizing yourself as a cobra here. Asanam tu vijneyam kakshasanam atah param grivasanam cha paramam bhujasanam ihochyate. Now from here, keeping your feet on top of your shoulders, bring your hands behind your back, clasped together in Kalyanasana. Visualizing intense auspiciousness manifesting in your life in the form of an auspicious, beautiful goddess as yourself, gazing towards your nose. Kalyanasana. दो हाथ पगा विच आने तानो गोड़ राचे आने बहुरी 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 ल्या भागे वे. Ragave. Now moving into Sankatasana. Next is Sankatasana. Visualize yourself as a swan. With your left knee on your mat, place your left foot flat, placing the perineum on the raised heel. Raise your right leg over top of the left and bring the heel to the left hip. Place the hands on the opposite knee. Sankatasana. Vamapadam chiter moolam sanyasya dharani tale. Yes, with that, let us continue into Dhenukasana. Now, remaining in the same position as Sankatasana, bring one foot from underneath your perineum And place both your hands in the Parashumudra on top of the knee. Visualize yourself as a cow in your inner space. Dhenukasana. Anusagi nagara panchadam vrishihilinda galyam ni dayadyagali vamaka pagalunidaya kudu. Now from here, moving into Machandrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh. Place the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind the back, holding the right thigh. Place your right hand on the left thigh. Twist the body, gazing towards your third eye. Visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Machandrasana. वामजंघ परिदचिठाने वामहस्ति पिष्टि दिश आने बहुरो दचिन पाद है जोई साकेन पकरे सोई. Now from here, moving into Machandrasana 2. Keeping your palms, wrapping your fingers on the respective toes, lean forward and place your forehead onto the ground. Machandrasana 2. Here do the Ujjayi Pranayama, where you are making the sound as if an ocean is there, like Machandrasana 2. Prathama Jeevana Charana Jijoyi Vamajangha Parirake Soyi. Now raise yourself up from that position. Now keeping your legs in the same position, interlace your fingers and in the Samputa Mudra and place it upon the right knee. Guru Asana. उरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशे गुल्फं संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु इतरपादपार्ष्णि संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरुआसनं भवति. Now let's repeat Sankatasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a beautiful swan. वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्ठयेद् वामपादकं जानुयुग्मं करयुग्मम् एतत् सङ्कटमासनम्. Now moving into Dhenukasana. Slide that leg out, visualizing yourself as a cow. Dhenukasana on the other side. Anusagi nagara paranchadam rishihilinda galyam ni dayadyago vamaka pada pagaliniraya kudu. Now from here, move into Machandrasana. Place your right foot on the left thigh, left foot on the right knee. On the other side, and gazing towards your third eye in Machandrasana. Twist your body out. Vamajangha paridachithane, vamahasti pishtitish ane, bahuro dadhanapad hai joyi, sakina eju pakare soyi. From here, moving into Machandrasana 2, hold on to the respective toes and lean forward. प्रथम जी मन चरण जुजोई वामजंघ परि राखे सोई टाकी एडी कड़सो लगावे बहुरो जुगति यह और करावे. Raise up now. Repeating Guru Asana on this side. Remember to engage those three bandhas. Urumule itrapadasya kanishthika pradeshe gulpham samsthapya. Moving into Pashvasana. Bring your knees up onto the mat. Gaze towards your third eye. Keeping your knees together, your feet placed flat onto the ground. Raise your hands and rotate your hands over, touching the opposite knees in Pashasana, which is the 141st asana of the sequence, gazing towards your third eye. पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानुन उरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरु सहित जंघे निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पाशासनं भवति. Now switching your gaze towards your nose, bring your chin towards your knees in Bodhashokasana. Here visualize yourself being an abode of bliss. Do pagthali bhuparitane korma hili भूपरि कोरे कोर मिलाए उकड़ बैसे जंघ कदच अग्र निवैसे. Now from here, let's move into Kurakatasana. Keeping your knees up, bring your hands underneath your knees and clasp the opposite elbows. In Kurakatasana, here gaze towards your nose. कुरकट आसन दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे लोट हरावे आम्हा साम्हा ऐसे करो आप समा कहूं निपकारे. Now moving into Sumati Asana. Cross your ankles over each other, visualizing the great sage and Maharishi Sumati. Gaze towards your nose. Sumati Asana. मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने दावा पग परिदच पद आने दो प्रभा की कोले आवे हाथ एक अंतर ठहरावे. Next, moving into Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight, your arms raised above your head. Interlace your fingers with the wrists pointed outwards. Now here, engaging all the three bandhas, gazing towards your nose in Dandasana. इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु दण्डासनं क्रौञ्च पीठं वीरं खेचन योगिनः जालन्धरस्य बन्धस्य प्रशस्तानीति गद्यते. Now moving into Arambhasana, sit with your legs straight. Hold your toes with the index and middle finger in Prana Mudra. Bring your chest forward and down. Inhale through the left nostril, exhale to your right in the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. दो पग मिलवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकदे लिलाट गोडा लगावे शरीर समिराशय आसन को गुण आरभ की विधि. Now from here, moving into Bhidokasana. Sit with your legs straight, engage your knees, extend your knees slightly above the ground. With one hand distance between your heels, bring your shoulders down and wrap your hands around the legs, holding the soles with the feet. Gaze towards the third eye. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. प्रथम बैसे दो पाव पसारे कचक ऊर्ध को कुरुडो डारे एडिया मधियांतरो राखे मुद्रा हाथ परमान सुदाजे. From here, moving into Jalandhari Pavasana. Extend both your legs out with the heels together. Place your chin, mouth, and nose on the heels. Insert your hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground, palms facing upwards. Gaze towards your nose. In Jalandhari Pavasana. एडी मैल के दीजे हाथ पसारे पुंचिबुक मुख अंतर ठहरावे दिगबू परिधरी. From here, moving into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Bring one foot, raising up your body. Raising up your body in Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Bring one foot behind your neck. Keeping the other leg straight, lean down forward as if in Paschimottanasana position. Urdhva Paschimottanasana. पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितं कृता एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति. Now from here, lean back forward into Anantasana. Lie on your back, put your left leg behind your neck. Left hand holds the foot from the top. Straighten your body. Concentrate on the prana moving from the Mooladhara to the Brahmarandra, from the base of your spine to the top of your head. Gaze towards your nose. Anantasana, visualizing yourself as the eternal one. Uttana shaini ekaikam payi grivayam vinyasya itarahastena pasagram grihitva. From here, moving into the Ankushasana position, lean towards the side with one leg behind your head. Gaze towards your nose. Uttan shaita ekaikam padam grivayam kurvan itaram hastam karnamule sthapayet. Now, repeat. Now move into Drishasana, bringing your knees towards your chest. Bringing your knees towards your chest, circle and circle your thighs and calves with your palms, moving side to side lightly. Rest yourself here in Drishasana. उत्तानशयनं जाननी हृदयोऽवस्तम्भजङ्घासहितारणी कर्णद्वये बाध्वा सव्यापसव्यं लोडयेत् दृशासनं भवति. Now, repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितं कृता एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्व पश्चिमतानं भवति. Anantasana on the other side. Remember to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as an infinite, endless, eternal one. उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायं ग्रीवाया विन्यस्य हितरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा. Now moving into Ankushasana, gaze towards your nose. On the other side. उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरं हस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्. Now move from here into Yoga Nidrasana. Bring both your feet one by one behind your neck. Wrap your arms around your body and clasp them behind you in the Parashamudra. Gaze towards your nose in Yoga Nidrasana. पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा. Now from here, in the same position, bring your hands over your feet behind your neck, clasped in the Parashamudra, gazing towards your nose in Atma Ramasana. Visualize Lord Bhagavan Mahavishnu blessing you from within. Atma Rama Asana Prathama Sudha Sove Pag Uchayi Agane Ane Do Pag Kichi Hacha Kitane. Moving into Kochikasana now. Lie on your back with your knees to your chest, your soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways, gazing towards your third eye. Kochikasana. Kochikasana. दो हाथ दो हाथ चीरा सा करे तिन सो बेस पा करे पग ऊंचाई आगाने आने बहुरी जुगति ऐसके विधिवाने. Yes, sorry for that technical glitch. We were just making this yoga experience the best for you as we continue into the Jatara Parivriti Asana. Now, from Kochikasana, lay flat onto the ground with your knees towards your chest. Arms reach towards the side at shoulder level. First, for Jatara Parivriti 1, keep one knee bent, twist, and bring the ground on the opposite side, keeping the other leg extended and straight. Jatara Parivriti 2, keep both the knees bent towards one side. And Jatara Parivriti 3, keep both the legs straight towards one side. Throughout these three, head looks in the opposite direction. परिवृत्तिः कुक्षिबाहे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च. Now let us repeat Jatara Parivriti 1, 2 and 3 on the other side. परिवृत्तिः कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च. Now from here moving into Dvipada Pitham, visualizing yourself as sturdy as a bridge, gaze towards your nose. Lie on your back, bend your knees, placing your feet flat onto the ground. Hold your ankles and lift your hips up in the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin. Dvipada Pitham. Prasaryutam Dvadvapitham Salps. Sarvabalappradam Garbhinina Durbanam Gargi Jagadanu. Now from here moving into Paryankasana. Lie on your back, placing the feet flat onto the mat. Bring your arms over your head. Place your hands flat on the mat with the fingers pointing backwards towards the feet. Lift your entire body off the ground, visualizing yourself as sturdy as stone furniture in Paryankasana. उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा नाभिप्रदेशम् ऊर्ध्वं कुर्यात् पर्यङ्कासनं भवति. Now move into Swatanasana, rest over there. Lie on your back with your knees to your chest, hands on your shoulders. Move your hips in a circular motion. Visualize that you are laying on your back like a dog. Swatanasana. स्वोत्तानवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभौ आम्नीय हस्ततलाभ्यां कन्धरं बद्ध्वा भामयेत् स्वोत्तनं भवति. Now from here move into Viparita Karani. Laying on your back, raise your hips and legs up towards the sky. Use your lower back, your hands to your lower back if you need it. And then leave your elbows and hands extended on the mat below, helping balance your body as your legs are raised up straight. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani in Jalandhara Bandha. अथ विपरीतकरणी मुद्रा भूतले स्वशिरो दत्त्वा खेन्ये चरणद्वयं विपरीतचक्षुश्च सर्वतन्त्र गोपिता. Next is Viparita Karani 2. Now in the same position, stop the movement and entering to Viparita Karani 2. Here do the Murcha Kumbhaka, the forceful inhalation. Karani Viparita kya sarvadhivyadhidashini nityam abhyasayukta tasya jatharaagni vivardhanat. Yes, now relax down with your feet behind your head into Langalasana, the flow posture. Place your hands stretched out behind you with your fingers interlaced in Jalandhara Bandha, Langalasana. Griva kanthena bhumim vishtamba padagradvayam urdhva unnayet narakas Langalasanam bhavati. Now moving into Shaita Paschimottanasana. Lie on your back with your legs over your head, your toes pointed to the ground. Thighs to the chest, hold your toes with your arms and legs straight. Visualize one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Tanam Shaita Kurvita Shaita Paschimottanakam. Now moving into Supta Konasana. Holding on to your toes, spread your legs wide apart, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Supta Konasana. परिवृत्तिकुक्षिबाहे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूढकोणमथापि च. From here, moving into Chakrasana. Holding on to your toes, let your body lay flat onto the ground, visualizing yourself as a wheel. Shavasanasthadau padau kuryan mastakatah parau. Now, resting your back onto the ground, holding onto your toes, stretch them wide apart in Supta Prasarita Padangushthasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्ठप्रसारणे. Now moving into Supta Padangushthasana. In the same position, join your feet together. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्ठप्रसारणे. Now bring your legs into the Padmasana position and rest it onto the ground. Get a good stretch there by bringing your hands behind your head, holding the opposite elbows. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish avatar of Bhagavan Vishnu, gazing towards your nose in Matsyasana. Mukta Padmasanam Kritva Uttana Shayanam Charet Kurparabhyam Shiro Veshtya Matsyasananturogaha. Now from here, bring one palm over the other into Parashuramasana. Gazing towards your nose, visualize Bhagavan Rama in your inner space. Parashuramasana. प्रथम करे पद्म आसन आचे सूधो सोवे भूपरिपाचे गोड़ा और जंघा ये दो भूसो लगता राशे सोई. Now moving into Sarvangasana. Now while laying on your back in Padmasana, lift your hips up, your legs up towards the sky, hands supported by the hips, elbows on the floor. Tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze towards your nose. अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमं यत् कृत्वा योग निपुनो विद्याभिः पंडितो यथा. Now rest back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. Lay on your back with one foot on the opposite thigh. Lift the other knee towards your head. Extend both your arms straight and hook the fingers forward. Gazing towards your third eye, visualize yourself as a scorpion. प्रथम सायन सूधो शीश केशा की संधि सुधा के कचु शीश उर्ध कर राखे बहुरव पगथलिया सेटाने गगन दिश सम्मुख करीठने. Now repeating Vrishchikasana on the other side, continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze towards your third eye. प्रथम सायन सूधो शीश केश की संधि सुधा के कचु शीश उर्ध कर राखे बहुरव पगथलिया सेटाने गगन दिश सम्मुख करीठाने. Now moving into Vrishapadakshepasana. Lay on your back, interlace your fingers around your neck in the Parashamudra. Lift both your feet off the ground, extending one leg straight and the other knee towards the chest. And alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, like your bicycle crunches. Vrishapadakshepasana. उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा अनुलोभी कन्धरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परौ मिलित्वा नितम्बेन भूमं सृष्ट्वा एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकैकेन पादेन सव्यदक्षिणं भ्रामयित्वा वृषपादक्षेपं भवति. Next, moving into Marottanasana. Now, keep your palms flat by your body. Lie on your back, lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with the knees. Marottanasana. स्वोत्तानवत् संस्थिं कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत् मारोत्तनं भवति. Moving into Brikkasana, visualizing yourself as a wolf here. Lay on your back, place the soles of the feet flat on the ground, stand up and sit back down. Do this repeatedly. Get up, stand up and sit back down. Next, moving into Luthasana. Lay on your back quickly. Shayanam. Now from here in the prone position, moving into Sarathasana, lay flat on your belly with your toes extended. Your hands on the ground beneath your shoulders. Sarathasana. Yes, sorry for the glitch right now, the break that we had. Let's move on into the next asana of Sarathasana, which is our 185th asana. Now, laying on the ground, sit hands by the shoulders, keep your toes extended. Contract your lips, making a sound like a flute while inhaling and exhaling. Visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors on your back for the battle of Dharma. न्युब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय स्तम्भवष्टभ्य भूमौ चेष्टौर्मील्य वेणुवत्संसूङ्कृत्य तिष्ठेत् सरथासनं भवति. Now placing your palms on the mat in the plank position, jump your legs forward and backwards between your arms in Dehalyulanghanasana, feeling yourself go beyond the body and mind. हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उद्दानैव बाहिरां नीय अथ नयेत् देहल्युल्लङ्घनं भवति. Moving into Jatyasana. Now, from a standing position, bend forward, placing your hands onto the mat. Walk back and forth, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant. अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत् हस्ताद्वि भूमौ च गमनागमनं ततः. Now stand up straight. Moving into Lolitika Karana. Stand with your knees bent and feet pointing outwards. Bend the elbows, keeping the hands at chest level. Swiftly move your arms across the body and back to center. Tilt the head back, open the chest up towards the sky, moving your head in all directions. Yes, now stand straight in Sarpasana, standing completely straight like a rod. Keep your arms at the side. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling up across the body. अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपानाय केवलम्. Moving into Ushtrasadanasana now. While standing, place all the fingers on the mat and stand on top of your feet on the fists. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. Ushtrasadanam bhavati. From here, moving into Ashwasana, while standing, place all the feet on the mat. Stand on your feet and move like a horse, visualizing yourself as a horse. मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पाचक्षते संस्थाप्य अवरत् शरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति. Now stand up straight and with your feet together, interlace your hands behind the back and pull them down towards your calves, opening up your chest in Kapotanitakasana. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving. Hands in Parashumudra. पादतले भूमौ निधाय प्रशोभागनहस्तौ जङ्घपर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनितकं भवति. Moving into the Tala Pushpaputa Karana now. Now stand tall with your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Gently bend the knees, keeping the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palm. Take one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the respective heel. Visualize you're holding, offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva, and repeat this on the other side. Yes, here. Now standing up straight, moving into Khadgasana. Keep your elbows together and your palms out in front of your body, slightly leaning forward. Like the horn of a rhinoceros, visualizing yourself as a rhinoceros, gaze towards your nose. Nubjasharatam shanam kritva padatalabhyo bhumavashtabhyo tishtet kadgasanam bhavati. Moving into Uttanottanam. Now, from a straight position, sit and stand alternatively, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, gaze towards your nose. पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति. Yes, now let's enter into Masalasana, standing up straight, raise your arms over the head, jumping up repeatedly, visualizing yourself as a mace, jump high into the air. Saralam sthitva urdhvam bahu nayet, varam varam uddanam kritva nayet, Musalasanam bhavati. Yes, now moving into Uchshirshaka. From a standing position, pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. With the other leg, sit down and stand up and alternate between both sides, gazing towards your nose in Uchirshaka. Hastadvayena dhritva tishthet Uchirshakam bhavati. Now from here, moving into the Parshvajanu Karana. Stand keeping one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing towards the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards the chest. Pointing your toes downwards. Keep the arms holding the hand with the point pointing outwards together in a fist. Let the opposite hang downwards of the thigh. Wrist twisted, fingers pointing towards the center of the body in Parshvajanu Karana. Now from here, let's move into Tandavasana. Keep one leg straight and lower the body onto the mat, standing up straight. Lifting your raised leg onto the opposite thigh like a pistol squat in Tandavasana. Here, visualize yourself ferociously, fiercely dancing as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Ekena padena sthathavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. Yes, bring that foot, the raised foot, onto your opposite thigh, onto the inside of the opposite thigh in Brahmanasana. Visualizing yourself being blessed by Brahma, by Lord Brahma. ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्य यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमरौ दत्त्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डवत्कृतौ. Now here, wrap your leg into Garudasana 3. Stand tall, wrapping one leg over the other. Tuck the toes at the side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right, bringing your palms together. Visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda. उत्तानकूर्मपीठै च पीठं च सैंहं गरुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्. Now moving into Ekapadasana. Place one foot on the opposite thigh, standing straight, hands by your knees. Visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Ekapadasana. Dakshangrim Vamapadasya Jangho Parinidhaya cha. Now raise that foot into your palm and rotate clockwise with holding the toe and visualize yourself as the North Pole Star, Dhruvasana, hand in Pranamudra. एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा इतरपादतलं भूमौ निधाय त्वरया भ्रमणं कर्तव्यं ध्रुवासनं भवति. Now let us move on to Trivikramasana. Here visualize yourself as Bhagavan Vishnu, who took with just 3 steps covered up the earth with 1 step, the whole Bhuloka with 1 step, the whole skies, the Swargaloka with 1 step, and the 3rd step on the head of the Mahabali. Trivikramasana. Standing on your right leg, lift one foot behind your neck, standing tall, alternate between sitting and standing. Ekena padena sthathavyam uthathavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. Grivayam padam samsthapya sthathavyam uthathavyam Trivikramasana bhavati. Now from here, let's repeat Parshvajanu Karana on the other side. Stretch that leg out into Tandavasana, sitting and standing. Ekena padena sthathavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side, bringing that foot towards your thigh. ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्य यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमरौ दत्त्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डकृतिर्भुवि. And repeating Garudasana on the other side, wrap that body up, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda. उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सैंहं गरुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्. Now bring that foot on top of the thigh in Ekapadasana. Dakshangrim Vamapadasya Jangho Parinidhaya cha. Moving into Dhruvasana now. Visualize yourself as the pole star. Raise that foot and turn around in the opposite direction. Ekena hastena dandarupasya ekasya padasyagram dhritva itarapadatam bhumau nidhaya tvaraya bhramanam kartavyam Dhruvasanam bhavati. And raise that foot behind your neck, sitting and standing in Trivikramasana. ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति. Now from here moving into the Samanakha Karana. Stand straight with your hands by your side. Relax here for a few seconds. Now come down into the Ghorakanjali Asana. Bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath the mouth, underneath the knees, and make a finger lock. Sit in a squatting position and let the finger lock touch your navel in the Parashumudra. Visualize the great Rishi, the great sage Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Gnatha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. प्रथम ही उभो होय बहुरी रीचो पुनि होवे दो कर दो जंघग मथिनाड़ विदा पुन पहुंचे. From here, move into Kanchyasana. Insert your hands between the thighs and the calves. Then wrap around behind the butt. Squat down, holding your hands behind. Keep your chest upright. Kanchyasana. ऊर्मध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमवष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत्. Kanchyasana bhavati. Now from here, moving into Bhairavasana. Keeping your feet together, your knees together. You can now place your hands behind your back in the Parashumudra. Gaze at your navel center. Here, visualizing Bhagavan Kalabhairava, the Lord of Time. दो पगा की तल्या की माही कौर मिलाई फनपरी उकड़ मड़ वैसे दान्यो इडी योगन रैशे. Now from here, moving into Varahasana. Squatting all the way to the ground, keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows close up to your head. The palms joined over the back, facing downwards. Gaze towards your nose. Visualizing yourself as a boar, one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu in the Varahasana. अगथली की माहिली कोरे मिला फानी पर उकड़ बैसे एढ़ी मूल द्वारिणी चेरा से जंघ छिद्र अंगुल चरियारे. Now from here, moving into Pripithasana. Heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let your hands hang down, fingertips touching the mat in front of you. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Atha Uttananasani अथ उत्थानासानिनि पार्ष्णिद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानप्रदेशे आनीय तिष्ठेत्. प्रपितासनं भवति. The next is after Prapitasana, moving into Bakasana. Place your hands on the mat with the fingers wide. Place your knees on the backs of the arms, eyes forward and down, visualizing yourself as a crow in Bakasana. हस्ताभ्याम् अवनमष्टभ्यस्तौ जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य जङ्घोरिणी संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत्. बकासनं भवति. Now place your head onto the ground, raising your feet up into the Padmasana position. In Shashtanga Kabaliyasana, gaze at your nose. Asana Kauguna Kapala Acha Hoi. Now entering into Guptasana. Keep your toes flat, touching the opposite feet. Sit down between your feet. Let your heels come outside your hips. Hands on the knees straight. Gaze towards your nose in Guptasana. Visualize that you're sitting on the secret seat with Paramashivam, the Guru. जानूर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्. पादौ परि च संस्थाप्य गूढं गुप्तासनं विदुः. Now from here, moving into Vrikshasana 2. Now visualizing yourself as a tree with deep roots into the ground. Raise your hands, lifting your body up straight onto your hands like a handstand position. This asana purifies all the 7 chakras of the body. Saptachakrakshalanaya Vrikshasana Vibhedakanjana Indriyadardhyaya Konavedan Samabhyaset. Now from here, moving into Shibhuasana. Just remaining in the same position, switch your gaze towards your third eye. Dau pagajodi mahi gulbhamula ubhe hoya dau hat joi samput kare. From here, moving into Matsyasana 2, visualizing yourself as a fish. Jump your legs back onto your hands and feet, palms by your chest. Body present on the mat. Do a push-up, pushing your body up, down and again. Nyubjam shayanam kurparo पूर्वभागाय मूर्ध्वकृत्या हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमवष्टभ्यवारं वारमुद्दानं कुर्यात् मत्स्यासनं भवति. Now from here, lying prone on your belly, keep your hands by your hips, extend your legs jointly and point your toes. Lift your chest to the left and right like a snake alternatively. Visualize and move your body as a snake. Sarpasana 2. Nyubjam shayanam kritva hastau nidambam samsthapya padau grihitva sammilyam urasagrantavyam sarpasanam bhavati. Now from here, moving into Niralambanasana, lying down, hands in the Padma Mudra holding the chin, legs straight, your toes pointed together, feeling completely self-supported and independent. कूर्पराभ्यां पंकजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधी मुखमुन्नमयमुच्चै निरालम्बनमासानां निरालम्बनयोगिस्यान् निरालम्बनमासनं निरालम्बनता ध्यानं निरालम्बनमासनम्. Now from here, stretching your hands up, lay on your stomach, stretch your arms, bend your knees, bringing forward to your upper back, bring your feet towards your head in the Chatrasana, visualizing yourself as umbrella being protecting your guru from the sun's rays. Adhyasanavasthitva hastatalabhyam bhumavashtabhyamunyet Chatrasanam bhavati. Now moving into Vajrasana, sit with your knees on the top of the feet, floor on the mat, bring your butt onto your heels, stretch your arms in front of you, play palms facing down, place your forehead on the mat, visualize you are a Vajra, the weapon of Indra symbolizing invincibility. Idanim garbhininam yogabhyaso yatha laghu. Now from here, moving into Meshasana. From Gajasana, bringing your hips up into the sky, alternate between striking the ground with your hands, experiencing yourself as powerful as a ram in Meshasana. Gajasana samstau ekaikam bahum bhumau tadayet Meshasanam bhavati. Now placing your palms flat onto the ground, lift your feet up over your head, bringing your chest slowly towards the ground in Ajasana. Gajasana samstau padudvayam mantarale kritya mastakena bhumim asprishet Ajasanam bhavati. Now rest on your knees with your heels together. Interlace your fingers into Dhanantara Asana, gazing towards your nose. पूरवरी परिहाता की काकसी स्यवफनाशरा मोड़ी पगा की अगली मेढ़ लगावे. Now moving into Angamottanam, Keeping your knees together, interlace your fingers in front of you, then behind you. In a dynamic posture, stretch your arms forward to the sides, backwards, giving massage to the various joints and muscles in your body. Angamuttanam. हस्तयोर अंगुलीर बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर मध्यात् सर्वांगं वृक्षकासयित्वा तिष्ठेत् अंगमोत्तानं भवति. Now from here, moving into Garudasana 4. Sit on your heels in Vajrasana with your feet turned out towards the side. Thighs and knees rest on the ground, spine straight. Place your hands onto your knees, visualizing yourself as Garuda with Lord Vishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back. Garudasana 4. जंघोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विर्गजानुना जानु परिकरद्वन्द्व गरुडासनमुच्यते. Moving into Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with your legs folded back, your knees wide apart. Sit onto the ground, gazing towards your third eye with your hands clasped to your ankles. Visualize yourself residing in the beautiful space of a temple. अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवेत्ते रक्ष साधकः. Now moving into Mandukasana 2. Bring your hands underneath your knees in the front of your body. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, visualizing yourself as a frog. पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्पाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवल्याकृतिः हस्तौ पादौ उक्तके क्षिप्तौ मण्डुकं पाददोष स्पृशेत्. Now moving into Narasimhasana. Keeping your toes on the mat, your head, heels up and together. Place your perineum onto your heels. Place your palms on the ground, spreading your fingers wide apart, thumbs touching, with the base of the hand touching the toes. Gaze towards your nose, sticking out your tongue and exhaling. Visualize yourself as Lord Narasimha, half the body of a man and the head of a lion, one of the 10 avatars of Bhagavan Vishnu. दो प्रणापानी होय वैसे एड्र में ढके गुड़ा निवैसे सुमेरे शरीर नीका टहरावे नासा अग्र दृष्टि को ल्यावे. Next, moving into Bhishrakasana. Sit on your toes, placing the perineum on your heels. Separate your knees sideways, placing it on the ground. Make a hollow with your palms and place it on your mouth. Keep your thumbs under the teeth, close the lips, gaze towards your nose. Inhale through your left nostril and exhale through the mouth to your capacity. Gaze towards your nose, visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears that you may have. दो पगां की एडी जोई गोड़ा फनोवान हो पौन फुनी होई गोड़ा झंग अधर करी राखे आड़े वाई सी विधि धाके. Now from here, moving into Makadasana. Your soles together, the top of your feet on the ground. Sit on your heels, bend the elbows, bringing your fingers towards your armpits. Imitate as a monkey scratching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualizing yourself as a playful monkey. दो पग थली संपुट आने थाके पृष्ठभूमि पर इठाने मूलद्वारी एडियां परिल्यावे मोदा हस्त ओट हरावे. Now from here, moving into Vajra Sangharasana. Stand on your toes with the soles of your feet together. Sit on your heels, your knees wide and off the floor. Hold your elbows behind the back, gazing towards your nose. Embody a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. प्रथम फणा पानी होय बैसे डो एडी गुदा निवैसे गोदा उभा राखे तीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर. Now moving into Khanjanasana. Keep your toes down, ankles crossed behind and sit on your heels. Place your palms on the mat towards the side. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a perfect health beyond any physical and mental ailments. खञ्जनासनमा वक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्. Now into Kurmasana, remaining in the same position. Bring your palms onto your knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as a turtle with a stable body. living for hundreds of years. Gulpo Jivishanasya Vitkramena Samahito Rijakaisam Shiro Grivam Kurma Sanamitiram Ta. Remaining in the same position. Change that visualizing to visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Yogasana. Gudam niyamya gulphabhyam vikramena samasitaha yogasanam bhavedetat yoga vido viduhu. Moving into Vijogasana. Now, stand upon your knees, cross your ankles behind your feet near the opposite knee. Hold the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze towards your third eye. Goda vamocha ubhau hoi goda adhera ke doi dachpad ki phanirahave phanavam goda dighilyave. Next, moving into Ushtrasana 2. In a kneeling position, bend backwards. Hold your ankles with your hands, keeping the arms straight. Push your hip forward and tilt your head back. Ushtrasana 2. Merudantagranthidadhya sampidya shubhapuman kapotastrini bhyasam kurvyanmasti sahitaho. Next, moving into Jatyasana now. With your heels together and hands on your soles of the feet, slowly lean backward, bringing your elbows towards the mat. Place the back of the head on the mat, gazing towards the nose. Experience yourself as a lotus blooming. दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारित धरे फना पानी कड़ होय वैसे बहुरी पिष्टि जैसे कर जैसे. Now from here, moving into Viratasana. Sit on your knees with your thighs and calves together. Lean back, touching your back to the ground, rising up. Use the support of your hands if needed. Do this again and again. Gazing towards your nose, visualizing the healing liberation of all the causal and subtle forms of your body. जङ्घस्पृशी भूमौ निधाय जङ्घोदारयोः उरुणि संस्थाप्य पृष्ठे वन्दनं वारं वारं स्पृशेत् विराटासनं भवति. Now moving into the 241st asana, the Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise the hips higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat. Hold the backs of your heels, bringing your head between the feet, visualizing yourself as a beautiful flying dove. मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य सम्व्यापी पीड्य सुप्पमान् कपोटाष्ट्रानभ्यास कौर्यान्वितः नाशनः. Now from here, moving into Varasana. Standing upright on your knees with your toes tucked, hold your arms with the opposite hands, gazing towards your nose, visualizing yourself in the boon-fulfilling posture, receiving a boon from Paramashiva. Januni bhumau samsthapya hastabhyam bhumim parasparam dhritva saralam tishthet varasanam bhavati. Now moving into Varaha Asana 2. Sit onto your heels, put your head towards the ground and place your hands next to your ears. Under your head, visualize yourself as Varaha in your inner space. Varaha Asana 2. Suryam Chandram Bhedananyanaasani Kathyante Kurpara Bhumo Stapayitva Janubhyamani Vaksubha. Next is Mundasana. Now kneel down, placing the crown of your head on the mat, in between your interlaced fingers, elbows on the mat, shoulders width apart. Lift your heads up and your hips high, raising your body upside down, gazing towards your nose, visualizing yourself as a locked tree in Mundasana. Adho Mundasanam Vakshe Sarvesham Praninam Sukham. Moving into Andhasana here now. Kneel down with your head between your knees, elbows adjacent towards your knees, hands hold your head, exhale through your mouth, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, gazing towards your nose in Andhasana. Prathama Pagatali Samataharave Kormahili Ubhe Milave. Now from here, let's move into Viparita Shalabhasana. Now in this asana, Lie on your belly with your arms extended straight out. Lift your thighs, arms, and chest off the ground. Viparita Shalabhasana, visualizing yourself as a locust in this posture. शलभासनभेजश्च नर्तभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्डसहिते शीर्षपण्डासनं तथा. Now moving into Kapalasana. Visualizing yourself as a skull. Lie on your body with your arms by your side, palms down, keeping your forehead on the ground. Bring your chest and keeping your chest on the mat, lift your legs up together. Kapalasana. Kapalam bhuvo nidhaya urdhvam pado nayet kapalasanam bhavati. Now from here, bring those feet over the top of your head and place it in the mat front of you, interlacing your fingers behind you in Akashakapotasana, visualizing yourself as free and open as a dove. Akashakapotasana. Ushtrasane sthitva charanau bhumau utthapya mantako pare nitva prishtapradeshe. From here, move into Chatakasana. Now, sitting on your heels, place your both elbows on your forearms onto the ground, sitting stably, visualizing yourself as a sparrow. Chatakasana. Kurparantau hastau dharamavashtabhya januni. Now, kick your feet off the mat into Vrishtikasana 2 and place it upon your head while resting on your forearms, visualizing yourself as a scorpion. Vristiva puccha pratimang hripashni dhritva swashtinchvakam vidhayakau. Now moving into Vrishasana. Place the perineum down on the right heel. Keep your left foot in the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat resembling a bull. Visualize that you are a bull in Vrishasana. Yamigulphe padamule vamabhage padetaram viparitam srished bhumim Vrishasanamidam bhavet. Moving into Lolasana. From the kneeling position, place your hands flat on the mat in front of you. Lift your knees off the ground and cross the toes of the left feet over top the right, balancing above the mat in Lolasana. Lolasanam sada kuryat vayulola paghatanat sthirya vayu prasadena sracheta bhavedrutam. Now moving into Vrishasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a bull. Yamya gulphe padamule vamabhage padetaram. Now moving into Balagunasana, visualizing Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Place the left toes on the ground, sitting on the heel of the left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised up towards the chest. Palms on the respective knees, maintain an upright position. Balagunasana. Asana Kauguna Jalabikara Jayi. Now moving into Grahasana, squatting with your feet flat onto the mat. Bring your elbows under the thighs. Wrap your hands around the shins, holding onto the ankles from the outside. Visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Grahasana. Padatale bhumau samsthapya janu madhye kurparo sthapya stabhyam. Now repeating Balagunasana on the other side. Hold that visualization. Asana Kauguna Jalabikara Jayi. Now moving on to Utkatasana. Squat on the toes with the heels up, knees off the mat. Place the perineum on the hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Utkatasana. Yujasthiyata urdhvajanu yatrasane padataladvayopari. Now moving into Vajrasanghārāsana 2. Sit on your toes with your perineum on the heels, soles together. Keep your knees wide and off the ground. Hold the opposite elbows behind your back in Vajrasanghārāsana. प्रथम फणा पानी होए जैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे. Moving into Anilasana, squat with your feet hip width apart. Hands under the soles of the feet from inside, palms down. Arms straight, elbows towards the navel, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself able to live upon air alone in Anilasana. दौ हाथ भूम परिठाने कहनी जाड़ी नाभिलग आने. Now moving into Padukasana. Place the back of your hands on the mat with the fingers facing the body. Step your feet on top of your hands. Hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe and walk around, visualizing you're wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of India. Padukasana. Hastatalayo padatale kritva tishthet gachet padukasanam bhavati. Now placing your palms on the mat, raise both the feet upwards into the air and let them fall back down. Do again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा भूमौ उत्पतेत् इत्थं पुनः पुनः कुर्यात् कुक्कुटोदनं भवति. Now moving into Viparita Nrityasana, placing your hands on the mat, raise your leg upwards into a handstand, move around in your two hands dancing, feeling yourself become free of all inhibitions. हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमवष्ट्यभ्योर्ध्वपादे ग्रेड्यं हस्ततलाभ्यां नर्तनं कृतव्या विपरीतनृत्यं भवति. Now separate your feet, placing one palm on the ground on the mat with the arms straight. Bring your opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Atavakshe Mahadeva Kunjarasanam Uttamam. Now standing straight, bring the other hand towards your ear. Atavakshe Mahadeva Kunjarasanam Uttamam. Now moving into Kadambasana. Sit on the ground with your feet flat, your heels close towards your body. Hold your respective ankles, lifting the feet off the ground in Kadambasana. Visualizing yourself as a Kadamba tree that promotes long life. Kadambasana. Parshnibhyam bhumimashtabhyastadvayena gulbhau dhritva tishthet kadambam bhavati. Next is the Pavanamuktasana. Sit with your heels at the perineum. Hold your knees with your hands and press them towards the chest. Visualize any excess vata, air releasing and balancing within your system. Pavanamuktasana. Pavanamuktasana dvayostau padayoh panim latva swastavitam vike. Now moving into Chakorasana. Sit, bringing one foot behind your neck. Place both your hands flat on the mat. Extend the opposite leg up with the knee straight. Lift your body up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy, gazing towards your third eye. Purvata anam chatushpadam pitham vajrasanam tatha. Now, sitting on the ground, hold the left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Pull the foot towards the left ear. Extend the right leg out in Dhanurasana 2, visualizing yourself as a bow. Padangushthautabhanibhyam grihitva shavanavadhi. Now moving into Ashtavakrasana, lift the left leg over top the left shoulder, bring the right foot across, hook the top of the left foot, lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the left. Lift your head up and find balance, visualizing yourself as a flying crane. Vasishtamata-kaundinyam modhakukkutam-eva cha-ashtavakramatothanam mayuram setu-bandhanam. Now moving into Pranasana. Press the right foot on the left thigh, bring the left foot flat onto the ground. Have the left shoulder underneath, raise left leg and place the hands flat onto the ground, gazing towards your third eye, visualizing yourself immortal in Pranasana. Etat prabhedam vakshyami karoti asa chamaraha. Moving into Pashvamatsendrasana. Visualize the great sage and yogi Matsendranatha in your inner space. Place the right foot at the root of the left thigh, then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right arm and twist the body, remaining steady. Vamor Moolarpita Dakshapado Janur Bahirveshita Dakshadoshna. Now let's repeat Chakorasana on the other side, gazing towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Chakorasana. Purvatanam Chatushpadam Pitham Vajrasanam Tatha. Now repeating Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Pull that bow back. Padangushthautabhanibhyam grihitva shavanavadhi. Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on this side. Balance there, visualizing yourself as a flying crane. Ashtavakrasana. Vasishtamata-kaundinyam urdhakukkutam-eva cha. And entering into Pranasana, gaze towards your third eye. On the other side. Etat prabhedam vakshyami karoti asa chamaraha. And repeat Parshvamatsendrasana on the other side, gazing towards your third eye. Twist that. Vamorumoolarpita dakshapado janvarbahirveshita dakshadoshna. Now from here entering into Ardha Paschimottanasana, keeping one leg straight, press the perineum with the other heel, chest forward and down. Holding your toes with the feet, bring your head towards the knee, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Ardha Paschimottanasana. Ekam padam prasarya, ekam padasya pashnina. Now repeat, do crown chasana now. Place pressing your left ankle outside of the hip, hold the sole of the right foot, lift the leg towards the forehead, keeping the knee straight, gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as a crane. Crown chasana. Vasishmata kaundinyam modhakukkatameva cha. Now repeating Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Ekam padam prasarya, ekam padasya pashnina. Repeat crown chasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a crane. Vasishmata kaundinyam modhakukkatameva cha. Left that leg up. Now moving into Swastikasana. Sit with the soles between the thighs and the calves, spine straight, palms resting on your knees, embodying good, peaceful will, well-being and fortune. Janurva orantare samyak kritva padatale ubhe. Now Gorakshasana, visualizing the great sage Gorakhnatha, keeping the feet in the same position, cover the heels with the respective hands and engage the Jalandhara Bandha, gazing at the tip of your nose. Janurva orantare pada uttano vyakta samsthito. Now bring your hands up in the Shanmukhi Mudra into Bhagasana. Bring the left heel to the perineum, right foot on the left thigh, closing your in the Ardha Paschimottanasana position. Close your eyes with the index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at the third eye, meditate upon the Arihanta. Vamapash Naugulau Samsthapya Dakshanghrivama Janghane. Now from here entering into Yogasana 2, gazing towards your nose. Sitting in the Padmasana position, keep your hands on the ground, palms facing upwards. Uttana Ucharano Kritva Sansthaupya Parijanunoh. Now in the Padmasana position, lift your body off the ground with your hands by your side. In the Urdhva Kukkutasana, visualizing yourself as a rooster. Vasishmata Kaundinyam Urdhva Kukkutameva cha. Now moving into Siddhaharatiliasana from Padmasana, insert both your hands through the knees. Place it on the mat without lifting up your body. Stay seated on the mat, gaze towards your nose. Prathamam Padma Asana Kokare Hastado Goda Sandhidhere. Now Hamsasana, placing your palms in between the gap between your thighs and your calves. Raise your body off the ground, bringing your knees above your wrist, elbows in, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan, gazing towards your nose in Hamsasana. Kukkutasana Sastitva Skandha Paryantam. Moving into Karmukasana, place your hands between the thighs and the calves, reach the hands behind the body, bring your forehead towards the floor in Parshamudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Shiva's bow. Karmukasana. Prathama Padma Asana Kokare Goda Sandimahi Karidhere. Now with your hands in between your thighs and calf muscles, bring your hands up towards your shoulders in Kurmasana 2. Visualize you're a turtle in Kurmasana 2. Bamihi Jangha Paridakshina Pave Dahini Jangha Paribamilyave. Now in the same position, bend your chin towards the palms, rejoice knowing you're in Shiva's secret posture and Granthi Bedasana, gazing towards your nose. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Athavakshye Neelakantha Granthi Bedasanam Shubham. Now from here moving into Uttana Kurmasana, like a turtle, gaze towards your nose, insert both your hands between the thighs and calves, lay on the back, bending the elbows, holding the respective shoulders. Kukkutasana Bandhastam Karabhyam Dhrita Kandharam. Now raise yourself up again and enter into Pangu Kukkutasana, visualizing yourself as a rooster, placing one hand flat on the mat, hold its wrist with the other hand and lift the body up. Kukkutasana Vasthitva Ekena Hastena Anyasya. Repeating Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Kukkutasana Vasthitva Ekena Hastena Anyasya Manibandham Dhritva. Moving into Gridhrasana now. From Padmasana, Place your elbows on the toes, interlacing the fingers in Parishamudra. Rest your chin on your knuckles. Press the thumbs onto your throat, visualizing yourself going beyond greed and covetousness. Gridhrasana. Janurva orantare pada vuttao no vyakta samsthitao. Now entering into Padmasana 3 in the Padmasana position, bringing both your palms facing upwards on top of each other, resting in front of your navel, gazing towards your nose. Padmasana 3, engage all the three bandhas. Uttanau charanau vidhaya vidhivatsakstitau statyo yogirat. Now from here into Padmasana 4, bringing your palms towards your knees, visualize Paramashivan in a space, gazing towards your nose. Padmasana 4. Etat Padmasanam kuryat pranavayu prasiddhaye. Moving into Karmukasana 2, visualizing yourself as Paramashiva's bow, hook in the right hand, thumb and index and middle finger around the right toes in Pranamudra. Lift the elbows of pulling the bow back and move the toe around. Place the left hand on the opposite knee, keeping straight. Repeat on the opposite side. Karmukasana 2. Athanya asanama vakshe yoga puraka rakshanat. Now moving into Karmukasana 3. In the Padmasana position, cross your arms behind your back, holding on to the opposite toes, visualizing yourself as Paramashiva's bow, gaze towards your nose. Karmukasana 3. Engage all the three bandhas here. Karmukasana Satya Kudare Pura Yet Sukham. Now from here, relax the Udyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying everything in front of you. Gaze towards your third eye. Maintain Karmukasana. Gridhasana. Urubhyam uparisapya padayukmam prayatnatah. Now lean back onto your back, keeping your hands clasping the opposite toes. Visualizing yourself as a snake, gaze towards your nose in Nagrasana. Lean flat onto the ground. Prathama Padma Asana Kothane, Do Hatha Pachane Amne. Now rolling yourself into a ball, into Khandukasana. Relax there from the Matsyasana, from the previous position. Pulling your knees towards your chest, tucking your head towards your knees. In Khandukasana, visualizing yourself as a ball. Vetrasane sthitva hastapada nishkuryam urdhvam nayet. Now rest your feet onto the ground, your knees facing towards the sky. Crossing your hands behind your neck, lay down in Urdhva Pavanasana, gazing towards your nose. Prathama Sudho Sen Karave, Goda Ubharash Milave. Now moving into Maragata Pithasana, visualizing yourself as a powerful alpha ape. Lie on your back, bend your knees, keeping your feet flat under the mat. Place the upturned palms under the heel, lift your hips up into Jalandhara Bandha, Maragata Pithasana. Uttana Shayanam Padatale, Uttana Hastayoho Sthapayet. Now stretch the legs out, supporting your hips with your hands in Uttana Shikipitakasana. Gaze towards your nose. Janghor Balahinaste Uttana Shikipitakam. We are near the end of this sequence. We have just 3 more asanas left. Raising yourself, 4 more asanas left. Raising yourself up into Narakasana. Visualizing yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed. Raise yourself up there, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Narakasana. Griva Kanthena Bhumim Vishtambhapada Dvayam. Now lean your leg back into Tiryanavkasana, visualizing yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara. Tiryanavkasana. Naukavat Sthitva Urdhvam Padagradvayam. Now leave your palms flat onto the ground into Dhvajasana. Visualize you're the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha there. Dhvajasana. Tiryana Ukavad Griva Prishtakur Paraihi. Now, as we enter into the final asana of the sequence, lay flat onto your mat with your palms by your side. Visualize your body is completely dead, unclutched from even the subtlest movements within your body. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Mritasana. Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shramaharam Chitta Vishranti Karakam. Take a few minutes to remain in that posture. Now, slowly raise up and get into the seated position. Slowly wiggle your legs, wiggle your hands. Sit up cross-legged. And to all those who are with us throughout the 308 asanas, who actually did the 308 asanas, congratulations. You have successfully completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama sequence. Now let's take a short break before we all freshen up and come back to start the powerful sessions, starting with an intense power manifestation session. With that, let us offer our intense gratitude to Swamiji. Thank him for revealing. Thanks, Swamiji, for revealing this ancient science to all of us so that we can experience it today. And in complete completion with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu Om Nityanandam Nityanandam.
Nityanandam, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Welcome back to the day 8 of the Paramashivoham program. I hope all of you are enjoying the program and learning many things from Swamiji's powerful teachings and experiencing Paramashivoham with Swamiji's powerful darshans. Yes, I request all of you to be on camera and participating in this program to receive the maximum benefit out of this program. And today we are going to learn about one of the most powerful teaching of Swamiji, prime teaching of Swamiji is unclutching. One of the Mahavakya that Swamiji has blessed the humanity. What is this about? How to do it? Various powerful sacred teachings of Swamiji about unclutching we are going to learn today. So what is unclutching? Let's start. Before that, we are going to do the third eye power manifestation. So all of you, please go ahead and share your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Fill your inner space with Swamiji's form and bring your awareness on your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming now, let it come, let it go. Bring your attention back to your third eye, complete awareness on your third eye. Again and again. Forget the rest of the body. With this space, now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. I'm going to project the picture now. Scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye.
Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Yes. Now, please go ahead and post whatever your third eye reveal in the chat. Yes. Now, projecting the picture. Is what I projected. So, Vishnathan, water, wonderful. Manifested, wonderful. Temples, water houses, both of you manifested, wonderful. So, clap yourself and celebrate. The more you celebrate, the more you manifest. Yes. Now, let's start our Jnana sessions. Yes. Today's topic is unclutching. This word actually from Swamiji. And this is a powerful teaching from Swamiji. And I have very beautiful memories when he first started teaching unclutching. I can say way back in 2005, I can say. Swamiji started teaching this. See, that's my memory. Swamiji must have taught this before, but I was not there. I'm not sure. But what I witnessed, I'm sharing. This is such a powerful technique of teachings. There are many details to it. So, in USA, in California, one of the church, Agape Church, Swamiji was teaching this. He spoke about this almost in about 1.5 hours or so. And there were 800 people he was called for that satsang there. So it's a pretty new topic. So he spoke about 1.5 hours. And there were about 800 church people, means all the other religion people, Christian people. And there are some Indians were there. But the response that they were mind-boggled by what Swamiji spoke. They stood up and gave a standing ovation for about like 10 to 15 minutes. They could not contain their happiness, that breakthroughs that they got with this teaching. They stood, all of them, all 800 stood and continuously clapping for the breakthroughs that they got. What that day Swamiji spoke was about unclutching. It is such a powerful teaching. Swamiji says, directly leads us to Nirvikalpa Samadhi. So today we are going to learn about that. Unclutching is the ultimate spiritual truth. And this process, unclutching, can directly upgrade you, your very consciousness. So let's understand what is unclutching. Unclutching is a space of complete restful awareness where you are not clutching onto any thought or emotion. It's a complete restful awareness without the burden, baggage of thought or emotion. Being unclutched, when you are not transferring the stress and load created by one thought. If you notice, all our thoughts consist of some emotion, some baggage, some load of certain emotion. So when you are not, generally we transfer that, we'll understand more details of this. Generally, we transfer that load of that emotion to the thought. And we transfer to one thought to that emotion, the load of emotion, we transfer to every thought. So when you are not transferring the stress and load created by one thought to the other thought and carrying that load constantly, you are in the space of unclutching. Unclutching is easy. If you have the power to bring a new thought, you have the power to drop the old thought. If a thought can be made to leave your system once, it can be done again and again. If you can replace a thought 10 times, 11th time, it will not come. Frequency will come down. Let me give an example. Supposing you are preparing for an exam. A student or an employee for the promotion is preparing for an exam. Very crucial. But sometimes, you are overtaken by the anxiety, whether that you will clear that exam or not, you'll be able to write the exam or not, sometimes it is just overtaken. And with that load of anxiety is just pass it on to next thought. It is like way too much anxiety sitting in the system where you are not even able to study. Or study, whatever you study also, you are not even remembering. So what do you do? You're able to relate with what I'm saying, right? So when certain anxiety takes over you, whether you don't think you have an option not to clear that exam, you have to clear that exam, but so much of the load of emotion, the anxiety taken over you, where whatever you're studying, you're forgetting. You're not able to perform. You're not able to use your abilities efficiently because you're overpowered by the anxiety. You're able to understand what I'm saying? Yes. Then it's a time to unclutch. So how do we do that? You replace the thought. What Swamiji is telling, if you replace a thought 10 times, oh God, I'm going to clear this exam or not. Whatever I'm studying, I'm not able to remember whether this question will come or not. Some random thoughts continuously coming, and like you don't have any control, and so much of emotion is going on. Simply, how do we unclutch? By entertaining that anxiety, you will not get any help. Simply, I will clear this. Simply, you replace the thought with what you want. I cleared this exam. I am sure I cleared this exam. Simply, you don't even believe that. Some corner of the mind is laughing at you. You're so damn scared of this exam, and now you're saying this. Replace that thought continuously. Say it again and again what you want. You see that what you're giving energy, what you are repeating will relax you. No logic, no need to believe, no logic, nothing. Simply say it. I can clear this exam. I am clearing this. I am 100% sure I clear this exam. You don't have to believe whether that is true or not. Simply say it. If you can replace a thought 10 times, 11th time, it will not come. The thought of anxiety will not come because you are empowering the other thought. Let's understand more detail. This is one example. Let's do a small exercise. Take 2 minutes. Understanding the process of thinking. Pen down all the thoughts that are coming up in your inner space without editing. Do it as an experiment. If you think no thoughts are coming, write down that also. Transcribe your mind. Just take a pen and paper. Christina, Vishwanathan, all of you, please take a pen and paper. Just sincerely do it. Kalibang, all of you, please come in front of camera and do this simple exercise for a couple of minutes. Yoga Guru Prasadini, please come in front of camera and participate in the sessions. Purna Sukhananda. quickly pen down. Christina, you need to write. Right. Who is the Chinese translator, please? Chunyu, who is the Chinese translator? All right. So now take a minute and read what you wrote. You will realize you are nothing but a bunch of unconnected, independent, illogical, unclutched thoughts. So many random thoughts. You agree with this? All right. Now, you are not aware, but constantly you believe you are aware. We think our mind is in our control, our thoughts are in our control, our life is in our control, but we live unconsciously. We think we are aware, but we are not aware. Every single moment which passes in your life without your presence is suffering. You are leading the life, no doubt, but your presence is not there. Most of the time, you are not aware what's going on in your inner space. So your presence is not there. That is suffering. Scriptural reference from Sarvajnanottara Agama, knowledge section, 2nd chapter 2. The right, it said, Nirasya Visaya Sangha Manovrittim Vihayacha. Within the refined seeker who has set aside all sorts of associated thoughts related to worldly pleasures and objects, and who had transcended the fluctuations and modifications sustained by the mind, a significant state known as Unmani Bhava gets unfolded. When such a significant state, Unmani Bhava, dawns in him, there occurs a supreme and ineffable bliss to him. Unmani Bhava is a particular transcendental plane of consciousness above the Brahmarandra. So this is the state when you unclutch, you will achieve. Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana is from Patanjali Yoga Sutras, verse 8. Viparyayo mithya jnanam atadrupa pratistam. Interpreting based on the past conditioning leads to misconception or wrong understanding. Swamiji's own life pramana, I ran and stretched my hand to touch Sri Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Since his form was so big, my hand fell on his body. He also stretched his hand. The moment my hand touched his hand, exactly at that moment I saw clearly, he is me, I am him. It was just pure oneness. That unclutching had happened exactly at that moment. After that, I neither missed him nor I saw him separately. That is the exact moment the unclutching, pure Advaita happened experientially. About this experience, we are going to listen Swamiji explaining elaborately about his Guru and his connection with Guru, and such a beautiful experience. We are going to listen and get that initiation from Swamiji later today. Thoughts becoming thought shaft. You see, collecting only all the suffering related to incidents and creating a shaft is pain shaft. Here, the dark one, the black color, is a pain shaft. It's collecting all the pains. Similarly, collecting all the joyful incidents and creating a shaft is joy shaft. It is written as J. And some are mixed. And very rarely you create joy shaft. Your opinion about life as pain shaft or joy shaft will stay only as long as you are unconscious. Not when you're aware. Majority of the people just feel their life is such a pain. Their life is such a difficult life because they created a shaft of remembering all the pain and created a shaft because of unconscious life. When we unclutch, the first thing that will happen to us will be an inner healing effect, a deep silence and peace in us. Fortunately, you can have only one thought at a time. A simple thought to have a cup of coffee can replace a powerful fear of death. Only thing you need to do is decide, till it stops, I will replace. I was just sharing you an anxiety example, right? Exam fear, anxiety. First 10 times also, you are still getting anxiety. You do it until you decide, until it stops, I'm going to replace it. This is what I want. I want to clear this exam. Till it stops, I'm going to say this. Say it again and again and again until it stops. You will, the thought that you want will be empowered and the fear, anxiety will be gone. Let's watch this. A beautiful video on unclutching, a short clip I'm going to play.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and releases them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti and feels why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Now, we're going to move on to our next sessions. You have any questions? Please do let me know now. We'll be learning more about unclutching all day today. Yes. So, your next Acharya is here. So, how many of you hearing for the first time about unclutching?
Yes.
So, what is your understanding so far? All right. So, we'll move on to our next session. And your next Acharya here.
Nithyanandam everyone. Yes. Good to see you all again. How have all of you been? So let us first begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit up straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Yes. So I see some white smiles. Vishwanathan, Ma Christina, Ma Shunyu. Yes. Welcome back towards our spiritual growth. And today the topic is the Ashtavakra Gita and unclutching both. Ashtavakra Gita Swamiji delivered when he was physically available at Adi Kailash. Ashtavakra Gita is all about enlightenment, guaranteed enlightenment. So anyone can have it. So we will be learning simple techniques. There are very simple techniques in the Ashtavakra Gita that has been given to humanity by none other than our beloved Guru, Master, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So let's learn about Ashtavakra Gita and then we will learn more about unclutching in today's sessions. So Ashtavakra Gita. So the discourses were delivered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, on the 10th, 11th and 12th of November in the year 2005 in Bangalore. In Bangalore, India. And it was a 3-day series. So Ashtavakra Gita says enlightenment is possible for each and every being on planet Earth. Enlightenment is possible. So let us first look at the story of Ashtavakra, which is a very beautiful story. The story starts when Ashtavakra's mother was carrying him in her womb. Ashtavakra's father used to recite Vedic mantras, which are the chants from the Vedic scriptures. When the father was chanting, the son used to listen to all the mantras even while he was in his mother's womb. When he was still in his mother's womb, the child would listen to the father's recitation of all the mantras. And suddenly one day the son started questioning the father from inside the womb. See, Ashtavakra was basically an enlightened child. It was a conscious birth. That is how he can even talk when he was inside his mother's womb. So he started questioning his father from inside the womb. What you are chanting are pure words. It has no juice. It has no experience. You are just an intellectual pandit, means a learned person. Where is the truth? So he questioned his father about the truth. What the father was chanting were just intellectual words and there was no truth in it. So the father was deeply hurt because he was a very learned person and he did not expect his own son questioning him even while he was in the womb. So he was deeply hurt and he cursed his son. He said, "What? Even before taking birth, you dare to question me? Who knows what else you will do after taking birth?" So the father's curse resulted in Ashtavakra taking birth with 8 problems or deformities. Okay, in his body. So the father's curse resulted in Ashtavakra taking birth with 8 problems or 8 deformities in his body. At 8 spots, his body was crooked or curved. Now, Ashtavakra was conscious even before birth. Now, next, let us look at another beautiful story. Now, this Ashtavakra, when he later, after he was born and he grew up, he went to the palace of Janaka, a great king. The moment Ashtavakra entered Janaka's palace, everyone in the palace started laughing because Ashtavakra looked ugly with the 8 curves in his body. All the ministers and the people, including Janaka, started laughing. But Ashtavakra did not get hurt. If we allow ourselves to become hurt, we are defeated. At any point, if we are hurt, we are defeated. If we become angry, we are defeated. Ashtavakra was not hurt. He was not disturbed in any way. Even though the whole court was laughing, making fun of him, he was not disturbed in any way. He was just completely relaxed. Now he said to Janaka, "Oh Janaka." See, Janaka was also a great learned sage. He was a learned person, and he was a highly evolved being, King Janaka, who happens to be the father of Devi Sita. Sita is the spouse, she's the mother, she's the spouse of Lord Ramachandra Prabhu. So now Janaka, in Janaka's court, when this incident happened, Ashtavakra questions Janaka. "Oh Janaka, I thought you were a great rishi, a sage. I thought you were a great yogi. An accomplished spiritual person is known as yogi, but you are neither a yogi nor do you have any yogis around you. You only have cobblers in your court. You have only shoemakers in your court." So, Ashtavakra boldly says, "You have only shoemakers in your court." So, the boy was, in those days, nobody would dare talk to the king so boldly. People would have a lot of fear towards the king. But Ashtavakra did not care. He was bold enough to question the king himself. Now, you need to understand this statement. It is a beautiful statement. Straight away, a 12-year-old boy with physical challenges is talking in a very bold manner to the king of the country. A 12-year-old boy, Ashtavakra, has entered the court and the whole court was laughing. If we were in Ashtavakra's place, we would have immediately become angry or upset. But as Ashtavakra was a spontaneous person with great respect for himself. Unless we allow or give our silent permission, nobody can disrespect us or hurt us. Ashtavakra was such an integrated being, such a beautiful being. He did not allow others to hurt him or depress him. Straight away he spoke with spontaneity. "You have only shoemakers." So Janaka was shocked because nobody had spoken to him like this in his lifetime. And today, a 12-year-old boy had the courage to speak up in front of Janaka and in front of the whole court. So that left Janaka shocked. Now Ashtavakra further explains, "These people are seeing only my skin, not my being. Cobblers see only the skin and not the reality. When the cobbler sees an animal, he will think only about the skin, not the being. When a tailor sees you, he will see only your dress. He will measure your being only based on the dress you are wearing. When a jeweler sees you, he will first see only the jewelry you are wearing. He will judge you based on the jewelry that you are wearing. He weighs you. People look at things only from their angles. They have their own ideas, they have their own imagination." Now, Janaka, let me repeat, Janaka was a king and an intelligent being. So he immediately understood the meaning of the words spoken by Ashtavakra. So he immediately comes down from his throne and touches the feet of Ashtavakra. See, it only when you carry humbleness within you, you can even do this act. Just imagine a king coming and touching the feet of a 12-year-old boy. First, the king is shocked, he's shaken because the child had the courage to question him. And the next act, without being embarrassed, without letting that ego come in between, he comes down only because he's also a conscious being. He is also an enlightened being. So he immediately realizes his flaws and he comes down and touches his feet and asks for forgiveness and tells the boy, I understand what you say. Not only did he ask Ashtavakra to forgive him, but he also put forth one more statement. Master, O Lord, he called Ashtavakra as master. Janaka continued, O Lord, just from your very words, I understood that what you spoke was from your own direct experience. Now, Ashtavakra, please understand, was not hurt because he was so clear about his being and he was clearly expressing the reality. Janaka then said, just by your few words, I can understand that you are an enlightened being. Your words are from your very being. Please teach me. Please give me the wisdom that you have. Now, because Janaka asked for the truth, whatever Ashtavakra taught him became a great help to him. It helped King Janaka to transform his life, to awaken his being, and to achieve enlightenment. So, unless you ask for this help, it cannot be given. Please understand. Unless you open up to the Master and ask, you will not receive. Unless the cosmos is waiting to shower upon you. Understand, the cosmos is a big kalpataru and it is waiting to say tathastu to you. But you need to open up. First, you need to know what you need to have. What is it that you need in this life? Leave alone material desires. Leave alone other things. Look at the purpose of your life. Why are you here on planet Earth? You have been here several times, isn't it? Hundreds and billions and millions of times we have come back. Continue to keep coming back. Now that we have an incarnation in this lifetime, look in and see, what is it? Why is it I am here? Why is this birth even happened? What is the reason I am here for? So look in and question yourselves and try to find the answers from within and open up to the cosmos. Wherever you feel you're stuck, you're stagnating, you're not able to move forward, ask for his help. He is just waiting to shower. Okay? So, let us learn from King Janaka what, even though he was a conscious being, he comes down to the level of this boy. He recognizes the boy as an enlightened being, a great soul, and he comes down and asks for his help without any hesitation. Even though he's a king, he doesn't bring in the fame, his name or fame. So he tells Ashtavakra, by you being here, I assume you are requesting this help. So I am assuming you need the help, you need the wisdom, and you need the knowledge of Ashtavakra. So this applies to all of us, isn't it? We're all gathered here in this platform because somewhere our being is seeking that truth. That is how we have landed ourselves here. So let us ask for help and the knowledge of Ashtavakra. The next is Janaka's inquiry. How Janaka inquires into the truth. Let us look at it. Now, Janaka asks, how can knowledge be acquired and how can liberation be attained? And how is renunciation possible? Tell me this, O Lord. It is a beautiful question now. Janaka's very being is a seeker's being. He might have laughed at Ashtavakra by mistake, but his very being is a seeker. He is a seeker of the truth. Now we need to understand the word liberation. Liberation means not being disturbed, polluted, or touched by the inner and outer world goals. If we are not touched, polluted, or corrupted by the outer world or inner world goals, we are liberated. Okay? Allow this truth to sink in. Okay? Please provide your listening. Liberation means not being disturbed, polluted, or touched by the inner and outer world goals. If we are not touched, polluted, or corrupted by the outer world or inner world goals, then we are liberated. So, the moment we understand the purposelessness of the whole existence, we are liberated. So, anybody has any questions, you can go ahead and ask. Yes, if you have questions, please go ahead and ask questions if you have any doubts or questions. It is an interactive session, so it is highly recommended that if you have questions or doubts, you can please do not hesitate to ask questions. You are not interrupting the class in any way, so you can type your questions in the chat box, and we will be happy to reach out to you. You can also share your powerful cognition here. From whatever has been shared until now, you can share your powerful cognition. So, what do you think about Ashtavakra? What is the powerful cognition that you received about Ashtavakra? And yes, if you have any further doubts, you can always type here. And I also request all the others to keep your cameras turned on, because your listening goes up and your awareness levels is also higher when you are visible in the camera. So requesting one and all to keep your cameras turned on. Ma Kylie Wong, Susan Solida, we have Sri Nithyalingod. So kindly keep your cameras turned on and receive these powerful truths. Yes. So what is your understanding about Ashtavakra Gita? So what do you think? Enlightenment is easy or enlightenment is tough? What do you need to get enlightened? What is it that you just need? Okay, let us increase our listening. Okay, so enlightenment is very simple, very easy when you have an incarnation in your life as your master. First thing. Second thing is, whenever these truths are being shared, you need to provide your complete listening, because it is applicable to each and every one of us. All the truths that are being shared here is applicable to each one of us. So let us provide our complete listening and receive the truths. And the third thing is, please do ask questions. If you have doubts, reach out. You have the liberation, you have the liberty to type in the chat box, and we will be happy to reach out to you and help you with your doubts. So here Vishwanathan is sharing, just need liberation from everything. Okay, wonderful. So we will be learning more about unclutching also. So let us increase our awareness levels in these sessions, because all that we need is presented here in this session. So please increase your awareness levels to receive these higher truths. When you are open and receptive, your very being is grasping these truths, and you don't have to do much. It will, or everything will align for you when you just listen, provide your complete listening when you grasp these truths in an open way. So, Ma Christina is sharing Ashtavakra Brahman live total in the space of awareness. Okay, Ma. Yes. Now, first of all, let us understand that the purposelessness of the whole existence. There is no purpose. Okay. The moment we understand the purposelessness of the whole existence, we are liberated. So all the stress that we carry within us, all the disturbances that are happening inside you, understand there is no purpose. It is of no use you carrying all those disturbances in your mind, worrying. Just drop it. Decide to drop it. If you are forgetting, there is forgetfulness. All of us are stuck with that apasmara, which is a demon. Okay? Because of that forgetfulness, we tend to keep repeating again and again the same. Like yesterday, we learned in the completion session about the forgetfulness. Okay? Forgetting the solution repeatedly again and again is an incompletion. So, let us now understand the purposelessness of the whole existence. Then we will be liberated. That is how the enlightened masters operate. Now, whatever we think as purpose binds our lives, isn't it? So, these material desires, materialistic pleasures, sensual pleasures, all these are nothing but bondage. Whatever we think as purpose binds our lives. So we have goals in our lives, isn't it? Married, children, and then accumulating wealth, and then accumulating more wealth, and then the responsibility of children, relatives, responsibility at work, responsibility everywhere. Okay, it bogs us down, doesn't allow us to live the way we really want to live a carefree life. Carefree life means not just living without taking responsibility. Taking up responsibility is an integral part of you which helps you in expansion, but again, understand the whole purposelessness of this entire universe. So this is nothing but mature thinking, matured way of living, giving priority to what is really important and trying to keep ourselves detached from the other things that will bind us or bring upon suffering on us. Okay, so now we need to become clear what exactly we are looking for in our lives. Now, whatever we think as purpose binds our lives. Bondage is thinking that there is a purpose in our lives. The goal is not the result of life. Life itself is the goal of life. So there are two things. First, if we sell our life for some goal, we may not achieve anything at all and feel frustrated. And the second thing is we may achieve the goal and still feel depressed. Achieving what you want is different from satisfying why you wanted it. Understand? As a student, you may have wanted to score good marks, you wanted to be a topper in school or in university, or a topper in the state, but achieving what you want is different from satisfying why you wanted it. Just because there is competition, just because you want to do better than the other person, did you achieve what you achieved, or did you achieve only to satisfy yourself? So looking in and seeing why is it that we want to achieve certain things in life. So start looking at the answering the whys, and then you will see the purposelessness behind everything. Jivan Mukta means, that is, living in an enlightened way, an enlightened being. Jivan Mukta means an enlightened being. A person who is able to sit with himself. A Jivan Mukta means an enlightened being, means a person who can sit with himself, one who doesn't need anything from the outer world to entertain him, excite him, and make him peaceful or happy. So, are we able to sit with ourselves in this world, in this busy world? Do we keep ourselves without distractions? Are we able to sit without distractions? We need television, we need people, we need gadgets, we need something or the other to keep ourselves busy, isn't it? To keep ourselves occupied. How many of us are able to sit without anything, just by yourself? Are you happy? Not sitting and worrying or thinking. Are you able to sit by yourself and be blissful without worrying, without thinking? So we need to look in and question ourselves how to make ourselves happy without clinging on to any outer world things. So the moment you understand that life has no purpose, that moment you will be liberated. That moment you will understand the meaning of life, living in this moment. See, everybody is going to move on in your lives. Everybody is going to move on. Nobody is going to wait for you. Nobody is going to, like suppose I let me take the example of my own self. I want to get enlightenment. I want to be enlightened. But can I wait for 10 other people? If I sit waiting for 10 other people to join me, accompany me in this enlightenment journey, is it going to happen at all? Until and unless all of them are intensely seeking enlightenment and intensely working their way towards it, it can happen. But if everybody else is involved and busy with in their materialistic pursuit, will it help? We need to question. So let us understand, we are all like the waves. It is all just a few minutes of drama. The next moment we are going to disappear into the same ocean. So a person who understands that life has no purpose will start working 10 times more intensely than others. Do not think you will become lazy when you realize that life is without a purpose. A liberated person will be energetic. A liberated person, by his own understanding, will actually start working. So when we see Swamiji, he's a role model for all of us because he's constantly trying to reach out to the whole of humanity with new ideas, new cognitions, new ways of living. He is constantly working towards creating enlightened ecosystems across the globe, uniting all the nations, bringing the whole of humanity together, and wanting them to all be awakened and to live peacefully, to coexist peacefully. So he is striving day and night to make this happen. So understand, a liberated person will be energetic. A liberated person by his own understanding will actually start working. So if we understand that we are full and express our fullness, we will also become compassionate. We will attract more and more joyful things and experiences in our life. If we believe strongly that we are not enough unto ourselves and start running based on fear and greed, we will only create and attract incidents and people of the same nature. By our very nature, we will reproduce what we believe. I hope you're all able to follow. Let me repeat. If we understand that we are full and express our fullness, we will also become compassionate. So, you are already unclutched. You are already enlightened. All you need to do is look in and realize. Look in and find the truth. Because we are so involved in the outer world, we are so attracted by all the materialistic things in our life, we tend to forget our natural state, our original state. So here, the master has appeared to remind us about our natural state. So, when we look in and start seeking the truth, then the journey becomes much more smooth. Today, some of us may be here attending this program because somebody recommended us to be here in this program. But understand, it is not as simple as that. Only because you received a direct call from Paramashiva, you're all here listening to these truths. So now, whatever we are learning, we will start imbibing, we will start applying. You can fail 100 times, it's okay, but don't give up. Giving up is failure. But when you keep trying again and again and again, Paramashiva will ensure that you become successful. He will only test your patience, he will test your intensity and your sincerity. Okay? So, we will attract more and more joyful things and experiences in our life if we believe strongly that we are not enough unto ourselves and start running based on fear and greed. We will only create and attract incidents and people of the same nature. By our very nature, we will reproduce what we believe. So, Ashtavakra now is sharing a beautiful answer. He is talking to King Janaka, remember. If you aspire for liberation, my child, shun the objects of senses as poison and seek forgiveness, sincerity, kindness, contentment, and truth as nectar. You are neither earth nor water, nor fire nor air, nor ether. In order to attain liberation, realize yourself as the knower of all these consciousness itself. So life is not a chain. Every moment is independent. Life is not a chain. Every moment is independent. Be very clear. Your life is not an interconnected chain as you think it is. Every moment is individual. Every moment is a separate, independent moment. So the sutra to freedom is to detach from the body and rest in intelligence. Understand, even our body and mind are not necessary to live. When we understand that we are beyond our body becomes graceful. When we understand that we are beyond our mind becomes intelligent. We start radiating grace and intelligence when we understand that we are beyond our body and mind. So, first of all, you are not the body and mind. Second, if you detach from the body and rest in intelligence, you will at once be happy, peaceful, and free from bondage. By its very nature, the body heals itself. The body has its own intelligence. So understand, ego is not necessary. The ego, the concept that you have about you and the personality that you are carrying are not necessary for you to live inside the body and mind. As long as you are afraid, you can be exploited by the ego. So what is ego? Anybody would like to share? What is ego? What is your understanding about ego? All of us are aware of this term. We are familiar with this term, ego, isn't it? So, anyone wants to share what is ego? Anybody would like to share what is ego? Your understanding about what is ego? Please go ahead and share. It's okay if you're wrong. You don't have to feel bad. All of us learn, isn't it? All of us are in the learning space. Every moment is learning. Ego is one's identity. Okay, Ma Christina is sharing. Ego is self-identity. Okay. That is Lingodbhavan has shared. Nitya Lingodbhavan, ego is self-identity, and Vishwanath is shared. See, Swamiji says beautifully, ego is you thinking low about yourself. In actuality, we are all Paramashivas. Understand? We're all Paramashivas, but we thinking low about ourselves is ego. Understand? That is the definition that is being given by Swamiji. Ego is nothing but you thinking low about yourselves. And that is why we suffer. So we all have two identities. The identity that we project to the outer world and the identity that we believe to be us in the inner world. The ahankar in Sanskrit, it will always be much smaller than what you really are. So ahankar will be based on superiority complex. Mamakar will be based on an inferiority complex. That is, thinking low about yourself is mamakar, whereas thinking high about yourself is ahankar. Ahankar will be based on fear, and mamakar will be based on greed. Understand? Ahankar will be based on fear, and mamakar will be based on greed. Now, the conflict between ahankar and mamakar is called tension. So, yesterday we learned about the gap in between the identities. The gap between the identities we learned, isn't it? The gap between your inner image and outer image, which is nothing but pure self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. We learned about all these. Now here, the conflict between ahankar and mamakar is called tension. Both identities are pure myths. Both are lies. You are something beyond these identities. Understand? Hope you're all able to grasp. Both the identities, that is of your ahankar as well as your mamakar, your inner identity, your inner image as well as your outer image, both are pure myths, both are lies. You are something beyond these identities. Please understand, you are beyond these two identities. So you are all, yes, you can tell yourselves, you are all, you can type here. Swamiji, in one of the recent satsangs, he was talking about the book by Ramana Maharishi. He says, "Who am I?" Go and read that book. So you will find it on Amazon also. I think you can order it online. Please go ahead and read the beautiful book, Who Am I? So when you go on peeling the layers, you will find yourself. I am myself. Okay, ma. I am Paramashiva. Understand, ma? You're all Paramashivas. So, we're all here for self realization. All of us are seeking the truth. We have already reached the goal. That is, we have found, the Master has found us because all of us were ready and Master has appeared in our lives. All we need to do is just take his guidance and walk the path along with him. That is all we need to do. If you have any questions, you can type here in the chat. So we will be moving on to our next segment, which is again the continuation of the Ashtavakra Gita. Ashtavakra Gita leads one to enlightenment. It guarantees enlightenment. The teachings in the Ashtavakra Gita guarantees enlightenment for all the people who are receiving the truths when they start imbibing. When you first understand the truths, okay, first we need to understand the truth, and then automatically when we are in that listening space, your being will grasp the truths. So the first thing that we need to understand is that enlightenment is possible. So there is something called fact and there is something called truth. The fact is enlightenment exists, and the truth is, again, enlightenment does not exist. Now the concept that there is no enlightenment is a technique to make us enlightened. Enlightenment is not the goal, it is the very path itself. Desire without object is you will start expressing. Okay? Enlightenment is not the goal, it is the very path. Every moment live in an enlightened way. So start listening and you will start expressing enlightenment. All you need to do is provide your listening. The fearful mind escapes through hypothetical questions. Understand you are beyond societal conditionings. Saying no is the way of the ego, and you are not visible to the eyes. As long as you are afraid, you can be exploited by the ego. If worshipping makes you feel deeply connected, then it is all right. If the worshipping does not make you feel connected, or if it is not acting as an inspiration to follow the path or the teachings, be very clear. Worshipping is not going to help. So become aware of the words you use inside you. Okay? Words have power. The words that you repeatedly utter is the reality that gets created. So when you repeat the words again and again in your life, then that becomes the reality in your life. So become aware of the words that you are using within, inside as well as outside. What are the words that you are uttering? Become aware of those words that you are giving to yourself as well as to others. Now, the guilt is the creator of the pain shaft. All your habits, all your activities, all your thoughts are disconnected. Please understand, all your habits, your activities, and your thoughts are disconnected. They are unclutched individual incidents. However, by carrying guilt, pain, suffering, fear, or worry about the habit, you make a shaft of thoughts that would otherwise not be there. So each and every statement or thought that is happening in your mind is completely unclutched. They are independent experiences. You cannot judge, you cannot connect or categorize them. All your negativity has only one power, the faith that you place in it. So the more faith you believe in the negativity, the more power it gets. So you do not have to work for unclutching. Just do not clutch and do not create a shaft. It's as simple as that. Becoming aware of your thoughts, not giving strength or power to those thoughts, not connecting those thoughts. When you just stop connecting the thoughts, you will be naturally unclutched. So you don't have to really strive towards unclutching. Just becoming aware of your thoughts and avoiding to create a shaft is going to help you to be in the state of unclutching. So because of your memory of pain or pleasure, you think you have a constant mind and a continuous thought flow. You do not have to practice renunciation. Your very nature is renunciation. So, are you really needed to run your life? Ask yourselves. Ask your life. So, you think that unless you carry your identity, you cannot protect yourself. But that identity which you carry does not really exist. We have an automatic intelligence which can run our lives, which can take care of our day to day life. Not only can it run our lives, it can maintain, can extend, or expand our lives. So, your constant psychological planning, whatever you think of as you, is not needed to run your life. Your very automatic intelligence is more than enough. So, Nityananda Lalita, welcome to the session. So, after yesterday's completion session, how many of you are feeling good, refreshed? Did it make a change? You can all share your experiences. How are you all feeling after the completion? When you learnt about the completion technique, when you learnt your genesis of identity, it was something new, right? How do you feel? How do you feel about yourself? You were you introduced to something new yesterday, right? Until and unless you did not come across this topic, you wouldn't even have realized who's the real you. So we did completion. Okay, from the basic level, we have done completion in the basic level yesterday. So how are you all feeling after that, after the completion? Did it make a difference? Did it empower you, the truths that were shared in yesterday's session? Do you feel empowered after listening to those truths? You can share your experiences or you can share your answers by saying yes or no in the chat. And if you still feel that you are yet to get empowered and if you're still feeling the same, we have a host of other techniques to raise you, to the next level. You can share your experiences, your thoughts, your powerful cognitions that you received in yesterday's sessions and both in today's session as well. So Sri Nitin Lingodbhavan is sharing, I find new incompletions with my parents. They really like to control me and decide what I should do and what I shouldn't be doing. Okay. Okay. Okay, Lingodbhavan, you don't have to feel incomplete about it. You just have to tell yourself you are an independent soul, you are an independent being, you are here for your own enlightenment, you are Paramashiva, and you will see all these incompletions fading away. Okay. Okay, Vishwanathan is sharing. He's feeling very nice, having thought lot to complete from the beginning. Okay. You have a thought that you have a lot to complete from the beginning. Okay. See, you have to do this completion exercise every day, every single day. When you see, first is identifying your root pattern. Once you have identified your root pattern, it completion becomes very easy. Okay. So it is like, bringing a cotton in front of the fire, how it burns. It's like that. Once you identify your root pattern and in front of the master, all your patterns are burnt. He burns away all your patterns. So, identifying your root pattern, being available in these sessions, and receiving darshan from the master. When he gives you darshan, whether it is live or alive, he is very much there. Please understand. Don't take alive darshans for granted. It is equally powerful. So just sitting in front of the master, he will melt away. All your patterns just gets burnt just by his presence. So Malalita Gabriela is sharing, well, with a lot of confusion about me, but watching, not giving power. Every day I wake up at 4:30 for yoga, but today, sometimes when you do this completion exercises, all these generate a lot of heat in the body, ma'am. So that is why you wanted to go back to sleep. Take a lot of fluids. Whenever you're attending sessions, you're doing these internalization exercises, you're receiving darshan, all that generates a lot of heat because so much is happening inside your body. It is like an alchemy process that is happening inside. A lot of things are cooking, boiling, and unwanted stuff is being removed without your awareness. So drink a lot of water to flush out the toxins, and then you feel fresh. So the incompletions are really irritating Sri Nitya Lingod Okay. So when I see my root pattern after why do with all this? Is that what you're trying to say, Ma Christina? After what? Why do with all this? Okay. So what? Okay. See, all of us come down, okay, just to get enlightened. But during the birthing process, Swamiji tells, why do? Okay. Why do all this, is it? So why do we have to do all this? Is that what you're asking? The completion? Okay. No. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So Ma is trying to convey a message. Let us wait. In the meantime, let me explain what Swamiji tells. All of us are here to get enlightened. But during the birthing process, due to the pain, the being forgets its purpose. Why we are here, we forget, and then we get involved in so many other things, and we are busy running after unwanted things, and we completely forget the purpose of this birth. So when the master appears, he reminds you and shows you your purpose, why you are here, why you need to be enlightened. When you read the Bhagavad Gita decoded is a gift again given to humanity. It is available online. You can download the book. Okay. You can download the book and read this book every day, or you can read the Living Enlightenment book. See, when you read these books, whatever Swamiji wants to say is saying, and whatever he wants to give the whole of humanity is already there in the book called the Living Enlightenment book. It is a living deity, please understand. All of you should have this book at your bedside. So when you go to bed, just open up any random page from the book and receive the powerful cognition from that book and go to bed. When you receive these powerful cognitions, especially when you're manifesting powers, when you open the book and receive the powerful cognition and manifest the power, it becomes a reality. The powerful cognition becomes a reality, and it has answers to all your questions, especially the Bhagavad Gita. When you read, it gives you the solutions that you require to operate in your day-to-day life. Okay? So read these books and empower yourselves with these powerful truths. And then, okay, so you will be able to complete with yourselves. You will be able to walk out of all this irritation and frustration. Fine, let's continue. Now, be very clear that you cannot run your life based on fear and greed. If you are driven by fear and greed, you will carry a constant irritation in you. So understand, why is the irritation happening inside? It is because you are driven by fear and greed. You will carry a constant irritation. So let go of that fear and greed and experience bliss. So here Vishwanathan is sharing the link to the book, Who Am I? Yes, thank you so much for sharing. All of you can read this book because it is recommended by Swamiji. In the recent satsang, he spoke about this book. So you can all copy this link and you can download the book and you can read it to understand who am I, who each one is, like, question yourself, who am I, and read this book. So he is beautifully guiding each one of us to drop the identity, not clinging on to the identity. You are not the identity that you carry. So thank you, Vishwanathan, for that link. Now, surrendering to your higher intelligence. When you surrender and let go of the identities that you carry, whether it is ahankar or mamakar, you will experience tremendous freedom. If you feel I'm getting tortured at this moment, try to understand it is the thought that is torturing you, that's all. Do not believe it will come back. By believing it will come back, the belief itself will bring it back. Understand? You always manifest your beliefs. Swamiji says we always manifest our belief. We do not manifest the reality that we want. So become aware of what you believe. What are your beliefs? If you believe that something is going to happen, you will manifest it and make it happen. So be very clear. What you think as you or self is nothing but the discarded thoughts, including the randomly picked, unconnected, illogical, and unclutched thoughts. You pick from these, create a shaft, and think you are those thoughts, and try to develop a self which does not exist. Nityanandamma Guru Prasadini, welcome to the session. Nice to have you. So what do we need to do? What is that one thing we need to do? So I hope all of you have heard about this story in the Taittiriya Upanishad about the bird clinging on to the tree, the branch of a tree. Most of you must have heard it. Okay. So how the bird is clinging on to the branch of the tree. The hunter comes and sets a trap. Okay. It is a twig. It is a twig and it is a trap that he has placed on the tree. So a bird flies and comes and it gets toppled. The moment the bird sits on that twig, it gets toppled. And what this bird has to do is just let go. Just let go and it will fly. But the bird is so fearful that it just holds on to its dear life. It just holds on in spite of it being turned upside down. It just holds on, and what happens? The hunter just comes and takes the bird away. So understand, all of us are holding on to that dear life, to our identity in the same way. So all we need to do is simply let go and you will start flying. Let go of the identity that you are holding on to. Let go of the suffering that you are holding on to. Let go of the patterns that you are holding on to. Okay? Let go of all the fears, the greed, the frustration, the irritation. Decide to let go of all the suffering, unwanted suffering that you are holding on to, and you will simply fly. Understand this moment that you are unattached. Okay? You are all unattached. Understand that this moment, the present moment where life is happening, you are all unattached. Any questions? So what is the powerful cognition that you received in this segment? You can share here. Please go ahead and share the powerful cognition that you have received from this segment. Yes, waiting for all of you to share your powerful cognitions. Whatever is your understanding, you can go ahead and share. So understand, you will not be judged on the basis of your sharing. It is in fact very good to be sharing. It is always recommended that you share. Yes. So let us see what all of you have shared. So in this segment, what we learned is, Vishwanath is sharing, everything has no purpose, no identity from the inner and outer. We are beyond everything. Great. Lalita Gabriela, don't identify myself with outside. Be careful about what we manifest. Very nice. Ma Christina, the violence experimented is there, but is not me. Why rest unattached? Yes. And thoughts are only thoughts. Let them come and go. Relax and unclutch from all the things that we are holding on to. Beautiful understanding. All of you have received. Wonderful. Yes, with that understanding, let's enter into the next segment. Again, we are continuing the Ashtavakra Gita, where it talks about enlightenment as well as unclutching. So the Shastra Pramana, Eko drashtasi sarvasya muktaprayosi sarvada ayameva hi te bandho drashtaram pashya sitaram. So the translation, you are the one seer of all and really ever free. Verily, this alone is your bondage, that you see the seer as other than such. The next Shastra Pramana, Aham kartetyahamna hammana Mahakrishna hidam shitaha Naham karteti vishwasamrutam Pitva sukham bhava. You have been bitten by the great black serpent of egoism. I am the doer. Drink the nectar of faith. I am not the doer, and be happy. Burn down the wilderness of ignorance with the fire of the knowledge. I am the one and pure intelligence, and be free from grief and be happy. Now let us enter into the sutra and see how Ashtavakra says that we can simply have it, he also shows us how to have it. Okay, now we will be learning a very important, powerful technique and method. So please provide your complete listening. Virtue and vice, pleasure and pain are of the mind, not of you. O all-pervading one, you are neither doer nor enjoyer. Verily, you are ever free. So by your very nature, you renounce every moment. We are completely unclutched. Every moment by our nature, we renounce our thoughts. Unless we renounce one thought, we cannot have the next thought. By our very nature, we are constantly renouncing our thoughts. Now, thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Please understand. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. They're all independent bubbles, but it looks like they are connected. When you look up close, you will see that they are all independent bubbles, but when you look at them from a distance, they all look like they are connected to each other. And the same thing, similar thing with our own thoughts also. We think that all our thoughts are, we connect our thoughts, but understand that each thought is independent and unconnected. There is no linear connection between one thought and the other thought within us. The only relationship between thoughts is that they come from the same source. So when you start connecting your thoughts in a selective, linear manner, you create an idea that your whole life is pain or your whole life is joy or pleasure. In doing you that does not exist. That is the mind. Understand? In doing so, you're creating something inside you that does not exist. That is the mind. When you continuously connect your thoughts, what you are doing is you are creating something, and that is the mind, which actually does not exist. So let us do a simple experiment for 10 minutes to see how we function. Okay? Now sit alone and so do not edit or do not suppress any thoughts. It is just an experiment. It is only for you. Now write down everything, whatever is happening inside you. Okay, you are having some thoughts right now as you're listening, as you're looking at the screen and listening to these truths. There is some inner chatter happening, isn't it? We're all carrying some thoughts inside us. Write down those thoughts, whatever you're thinking of. Some people may be thinking of, oh, okay, it's so late and I'm sitting up. I need to retire for the day. I feel like retiring for the day. Or maybe I'm too tired. You may be thinking so many other things. Your day at office, or tomorrow, the next day at office, or you're thinking about dinner, you're thinking about your children, your spouse. It could be anything, any thought that is happening inside you. Look in and start penning it down. Write down whatever is happening. You don't have to pause. You don't have to create like a story. Don't write it like a story. If you're thinking of something, just put it down in one word or one statement. Whatever is happening, just pen it down. Okay? This is a small exercise, okay, for us to see how we actually function in our real life, in our actual day-to-day life, how we function. Now, you may feel that there is no thought coming to mind. Now, that is also a thought. Please understand. If you are thinking that no thoughts are happening, that is also another thought. So once you start writing that thought, it will be followed by 10 other thoughts. Whatever is going on, just write it down for a few minutes. Okay? You don't have to share it. Please take a book. Please pen down whatever is happening inside you. We will take a few minutes to do this exercise. Quickly start penning down whatever is happening in your mind. What you call as mind, what is happening, the inner chatter, the thoughts that are happening. It's a small exercise, so please do it sincerely. Your sincerity is what is going to give you that ultimate liberation or breakthrough. So please do the exercises sincerely, and it will help you to expand. It will help you in your growth. When you do these exercises, it helps you evolve spiritually. Let's quickly write down the thoughts that are happening inside. Yes, if you have finished writing, just read what you have written down. You can read it to yourself. It's just for your understanding. You don't have to share here. See, whatever you have written down, you will understand that all that you have written down are all unconnected thoughts. They're all independent, illogical, unconnected thoughts. So, unknowingly, in unawareness, we create a shaft. We connect these thoughts and we suffer unnecessarily. That is why you were made to do this experiment. This is how we function in our day to day lives. So it is nothing but a big mad asylum inside there, out there, because we live in unawareness, we are living unconsciously. So bliss is choiceless. Choicelessness is bliss. If you choose it, bliss will not happen because you have made a choice and thereby you have eliminated it as a possibility. When you are choiceless, when you are completely relaxed, bliss simply happens in you. When you are concerned about bliss, your very concern will ensure that you will not experience it. Understand? When you are concerned about bliss, your very concern will ensure that you will not experience it. You cannot run behind bliss. You just have to let go of everything and relax. And you will see bliss simply happens. So do not try to renounce your depression because by your very nature it will be flowing. That is, it will be going away. By your very nature, just as joy disappears from your mind, depression also disappears from your mind. The moment you try to eliminate the depression, you will extend it and give it more life. So the more you resist, the more it will persist. Please understand, anything you resist, it will persist. So do not try to renounce. By renouncing your depression, what you're doing is you're giving more strength to it. Just relax and it will disappear. So now let us watch a short video on the enlightenment experience of Bhagavan himself. He's talking about his enlightenment experience.
Of course, after that I gave 4-5 times. It was a nice story. You see, I was studying under a monk, under a Swami named Ramananda Saraswati. The greatness of this Swami is 6 months he will go house to house of his devotees and beg. Whatever money he gets, he will come back, stay in Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh, there is a place called Omkareshwar. Stay in that place and he will take Gita class for 6 months. Whoever comes, he will give free food and stay for them. 6 months he will go around house to house of devotees and beg. Whatever money he gets, he will bring. With that money, he will give free food for whoever comes to learn Gita. He is a great scholar. People from all over the world used to come to him to study Vedanta and Gita. I think he is more than 90 years old. And one more thing, important thing, he is still alive. He is still alive. He is teaching. He is still teaching. I had the great fortune to sit at his feet to study. He is not only a scholar in Hindi, he is a scholar in English also. Nice, great Mahatma. It's a great Mahatma. I derived a big inspiration from him to share the knowledge. The amount of knowledge which he used to have. Not only he will offer free classes, he will give free food and shelter both. 6 months he will go around house to devotees, beg and bring the money and manage. Such a highly dedicated soul, still alive and still conducting the programs. Every year, 6 months, if you go to Omkareshwar, Madhya Pradesh, you can stay under him and study. Some 200 to 300 people will come. Every day he will give free food for everybody and give them the knowledge. Amazing person. I heard about him and went there to study. I was studying around a month, maybe a month or two, not more than 2 months. Between 1 month to 2 months, because I don't know I never had the calendar, I don't know how many days and all exactly. I can say average. I was studying. Suddenly, at one point, of course I was intensely meditating also, I felt a deep depression. Means too strong. You see, the more strong you hold on to an ideology or to a person, the more deeper will be your depression. If you hang on to a person, your boyfriend or girlfriend or husband or wife or whatever, son or brother or father, you will have a depression and start blaming that person is the reason for depression. Same way, if you hang on or strongly hold your ego or identity or ideology, again you will face a separate depression. When you face depression due to an ideology or an identity or ego, you will start blaming the whole world. You will start blaming the whole world. You will lose confidence on the whole world. You will lose trust on the whole world. Holding on to a strong identity or strong ideology is the worst hell anybody can have. So I was having my own hell, means a strong identity created towards enlightenment. And suddenly the deep depression, practically whatever should be done to achieve enlightenment, I have done. But enlightenment has not happened. So the deep depression came in such a way, like a wave, completely lost trust and confidence on the whole ideology of enlightenment. Not only that, all the masters who inspired me, Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharshi were my great inspiration, especially Ramakrishna. Completely lost the respect for Ramakrishna. That's what I was telling you the other day. When you fall in depression, you will not have intelligence to associate the reason for depression with your identity. You will not have intelligence to think your identity is cause for your depression. You will start suspecting everybody and blaming everybody. You will start blaming everybody. Even a simple reason is enough for you to blame that person, that he is the reason for your depression. That is the big problem with this strong ego and identity fellows. That's why better not to build the identity or ego. In that way, you will be, even if you always think that if I don't have a strong identity, others will cheat me. If others cheat you, they will cheat you at the most only few hours. If you build a strong identity, your identity will cheat you for whole life. Because it will be there around you when you are in waking state, when you are in dream state, when you are in deep sleep state. All three states you will be in hell 24 hours. Better to be cheated by others than to be cheated by your own identity. That's the worst thief. I tell you, the disease grows inside you and kills you. Medicine grows outside and heals you. Just because it is outside, don't think it's something which will disturb you. Your identity also like that, grows inside and destroys you. But you always suspect only others, you will not suspect you. I was also doing the same thing. I started suspecting Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, and not only that, any of God saved, they are not alive. Otherwise I would have fought with them, just like you guys are fighting with me. Some not all, some are fighting with me, I would have fought with them. Anyway, fortunately they are not alive. They were not alive at that time. But my depression was such, I started thinking, what? I left my house and everything, thinking that I will have enlightenment, these fellows will do something for me. And especially when I left my house, the last courage to take the jump came to me by the darshan of Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. Both of them gave me darshan. Just 3 days before I left the house, actually I was boiling, but I did not have the courage to take that jump. Means drop and run. That never happened in me. That did not happen in me. One early morning, actually one whole day I read Ramakrishna's Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. After that, reading that book, I just put the book and slept. That night, my whole mind was with Ramakrishna. Early morning, suddenly I had the vision. It's not even a dream actually, it was a vivid vision. Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi appeared. And Sharada Devi put the hand on my head and initiated, means gave energization. And I felt such a tremendous high energy. Ramakrishna was smiling at me. And such a high energy, I decided I'll leave the house and I took the quantum jump. So that gave me the courage to take the jump. Now when the depression came, the whole anger turned towards Ramakrishna only. And I started feeling like somebody was being cheated. And I started thinking, the cream of the life is youth. And my youth I wasted on this nonsense ideology of enlightenment, thinking something will happen to my head. And I neither studied to have some job, nor made some money through business. Nothing is there. So, and I fought with the whole family also and came away. Means the father mother I did not fight because they did not stop me. But all the other relatives I fought with them nicely, fired them and left the house. So I started thinking, Arey, what will happen now? I am neither getting enlightened nor living the normal life. It's like a nowhere. Then the deep depression became anger towards Ramakrishna, and I was using a mantra, meditating. I used to have a mantra to meditate. Constantly I'll repeat a mantra, and I used to have a japamala. The japamala got completely polished just because I did japa. Just by my counting, that whole mala was completely polished. Per day, 10,000 times I used to count. 108 bead one hand, another 108 bead in other hand. If I finish one mala, I will move one bead here. So by the time this whole mala is done, what will happen? 10,000. So, and not only that, all sorts of tapas I used to do. So when the deep depression came, I used to have that Ramakrishna's photo. I just picked up that photo, which I used to worship like anything. Just threw that photo with such anger. It was glass framed. It went and hit the wall. In the wall means that a rock, and got broken completely. I did not even care to go near that. Dropped. And just walked to the river. And the japamala which I was having, I thought, enough all the spiritual practice and nonsense. And took the japamala. Mentally decided, not only the japamala, I am throwing this mantra also. Let it get lost. Let me be free from all this nonsense of tension and practice and the spiritual practice, enlightenment and all this pressure. Took the mala and threw into the Narmada, that river. Visually, mentally I thought so strongly, I am throwing this mantra also, let it be lost. I promise, I don't know how you will believe. I forgot the mantra from that day. I was never able to remember that mantra again, still now. Still now I am not able to remember that mantra. That mantra was lost. I tried to retrieve that file many times. Only one syllable I could get. Never that complete thing came back. It was lost once for all. Anyhow, after that also, alright, I broke the photo, but what to do about the life? The tremendous insecurity, feeling and fear. And apart from that, I was not able to face the depression. Not only the depression, I was not able to face the depression. Depression about the depression. I started walking inside the river, decided to die. All fraction of second decision. Fraction of second decision. Because you will never have the courage to die if you think twice. If you think, you will never have a courage to die. If any of you have tried for committing suicide, you know. You will never have the courage to die if you think twice. Even in that you are useless. Not only you, I am also useless. Even in that, I am not successful. Anyhow, I just started walking. Till the water came up to the hip level, there was no fear. When the water came up to the hip level, then the regular fear started. Shall we go back? Shall we go back? The mind started. But the other side strongly, no, it's after all 5 minutes process, let's forget. I just closed eyes tightly and started walking full speed. Full speed, started walking inside the river. Walking. Mind is thinking, what is this still water is not covering me? Because it's a big river. Narmada is not a small river. Big river. Again, what I promise, it has happened. The truth, Satya, it has happened. However you understand. Full speed I was walking. Suddenly, one rock hit my leg and I fell. I saw I was already on the other shore. I do not know whether I walked on the rock and crashed or it was a miracle that Narmada did not want to take my body. When I got up and looked back, I simply felt that Narmada was laughing. Why, you know, traditionally Narmada river is believed as a virgin. A sannyasi is not supposed to cross that river. He can only do parikrama, means he can go around that river. I took 9 months and did complete parikrama of that river. 1800 kilometers. 9.5 months. I did complete parikrama of that river from Amarkantak to Amarkantak. So I just saw, and from the young age I never learned swimming because sannyasi is not supposed to cross the river. So I used to be very strong with this ideology. When I fell, when I just got up, I just felt that river is laughing at me. First thing I thought came to my mind was the strong idea which I was holding. Actually, when I was 4 or 5, some of my uncle, father's sister's village, we used to go there for vacation. In a very young age, they were trying to teach me swimming. They put the kids in the well and kids has to start swimming. When they started teaching me, I said, no, I am a Swami, I should not learn swimming. From that time I was so strong about the ideology. When I fell and got up, that river was laughing at me. First thing came in my mind was that the ideology which I was having was lost. That was the thing came to my mind. Suddenly in that moment itself, the desire to die has disappeared. And there was no more depression. It was not blissful, but no depression. Just a deep peace, like as if catharsis has happened. Even now we went to that same Omkareshwar. I showed these guys where I crossed. I do not know how it happened, but I did not drown. That's all we know. Maybe the Narmada didn't want to take my body or whatever it is. The depression disappeared and the deep peace. Now, how to come back to this side? That's a big problem. The walking I have done with all the courage. Now, how to come back? So walk in the banks of river till you find the bridge, and I crossed through the bridge and came back to the place where I was staying. To the place where I was staying. All right. The depression disappeared. There was a deep peace inside, but not bliss. How the bliss happened?
Okay, so that was Swamiji's experience. So let's continue. So if you have received any powerful cognition from what you saw here in the video that we just watched, Swamiji sharing his experience, you can share here. So Nityalingodbhavan. So you never imagined he once tried to give up. Yeah, and Swami also says I faced all the problems that you're facing right now. I've been through all of it. So understand, if the intensity is what gave him enlightenment. So be intense in your seeking. Let there be continuity. All that is not important. All your struggles, suffering, and everything. All you need to do is let go. Learn from the master's story. So do not give up. Yes, do not give up on your seeking. Give up all the unwanted, unnecessary things in your life, but do not give up seeking. Beautiful understanding. Okay. So, by our very nature, understand every thought is independent, illogical, unconnected, and unclutched. As with the bubbles, we experience a neutral space in between two thoughts. As the gap or the neutral space between the two thoughts is too small, we think all the thoughts are connected and that it is in the form of a shaft, but it is not. The peace that exists in us in between two thoughts is bliss. The gap between the thoughts, that neutral space, is peace. This is bliss. When the seer is affected by the seen, bondage starts. Please understand, when the seer is affected by the seen, the problem in the form of bondage starts. Your very being is pure. But the moment you start associating yourself as one other than the seer, the problem starts. This is the only bondage which you have. There is no other bondage. So, whatever you are seeing, like when the scenes are projected on a white screen, how the white screen does not get affected by all the scenes that is being projected on it. So, when you become the observer, just watching and not getting connected, affected, or involved. When you start connecting yourself with the thoughts, when you start giving life to the thoughts, when you start connecting it, when you make a shaft, that is the only bondage, and there is no other bondage. For any growth, freedom is the basic condition. Here, all the techniques not help. Instead, you need to go straight to the understanding. If you're already tired of the techniques, now is the time to drop your mind and look into yourself. Just understand this one truth, that by your very nature, you are unclutched. When you understand the truth that by your very nature you are unclutched, a tremendous quantum transformation happens. Transformation happens in a quantum manner, not in a step by step fashion. With just one leap, you can take a quantum jump and experience the truth, the awakening in yourself. Yes, beautiful. Ma Christina is sharing, when you see the thoughts, you are not the thoughts. Yes, wonderful understanding. You are not the thoughts. You are not your thoughts. You just start disconnecting from the thoughts. Do not connect your thoughts, but start detaching from it. Now, our mind creates our body. All your physical and mental problems can be addressed by the single idea that you are unclutched. The moment you understand that by your very nature you are unclutched, that very moment your depression will simply disappear. The very idea of depression is created by you constantly linking all your moods. Understand these two truths. First, our mind creates our body, and the second, our body is continuously replacing itself. Be very clear, if we understand that we are unclutched, if we realize the truth that we are unclutched, unconnected, independent, and illogical thoughts, we will stop carrying the same mind and the same old identity. We will stop reproducing the same disease in the body. We will stop reproducing the same pain, depression, difficulties, and same diseases in the new body. If you are unclutched, you will allow your body to heal from the disease which you already have, and you will create a new body. Unclutching dramatically improves your health and brings a healing effect in you. Almost all the mental problems related to desires, guilts, fear, addiction, depression, etc., can be addressed with the single truth that you are unclutched. When you cannot forgive yourself, it is called guilt. When you cannot forgive others, it is called vengeance. When you unclutch, both guilt and vengeance will disappear. Not only will you forgive, but will also forget, because there is no connection between your behavior and these thoughts. So be very clear. You will experience a quantum jump when you are free from your past. You will never be able to achieve any significant transformation or change in your personality by remembering your past. When we unclutch, the first thing that will happen to us will be the inner healing effect, a deep silence and peace in us. And second, that healing, it will start radiating in our relationships. And because these three are going beautifully, we will be creative and productive. So you are all the sons of immortality. You are all the outcome of You are the outcome of the intense enlightened experience. Again and again, the rishis declare this one truth. You are much more than the two identities which you carry. But the rishis are saying that you are much more than your identity. They are saying that you are God. Shunvantu Vishve Amritasya Putra Vedaha Metam Purusham Mahantam. Only a man who has experienced this truth, who has the courage to tell this truth to others, who trusts his disciples with the thought that even if I give him this courage and confidence, he will respect me, he will not disrespect me. Only when you have that much courage, this truth can be reproduced. Fear is because of the possibility of not achieving your goal. Fear is not connected to your failure. Fear is connected to your fear of failure. If you are haunted by greed or fear, it is just because of your clutching and connecting. If you understand this one truth that constantly you renounce, constantly you can replace your own thoughts. Just like how a glass of water is enough to get rid of your fear of death. Because the moment you decide to have a glass of water, the thought of the fear will already have disappeared. If the thought of death was so strong, it would still be there. Instead, it can easily be replaced by just a single cup of tea. A cup of tea is more than enough. So, just like how we shared earlier about the bird, we are like the bird that is holding on to the hunter's trap, afraid to let go without realizing that it can just fly and be liberated if only it would let go. In the same way, we are holding on to our mind and ego, which are nothing but non existent shafts. We cling to things that do not even exist. We are bound by the mind, which itself is a myth. The bird which is trying to hold on thinks that if he lets go, he may fall and die. If we let go, we will only fly, we will never fall and die. So you understand, you're all clutching. You're also clutching onto the mind and the ego and waiting for Yama, the Lord of Death. If you just let go, you also can simply be free and fly. If you imbibe and understand these truths, the enlightenment experience can be yours. You can simply have it and you can liberate yourself. So let you all radiate that eternal bliss, Nityananda. So please share your powerful cognitions that you have received from this segment. Yes, you can go ahead and share all the powerful cognitions that you have received in this segment. I see some of you are still with your cameras turned off. So it is highly recommended to keep your cameras turned on, and being visible in front of the camera is one of the prerequisite to be a part of this program. So kindly turn on your cameras and be visible. Please go ahead and share your powerful cognitions that you have received from this segment. So we will be continuing to learn about unclutching today. Okay, so we have a few people sharing here in the chat. So Vishwanathan is sharing the understanding that he derived from this segment is be liberated. We are all the sons of immortality. Wonderful. And Christina is sharing just the presence of Swamiji is so powerful here. Beautiful. And Malalita is sharing, I'm having a challenging situation in this specific moment. Want to experience, not identification, and let unclutch. Yes. See, that is the time you need to really apply this truth, Ma. When you are facing challenging situations, when situations are getting out of control, just try unclutching. When you unclutch, you will have the clarity and to act upon the situation. Whatever situation is presenting itself, you will be able to find the solution and you will have the clarity to act upon it. Okay, let's enter into the next segment here. Now we will learn more about unclutching in this upcoming segment. So please stay tuned. This is known as the Sadashiva Rahasya. Sadashiva Rahasya given to us by none other than the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nityananda Paramashivham, who is Paramashiva incarnate. And he is here in the form of BHAGAVAN Nityananda Paramashivham as our own Guru. So what is Nirvikalpa Samadhi? Let us understand the term Nirvikalpa Samadhi. It is a state of Paramashiva which is achieved by unclutching. Now let us look at a small story. A man was fishing in the river one day. He was sitting for a long time without catching any fish, and he dozed off with a fishing rod in his hand. Suddenly a heavy fish caught the bait and tugged at it. The man just tumbled into the water before he could wake up. A boy watching from distance asked his father, Dad, was he catching the fish or was the fish catching him? Understand? So what is Nirvikalpa Samadhi? Nirvikalpa means being without any changes. Vikalpa means changes, oscillation, diversion, dilution, differentiation. All these can be different meanings of the word vikalpa. Nirvikalpa means without any of this. So what was your understanding about the story here? Was the man catching the fish or the fish caught him? What is the understanding that you derive from this story? You can share. You can share your understanding. So when we run behind material pleasures, the material pleasures just engulfs us. We forget the purpose of our existence. Okay, so Nirvikalpa means being without any changes. Vikalpa means changes, oscillation, diversion, dilution, differentiation. All these can be different meanings of the word Vikalpa. Nirvikalpa means without any of this. When one achieves Nirvikalpa Samadhi, he literally becomes God. He becomes one with the ultimate. Nirvikalpa Samadhi means your whole being, your whole identity dissolving into the cosmic existence. The individual inner space has no more disturbances or differences. Buddha says. Let us look at an incident from Buddha's life. Buddha says, whenever I said in meditation, I'm going to get up after a few hours, I never became enlightened. But once I decided, if I am not going to become enlightened, I am not going to get up from this seat. Let this body dry up in this very place. Until I become enlightened, I am not going to move. Buddha says, that moment created that strong clarity, the authentic sankalpa, and the next second he became enlightened. So I hope you're all following what is being shared here. Please share your understanding. Please share your powerful cognition. So, how can one attain that state, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi? How can one attain it? That is the question that arises in the minds of the seekers. So understand, unclutching is not even a path leading to Nirvikalpa Samadhi. It is a process directly giving you the experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. So the moment you start unclutching, you are falling into Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Okay, Ma Nitya Chandrasekhara Priya has joined. Thank you, Ma, for your sharing here. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is the state of being God. Okay, great. So the moment you start unclutching, you're falling into Nirvikalpa Samadhi. All you need to do to experience the state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi is to be unclutched. The Shastra Pramana that has been taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 45 and 46, Dharana 22. Prishta Shunyam, Moola Shunyam, Hrichunyam, Bhava Yet Sthiram. Yugapannairvikalpatvan nirvikalpodayastataha. He who contemplates and cognizes firmly and steadily the infinity above, the infinity at the base and at the heart middle, in him there arises simultaneously because of his being free and complete from all thought currents. Then the state of Nirvikalpa, the pure unclutching, the state of complete completion is revealed, the state of Sadashiva. From the state of Sadashiva, Nirvikalpa manifests all powers of Sadashiva. The Apta Pramana, again, that has been taken from the Patanjali Yoga Sutra Samadhi Pada, verse 8, talks about the Yoga Sutra 92 from Sadhana Pada, chapter 2, 41st verse. Sattva Shuddhi Saumanasya Ekagra Indriyajaya Atmadarshana Yogayatvanicha. Explained as, there also arises purification of the sattva, cheerfulness of the mind, concentration, conquest of the organs, and fitness for the realization of the self. Patanjali is continuing from the last sutra of Saucha, which is purity, which gives you the science of pleasure. Paramahamsa Nityananda, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivham, again and again stresses that purity is not morality, it is given as a mystical technique. In the early hours of Brahma Muhurta this morning at 4 a.m., so here we are looking at the Atma Pramana. Okay, the experiences that have been passed on to the humanity, the enlightened experiences, the beings, their own experiences. So now this happens to be Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam's own experience here, which he has beautifully blessed the world with. So in the early hours of Brahma Muhurta at 4 a.m., the Nithyananda Peetham in Trishulam was up and alive, taking part in their morning spiritual routine of performing yoga. And the picture was taken around 4-5 a.m. by a sannyasi in Trishulam, Adhinam, to record the attendance for the morning yoga session. So little did she know that in attendance was none other than Paramahamsa Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam himself. It was after the image was captured that the form of His Holiness was noticed in the picture. It is undeniably His physical form as evinced by the shadow appearing in front of Him. Also pictured is an image taken of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at Bengaluru Adhinam at 6 a.m. this morning during the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, where he was physically present. So this event was broadcasted live on Nithyananda TV and via two-way video conferencing, witnessed by thousands worldwide. There are eyewitness records of people around His Holiness as he was getting ready for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja in Bengaluru that very morning. And the city of Bengaluru is about 340 kilometers away from Trishulam, Adhinam, Chennai, thus ruling out even the possibility for a flight to be taken. So here you can see the pictures where Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, appeared. At the same time, he is receiving the Pada Puja from participants at the Bengaluru Adhinam. So if you are able to be unclutched without falling into the abyss of chaos or confusion or incompletion or powerlessness, you will just catch this smart decision of unclutching. Not only that, it will start manifesting Shaktis in you. The state created by being in oneness with Paramashiva will make the command, the sankalpa you make manifest immediately. If not, you are only manifesting less power. So the solution is manifesting more power, not questioning the legitimacy of the science or your ability to live that science. So this is the sacred secret that is revealed from the state of Paramashivatva. The state that is created by being in oneness with Paramashiva will make the command, the sankalpa that you make, it will manifest immediately. So let us understand the powers of unclutching.
Is the extremely enlightening fuel for your life. Understand? Fundamentally, your consciousness. What excites you, what triggers you into action, what makes you fully alive, awakened, that is your resource, your fuel. Listen, your fuel. Need to be right and pure. Please listen. If you use the right fuel, right resource to excite you inspire you, energize you, you will have respect for yourself. You will have respect for yourself. I tell you. If you use meat as fuel for your body, slowly but very definitely, even you will lose respect for yourself. If you use alcohol to pass your time, to pass your life, even you will not have respect for your life. Hey, to be deluded in alcohol, why should you assume even one body? You asked Paramashiva and Paramashiva gave you this body. If you are deluding yourself in alcohol and keeping you dull, passing your life, it is absolute abusal of your body. And Paramashiva who gave you this body. Come to basic understandings and integrity. Listen. If you come to basic understanding and integrity, your life will be beyond your body. I am telling you. Sri Chidambara and Ma Premaya in Dubai, their father passed away. But every day he is sitting in the room for the satsang. And I am telling you, every day he is there. As usual, how he sits, he is sitting there, attending satsang sincerely. Because body is no more binding factor for him. He became so intensely connected to me. His body was not binding him anymore. I tell you. Reach a space where your body never binds you. Body should not be binding you. The fuel you use decides your future. Let unclutching, intense unclutching, be the fuel for your consciousness. Listen to every statement I am uttering. Use this lockdown period all over the world. Change the fuel for yourself. You may be using wrong fuels in the past. Now, this lockdown period is the best time to shift the fuel for your system. I tell you. Nirahara Samyama itself is to change the quality of the fuel. Change the fuel. I want you to know, if you feed right fuel to your consciousness, that will naturally manifest as powers, health, energy, strategy, intensity, wealth, enlightenment, all the auspiciousness. All you need to do is change the fuel for your conscious, prana, for your conscious. I'm so happy all over the world. Thousands of people are sitting unclutched. We already made 4,41,000 minutes, people sitting unclutched all over the world. We need to reach out to every individual and make every individual understand unclutching should be. Unclutching should be your source, resource and fuel. Your source, resource and fuel. Understand? Your source, resource and fuel. "42 Apat Sannyasis are conducting from all over the world. I want all these Apat Sannyasis also to collect all my satsangs on unclutching. How to make the unclutching easy experience, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Collect all these satsangs and share. I tell you, unclutching is the most powerful and universal. Whatever may be your religious background, you will not have resistance for unclutching. It is too easy. Whatever may be your jati, varana, religious background, race, gender, anything, the unclutching will not have resistance. It's too smooth. You can just experience. I tell you. I really want to tell you. Unclutching is the most easiest, powerful and universal way of manifesting the state of Paramashiva. We should collect all the satsangs I have given on unclutching. I think from 2005 I started teaching, revealing this science of Nirvikalpa Samadhi to the whole world, the unclutching to the whole world. I've given a detailed, at least 100 hours of satsangs on various aspects of unclutching and various methods to unclutch.
Okay. So we will continue to learn more about unclutching in these sessions. As Bhagavan shared, there is a whole playlist on the unclutching, a series of talks given by Bhagavan on unclutching. So we can all watch it on YouTube. Whenever you have time, you can just type the keywords unclutching by Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam or Nithyananda, and you will find a host of playlists opening up, and you can watch all of the satsangs on unclutching. So, Ma Christina, yes, I do agree with you. The pictures of Swamiji is always alive. Yes. Yes, Ma. Full of life, full of vigor, full of charm, you can say. Yes, anybody would like to share your understanding or powerful cognition that you have received about unclutching? Please go ahead and share your understanding. So, how to unclutch from depression? We will be learning about this in the present segment. Tam vidya dukkha samyoga viyogam yoga samagniyatam. Sa nishchayena yokta vyaha yogo nirvinna chetasa. This verse has been taken from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 23. The translation: understand that separation from being absorbed with suffering is termed as feeling connection, and this has to be practiced with conviction, with an insight that does not pull you down. Understand, do not deviate from your spiritual practice. Let me give you the sacred secrets Bhagavan Sri Krishna reveals from this verse. So, Ma Christina is sharing, change the fuel, change the past. Yes, wonderful understanding of being unclutched. So, the first is separating yourself from the suffering. That is sadhana. The second is the separation happens only when you have the feeling connection towards something which can never bring suffering to you, what we call in Sanskrit as bhakti or feeling connection. And the third step is do not deviate from that bhakti and feeling connection, otherwise you will be pulled down. These three basic sacred secrets is revealed by Bhagavan in this verse. First of all, separating yourself from the suffering, that is sadhana. And the second step is the separation happens only when you have the feeling connection towards something which never brings suffering to you, what we call in Sanskrit as bhakti or feeling connection. And the third is do not deviate from that bhakti and feeling connection, otherwise you will be pulled down. So these are the three basic sacred secrets revealed by Bhagavan in this verse. So Ma Christina is continuing to share that unclutching is your source, your resource, your fuel. Yes, Ma. Thank you for sharing. Beautifully, you have grasped the truth. So let the sadhana not be the choice. Let sadhana be the survival need. do not break the regular spiritual practice of unclutching yourself from suffering. One of the biggest mistakes is that they think, oh, why unnecessarily sit and unclutch? So I can just remember Swamiji and he's there all the time in my heart. But if you do not do sadhana, even your feeling connection with me, that is the bhakti towards me, will naturally be destroyed. So practicing unclutching is a major component in your spiritual seeking. It is only by sadhana the feeling connection is strengthened and you grow. If you stop the habit of unclutching from the suffering without doing the regular practice, then the layers and layers of suffering increases. And suddenly one day you are completely disconnected and you are not able to relate with the master at all. So even the strong remembrance does not put you into that joy and ecstasy. It does not put you into enlightenment and does not put you into that feeling connection. Then you say, I think I lost my spiritual strength and life, and then you succumb. That is what Bhagavan calls Uddharet Atmanatmanam Atmanatmanam Na Atmanam Avasadhayet. Your own self should be the friend. If not, your own self will be your own enemy. So continuously practice the presence of God and ability to unclutch from the sufferings, from the things which pulls you down. It is unfortunate many times you enjoy your suffering. Unknowingly, you are enjoying your sufferings. You like them because they give you a kind of feeling that you can always put the blame on somebody else. So why do people like suffering? Just to say their inability, but when suffering becomes a pattern, life itself gets destroyed. I have seen many times people do not unclutch from suffering just to blame everybody else in their life. I am suffering because of this fellow. I am suffering because of that fellow. This is what is the blame game that continues to happen. So by the time you finish pointing the fingers, the suffering has already become a pattern in you. Please understand. When the suffering becomes a pattern in you, your life is destroyed. I hope all of you are providing your listening. So, as long as we are complaining that my suffering is because of the others, what happens? It has become a pattern. By the time you finish pointing the fingers at others, the suffering has become a pattern in you. And when this suffering becomes a pattern in you, your life tends to get destroyed. So continuously practice the ability to unclutch from sufferings. Let your practice from unclutching the sufferings not stop. Let it not get disturbed. Let it not be broken. Let it not pull you down. The broken spiritual practice means you are allowing your patterns to pull you down. That is it. So meditate on this one verse continuously for the next 24 hours. Meditate on this one concept, Gaudapada, a great master who was Adi Shankaracharya's Paramaguru, maybe who was a contemporary of Tirujnana Sambandar. In his Karika, he beautifully describes a concept. Just as an ocean can be emptied with the help of the tip of the blade which can hold just a drop, so also can the control of the mind be brought about by absence of depression. Uchchega udaderi yatvat ushagre naigavinduna manaso nigrahastatvat vavet aparike tataha. Gaudapada very beautifully says, by the practice anything is possible. You can even empty the ocean with the kusha grass, a small grass with continuous effort for years. Similarly, Even if that can be possible, why not conquering the mind by the absence of depression? It is possible. So you can go ahead and share your experiences, your thoughts, your powerful cognitions that you derived from this session, how to unclutch from depression. So please share your experiences here. You can share your powerful cognitions. If you have any questions, any doubts, you can also mention here in the chat box. So anybody would like to ask any question? Diana, Carol, Kylie Wong, Linkle Souza, all of you, please come on camera. Be visible in the camera. It is going to help you if you are attending this program by sitting in front of the cameras and by being visible. So you can share your powerful cognitions that you have received from this segment and the whole sessions that we just had. You can share your powerful cognitions. So Ma Christina is sharing conquering the mind by the presence of unclutching, by unclutching, okay? By being in the present moment, by being in an unclutched state and conquering the mind, going beyond the mind, yes. Yes, Ma, thank you for sharing. So what about the rest of you? Your understanding on the topic unclutching. Okay. So if you're done with sharing, let us now conclude this segment with the Purna Mantra. The next Acharya will be taking over the next session. So please sit up with your head, neck and spine in a straight line as we chant the Purna Mantra. Let us offer all the knowledge that we derived, all the experiences that we are having, all the breakthroughs and miracles that we are experiencing in our lives at the feet of the Master. Let us offer it as our gratitude and chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tatsat Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nityananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu Om Nityanandam. Thank you all. Thank you all for your participation. So Diana Carroll is sharing, people destroy their lives by not letting go of suffering and blaming, and suffering becomes a pattern. Yes. Thank you all. Thank you, Ma Guru Prasadini.
Nityanandam, everyone. I hope all of you are getting the powerful cognitions from powerful clicks from unclutching. And now we are all going to get initiation from Swamiji. Also get to listen his unclutching experience from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Such a beautiful way he shares about unclutching. And how he related with his guru and how he got the initiation from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Now let's listen from Swamiji and get the initiation from Swamiji. And before that, we are going to have one power manifestation session. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Quickly post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We're going to do the power manifestation. So we are going to do a new power today, that is mind reading. We are going to manifest the power of mind reading. So Guru Prasadani posted, you are neither man nor the identity you think you are. Wonderful. And Chandrasekhara Priya posted, when the seer is strong, the seen has no power over you. This is the signs of death. How about others? So, okay, now how we are going to do this power, I'm going to explain to you. So for this power to manifest, basically we need one volunteer. Let me explain to you. Lingod Bhavan posted the powerful cognition. Living enlightenment is living a conflict-free life. Living conflict-free in your mind, body, body, and outer space, which you experience as the world, is what I call living enlightenment. This is the definition of living enlightenment book, Christina. Okay, so I post the book as no, only living enlightenment book. I'll post the book, but now we'll move on to manifest the power of save these links. Yes, I posted the link, ma. Please save this. So who is going to be the volunteer? I'll explain to you. The volunteer is going to, one of you become volunteer, right? And one of participant is going to be the volunteer for this power. And that volunteer has to tell me about you have to think about some 3-letter word, 3 or 4-letter word, and you are thinking, and you have to think about that word, and you have to tell me that word in the private chat, and you have to think about only that word. If you cannot think about that word, you can also see a picture, take a picture, like you open a book and only see that picture. All right, only see that picture. You can choose a word or a picture. So if I have picture and see only that picture, meditate only on that picture until the power manifestation happens. And everyone else are going to manifest the power of oneness, experience the oneness, and scan through your mind and find out what word that you have been thinking or what picture you have been seeing or meditating. All right. So this is how we manifest the power of mind reading. Now, who is going to be the volunteer? Diana. Diana posted first, then only Guru Prasadan in next session. All right. Okay, Diana. Okay. For me, Diana did not post for everyone. She posted for me. Okay, Diana, are you going to pick up a word, think about that word, or are you going to pick up a picture and see that picture? Please quickly tell me. Word. Okay. So now post the word for me. Okay. So now Diana is our volunteer, and can you, okay. So she's going to wave the hand. Now, all of you are going to manifest the power of mind reading what the word Ma Diana is thinking. Now, please sit straight. Now have a volunteer, Ma Diana, and she has picked up a word. She posted to me. All right. So now please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Bring your awareness to your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You continuously bring your awareness to your third eye, and now practice unclutching. Any thoughts that are coming, just unclutch and bring your attention back to your third eye again and again, and fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. And now start chanting the Mahavakya. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and to Diana's inner space. Scan through your third eye to Diana's inner space. find out what word she's thinking and post it in the chat to manifest the power of mind reading.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Yes. Now open your eyes. Post the word, the three-letter word that Ma Diana has been thinking. What is the three-letter word that Ma Diana has been thinking? Yeah, three-letter word. There, how about others? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 responses. What about others? Okay. So the word, Madiana, you can type for everyone now. That's what it is, right, Vishwanathan? What you saw, I clearly showed. You see, you're saying, I saw a light. I saw a star and then light, but no 3-letter. That light is 3-letter word only. God. So let me see how others responded. Hat, red, Arlet. All right. So now, unclutching initiation. We get to listen to Swamiji's sharing about his guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, and the initiation.
You will see the same neuron activity just mirroring in your brain. Now, when I am narrating this experience, I wanted to tell you with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing. You will see the same neuron activity just mirroring. I'll tell you the exact truth. Now, when I am narrating this experience, I wanted to tell you authentically, with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching. When I am going to narrate causing, that same experience I will be letting it just mirroring happen in my brain. Truth. Now, I'll be letting that same experience when I am narrating neuron activity happen in my brain authentically. So just sit and listen from the space when I am going to narrate a feeling connection. You will see the same experience I will be letting it mirroring happen in my brain. Truth. Understand? Now, I'll be letting that same experience when I am narrating neuron activity happen in my brain authentically. So just sit and listen from the space when I am going to narrate a feeling connection. You will see the same experience I will be letting it mirroring happen in my brain. Because around the age of, understand? Now, I'll be letting that same experience when I am narrating neuron activity happen in my brain authentically. So just sit. One day, now, when I am narrating this experience, I wanted to tell you with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing. I'll tell you the exact truth. As it happened, authentically. When I am going to narrate, that same experience I will be letting it happen in my brain. I will be letting that same experience, that same neuron activity happen in my brain. So just sit and listen from the space of feeling connection. You will see the same neuron activity just mirroring in your brain. Understand? All of you are clear?
Please listen. It was around the age of 11 and a half, before my enlightenment experience. Maybe 11. One day, as usual, I was going around the temple. Actually, temple was the place I was brought up. Literally brought up. That is why some of our ashramites and swamis trying to buy the house in which I was brought up. They were trying to buy the house. I said, if you have to make a memorial for the place where I was brought up, where I was born can never be bought because it's a government hospital. If you have to make a memorial in the place where I was brought up, you should make the memorial in the temple, not in the house I was brought up, because I spent more time in the temple than the house I was supposed to be brought up, the house where my parents were staying. The moment I remember the temple, the joy experience, I can say that the temple was the place, everything for me in my life. So early morning, 4:30, the temple elephant will carry the water pot for the deity's bath, sacred bath. It will go crossing the street where we used to live. From my family temple, it will go to the main temple. My whole family and the community was very closely associated to temple and its administration. So from my family temple, that water pot will go every morning on the elephant. They will be beating the drums and all that. The moment I hear that sound, actually I would have woken up much earlier, but the moment I hear that sound, I will be joining the team and going and opening the temple. And the night, when the deity is put to bed, only then I will come, and then after that I have 2-3 other appointments, going and seeing Ram Surat Kumar, spending little time with him in the cremation ground. He used to live in the cremation ground for quite a long time. Then he moved near the temple on small house. Wherever he is, I will go and sit with him and spend time with him. And then late night I will come back to the house. So one day, when I was going around the temple, behind the main shrine, there is a small 4-pillared hall structure. And below that structure, there is a small kind of a cave structure. That's also a small 2-pillared structure. It can be said as cave, looks like cave. Suddenly I saw one young sadhu walking out of that cave place. This is the small cave out of which that young sadhu walking out. See this 4-pillared structure and the small 2-pillared structure. From that small 2-pillared structure, one young sadhu walked out. I used to think it was a cave because of the darkness inside. Young sadhu walked out. if I have to describe his beauty and grace, young, well built, long hair with the sacred ash on the face and kumkum and rudraksha, only one dhoti in the hip and only one towel on the shoulder, bare chest, whole body was literally shining. Shining means really shining. Glowing in the golden color. Maybe I can equate this photograph. I can't say exactly like this photograph because in this photograph they painted him more bluish. When I saw him, it was not bluish. It was more a golden color. And there was no snake around his neck or a moon around his neck. Just a very normal human form. But an extraordinary grace. The towel was only up to the lower knee level, not the whole dhoti, lower knee level, and one towel on the, you can't call that as a full dhoti. Little smaller than dhoti, and one towel on the shoulder, rudraksha. Rudraksha in the hands also. Shining. Hair was left free, but it was so beautiful, you can feel it is almost like a Dakshinamurti's jata. It was standing on its own beautifully. Long hair. And the main thing I have to tell, wide smile. The moment I saw him, I went and touched his feet. Any sadhu I see, I'll go and touch the feet, and now such a graceful sadhu. I ran and touched his feet. He smiled at me and very loving way just put his hand on my head. First sight itself, I experienced the deep feeling connection. Such a strong, deep feeling connection. As usual, I have regular questions for any sadhus I see. You are from where? Who is your guru? And what do you do? Have you achieved enlightenment? In Tamil I used to ask, Atma Sakshatkar Ayiricha Ungalukku? Means have you achieved the enlightenment experience? And can you teach me? My usual questions. I started asking some of my same usual questions. He smiled and he started answering. Other than the question, who is your guru? He answered everything. And then some ordinary topics. Those days the ordinary topics means what? When is the next Utsavam in the temple? Why are they not putting enough flowers on the deity nowadays? which Utsavam, when they are celebrating, why they are celebrating, why they are not celebrating. These are our gossips. The whole city will have gossip only about temple. Whether you talk good things or bad things, it will all be about temple. Good things will be, oh, nowadays lot of crowd is coming for the temple. Bad thing will be, why they are not maintaining the temple properly. That's all will be the maximum rumor, gossip we know. And all these small talks I was having. He was also sitting and having all these small talks with me. And who is who in the town, who is doing what. Tell her to wake up. Please sit straight, don't miss initiation, such an amazing moment, don't miss, please sit straight. So he was having all small talks with me. I was also having small talks. I still remember. I even spoke about one temple priest having an affair with a temple dancer girl. No. He spoke even about those things to me. I still remember. He was telling, do you see this big street Brahmin continuously going to that 4th street? Why is he all the time going there to her house? I said, yes. And he goes there and directly comes to temple also. Doesn't even go to house and takes bath. We were having all these small talks. I still remember in Tamil he was telling, Patya, அந்த பெரிய தெரு குருக்கள் ஒத்த வாரத்திற்கு வாரம் போயிட்டு வரார் பத்தியா. So all these small talks were also we were having. I don't know how, the day one itself we became so intimate, so close. It's not that he spoke only about Vedanta, enlightenment, the techniques to achieve enlightenment and science of enlightenment, Advaita. He even spoke who is going with whom, who is doing what. Somehow I became very close, intimate. Within one day, if I have to give the essence of my first meeting with him, I won't call Advaita, I won't call enlightenment, I won't call spirituality, I won't call I met a guru and all that. I will only say, essence of that first day meeting is friendliness. He radiated. God. The amount of friendliness I felt with him, that love I felt with him. Love is a too poor word, stupid word sometimes. Friendliness, that seems to be more right word. Friendliness to the extreme, to the extent, even when I am sitting next to him, I feel like I will put one of my finger on him, on his body, on his leg, or on his hand. I'll just put one of my finger on him. Just want to be touching him. Or I'll just hold his little finger. I'm sitting and talking. One thing I wanted this to be on record. I don't want to say only I saw him, because when I was sitting and talking, the watchmen who walk in that area, or one or two people who come there to fetch water from the temple tank, they all did not look at me very weird. See, if I was sitting and talking alone, they would have looked at me very weird. They did not look at me very weird. The way they looked at me, I am sure he was seen even by them, not just by me. This sadhu whom I am talking about, he was not just seen by me, even they have seen him. I don't know how they saw him, but they were not looking at me weird. See, if you are sitting alone and talking, people who walk around, they will naturally look at you weird. You will know by how they see you, they are looking at you weirdly or just casually. I don't remember any of them talking to him or he talking to them back. But I remember very clearly few people were walking. Many times when I was sitting and talking with him, few people will walk here and there. They won't look at me like I am sitting alone and talking. They will just see as if two people are sitting and talking and they will walk. They will go. And I have also not seen anybody coming near me or near him out of curiosity and trying to touch his feet and all that. Usually when the people see the sadhus, they will try to come and touch the feet. That I have not seen. But I remember people not looking at me weirdly. The exact spot where he was sitting and I was sitting with him and speaking, you can see. That's the exact spot where he used to sit. I used to sit and speak. He will sit on the step where I am sitting now, and I will sit one step below. Sometimes he will sit the upper step, one step above. I will sit where I am sitting now. But in these few steps only we will usually sit. And those days that grill gate was not there. The gate was, I think, different, maybe wood. I don't know. I don't remember now. But I don't think it was a grill gate. Anyhow, this is where we used to sit. So the day one, the essence from my memory I can collect. The essence of day one's meeting was extraordinary friendliness. It was not all about Advaita, all about spirituality, all about enlightenment. Even though my questions were all about enlightenment, he was not speaking only about enlightenment. He was making jokes, comments, funny observations about various things. I am not able to remember that every statement by statement, sentence by sentence, but one thing I can recollect is that extraordinary friendliness he radiated and the space he gave me. I did not even feel like asking him when I started holding his toe or his little finger. I slowly put my hand on his toe and see how he responds. And I have never seen him resisting, so I'll just hold his toe. I used to think the more you are touching his body, more energy will pass. Like electricity connection. That's a belief I had, and he was so friendly. Not only he did not resist, he entertained. That's the exact word I should say. He entertained. So first day I went up to holding the toes. I did not want to irritate him also. And sitting holding his toes. I think I was sitting his right side. So I was holding his left toe. He was sitting folded legs. I was holding his left toe. Maybe that is why I got Devi's grace first. Left side is Devi's. Na? But the amount of hair he had, still I am wondering. It used to be up to the thighs, his thighs. That long, thick. Whenever I see long hair, I will remember him only. Anyhow, it became late night. Usually the temple watchmen, they will just go around to lock the temple, to see whether anybody is there inside the temple before locking. Those days, I was very close to the watchmen, so they will say, sometime, if I am sitting, hey, if you want to sleep here itself, sleep, but don't come in between the night and ask us to open the door to go out. If you want to leave, leave now, or you sleep here with us itself. But don't ask us in the middle of the night, you want to go to the house, open the door. What do you want to do? They'll give me the option. Sometime I'll go out and sometime I'll sleep there itself. Usually I'll go out because early morning to take bath, again I have to go to the house only. The temple, inside temple, the bathroom and the restroom, we will not be able to use. So we will have to go to the house only to take bath and get ready. And I also had deities, I have to do puja, my personal deities. So I have to go to the house only. So it became late night. And I remember the watchman telling in Tamil, Samingla, Enchiponga, time achi, koil putno. So with this word, I can be sure that he was seen even by the watchman, because the watchman addressed in plural. He said, "O Swamis, go out, we will have to lock the temple. Go to your home, we have to lock the temple." So he did not address as a Swami, he addressed as Swamis. "O Swamingla," means it is he was also seeing him. That is why he addressed as both Swamis. Go out, we will have to lock the temple. Then I looked at him and told him, "Where are you staying?" He said, "I am staying in the temple only." But actually, some of the sadhus were staying in the temple at that time. They were all having their own small caves. I thought, he is also staying here in one cave. I said, "Okay, then I am going to the..." He said, "All right, go to the house and take bath and sleep and do your puja and come back tomorrow." I told him, "If I come back tomorrow, can I see you?" He said, yes, anytime come here and call my name, I will come out. I am here only. And he showed the cave. I was thinking that as a cave at that time. So I went to the house. I tell you, just visualize when you fall in love first time and you are waiting to meet the person again next day morning, how the clock will not move. That is exactly I was feeling. I was sitting, every 10 minutes I will see the clock. I had one small alarm clock. for me to get up and go to the temple. That clack will make such a noise. Everyone will in the house will curse that clack and me early morning every day. So I'll wake up and see the clock. It's only 12 o'clock. I'll lie down, sleep. Again, when I wake up and see the clock, it's only 12:10. Actually, I moved the needle. I wanted to make it as 4 o'clock. Because 4 o'clock they'll open the temple door. Then I thought, if I move only my clock, how can I make them open the temple? I waited. Around 2:30, 3 o'clock, I could not handle anymore. I ran and took bath, did all my puja. 4 o'clock, I came and stood in the street for the elephant to come to the temple. An elephant came as usual. It came around 4, 5. But that 5 minutes I cannot tolerate. I can't handle. What happened to the elephant fellows? Nowadays they are not following the tradition properly. I cursed his father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather, his whole Vamsa. These fellows don't do anything properly nowadays. Finally, that elephant and all the team came. Only that day I was feeling this elephant is walking very slow. Finally, we reached the temple and they opened the temple gate. I ran to this cave where I met him. Usually I will run to the main Garbha Mandir, main sanctuary, and have darshan, only then go anywhere. But today directly I ran. I called him Swami, Swami. Immediately he came out again. He sat. I was sitting and talking to him. I told him whole night I was thinking about you only. I saw his face expression. He was pleased, I think. He was smiling. And I saw him, that time itself he was dressed as usual, means one dhoti, saffron color, not the color exactly I am wearing, little light color, which we used to have earlier, that light color, and one towel on the shoulder. He was already ready with all his vibhudi and kumkum and rudraksha. I asked him, you finished your puja? That's the usual question. He smiled and he did not answer. Many of the questions you will just smile in a very mystical way or mischievous way. You can say both, blunder of mystical and mischievous. Mischievous, mystical. So again, second day also I sat with him and we were speaking so many things. I remember whole day passed, and I also remember in a carrier, a single carrier vessel, in Tamil they called it Tukuvali. In that vessel he brought food and gave me. the temple prasadam. It was a copper vessel, I still remember, with the cover. I ate. He also ate with me. He was clean shaven. Only hair in the head, long hair, but no moustache or beard. Clean shaven. Was looking very young. If I have to assess his age, it will be, I'll surely assess less than 30. I can say 25 to 30. That is what I will assess. But well built and graceful. A tall figure. Very graceful, must be 6 feet tall and very graceful, well built. Again we were sitting and talking. More than talking, I know it was just spending time together. Today I got little courage, so I started holding his little finger. Only when he is talking, when he raises the hand to do some gesture, I'll shift my hand to his leg, his toe. Otherwise I'll be holding the hand. It went on for many days, weeks. In 10-15 days, I can say, he became almost just breath of my life. My day is like whole day I'll be with him, whole night I'll be waiting for him, that's all. How many of you wait to come for the morning satsang to see me? Then all of you can understand what I am saying. You just wait for the next morning to happen, to rush and see him. I know, I wake up only to see him. When I wake up, he is there in my eyes. When I open my eyes, I want to see his form. When I close my eyes, his photo is there inside. If I have to describe my relationship or what was happening at that time with him, I should tell you this story. There's a beautiful example in Upanishad. Upanishad is the source book of Hinduism, just like Bible for Christianity, Quran for Islam. Vedas are the source book of Vedic Hindu tradition, and Upanishads are the main chapters of the Vedas based on which our life is running. Upanishads are more like instructions and truths about life. So in one Upanishad there is a beautiful story. In a tree, huge tree, there was a small bird which used to jump from branch to branch. Sometime it will eat sweet fruit in the tree and jump. Some other branches will have a bitter fruit. When it eats the bitter fruit, Understand, it's a very beautiful simile or a example with an amazing truth. When that small bird eats the bitter fruit, it will feel pain. On that same tree, on the top of the tree, there was a big bird sitting, golden color, shining. That big bird neither eats bitter fruit nor eats the sweet fruit. It just sits in the peace and silence, complete completion. It's radiating its glory. The small bird, which is running between these lower level branches, sometime when it eats the sweet fruit, it feels joyful, and bitter fruit, it feels bad. When it feels bad, it look up and see the big bird and think, see that bird, so beautiful, he's so graceful, he doesn't have any pain, any suffering. Why not me also become like that? So it will think, yes, let me go near that bird and become like that bird. It will start jumping towards that bird. But when it is going towards that bird, suddenly on the way, it will eat some fruit which is very sweet. The moment it eats the sweet fruit, it will forget that big bird and it will start eating more fruit till it lands on the bitter fruit again. The moment it eats the bitter fruit again, it will look up and say, I should become like that bird. And then again it will start going towards that big bird. The small bird is spending all his life like this, jumping here, there, here, there, here, there, suddenly looking up when it eats the bitter fruit. But when it eats the sweet fruit, forgetting the big bird, forgetting everything, just eating the sweet fruits. Finally one day, by jumping like this, the small bird has somehow reached very near the big bird. And one fruit which that small bird ate was so bitter, it decided not to look this side and that side, it just locked its mouth and straight went near that big bird. When it went near that big bird, the more it went near, it felt he himself is the reflection of that big bird. And more and more and more when he went, he just merged and became one with that big bird. I don't even need to explain the concept behind the story, I think now. I've explained the example so clearly. The concept I don't even need to explain, all of you understood, I think. But I'll try to give a few more words for you to understand the concept. Big bird is the cosmic enlightened being. Paramatma, small bird is you, the individual soul. The bitter fruit is the incompletions and pains and sufferings. Sweet fruit is the once in a while small joys, completions you experience. When you experience little sweet things in the life, kind of a fulfillment, you forget about Paramatma. But when you get into the bitter fruit, you immediately remember and look up. And here, there, jumping. Somehow, when you really eat a bitterest fruit, and you decide after that you will never open the mouth again, means you will never allow any more incompletions, and straight look up and move near him, you will understand first you will understand you are his extension. Next you will understand you are just his shadow, Third, you will understand you are just his presence. Fourth, you will understand you are he. Exactly. This is the exact relationship I had with him. I can say he was my everything. Everything. One day in course of conversation, I was telling him the story, some incident about one of the great saintly enlightened disciple of Ramana Maharshi. That disciple used to write the teachings of Ramana Maharshi, and every day he will bring it and show it again to Ramana Maharshi. And if there is some mistake, spelling mistake or grammar mistake, Bhagavan will edit in his own hand, with his own handwriting. So, that sadhu, by the time actually I know his name, I asked his name, he said, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I know his name by then. So I asked Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I was telling about this story, then Arunagiri Yogeshwara smiled and said, maybe that is the way that Swami was trying to get the handwriting of Ramana Maharshi in his notebook. And he also made a comment, just to get the Ramana Maharshi's handwriting, this Swami will make more and more mistakes. The moment I heard, immediately I thought I got a very brilliant idea. I thought I will also start writing and bring the notebook to you. You will pen down, you will write, I will keep your handwriting with me. And I did it. At least I had 3-4 notebooks. It's very unfortunate that we are not able to get those notebooks now. Let's see, Kal Bhairava will get it for us. Two, 3 notebooks and 1 or 2 diaries where I will try to pen down in the night whatever I could remember we spoke, and then purposely make mistakes in writing and bring it to him next day. He will also read and smile, and purposely he knows I have done mistake purposely and he will write few lines, few words on it, and he will do editing, means like a crossing or adding. And I very clearly remember, he has signed even once, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. So many things. We used to speak. Once I remember he told me that don't go around and tell everyone that you are every day meeting me and talking to me. I took that as an instruction. I never asked why. That was one good thing I had. If I accept somebody as my guru, that's all. I will simply surrender. No question of why, what and all that. Before accepting, I will ask all the questions. The moment I accept, after that no questions asked. That was my lifestyle. Everything was going well. I remember him talking to me about various subjects. Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Upanishads. I even remember taking 4 Upanishad book to him, which was given to me by Isaki Swamigal. Tamil translation of the 4 Upanishads. And where he opened and read out some lines and explained some lines to me. And I had the fortune of directly singing the Devarams of Jnana Sambandar to me. I have heard some of the great songs, Devarams, from his own mouth. I even asked him once, how do you know all this? He said in Tamil, இங்கேயே தானே இருக்கேன், இங்கேயே தானே பாடிட்டு இருக்காங்க, அதனால கேட்கறேன், அதனால தெரியுது. He said, I am here only all the time, na, and they are singing all the time here, na. So I am listening, so I know. These are all that mystical, mischievous answers. With more time passing, I got more comfortable with him. I ate with him. I have slept in his lap. Sometime he will sit, I will lean on him and stretch my leg. He was never just a guru. He was far more than that. Far, far, far more. He was much more than any fantasy you guys can have about Guru. He was just too much beyond any fantasy you can have about Guru and how you should be living with Guru. Whatever fantasy you guys may be having, how you should be living with Guru, I have lived 1,000 times more and beyond with him. He is the fulfillment of all existing and possible fantasies. That's the word I will utter. Existing and possible fantasies of a guru-disciple relationship. I have seen him materializing. I have seen him flying. I have seen him perform all types of miracles. I have seen him teaching me all these siddhis. While he teaches, he will perform and show. I have seen him bringing the moon directly in front of me. Understand, I am neither lying nor I am a brain deranged person. I am neither lying nor my brain is deranged. I am not telling you any stories. I am telling you the truth as it happened. I have heard about so many scriptures from him. Never he will take more than few minutes to explain any scriptures to me. Immediately he will show through some miracle or just like experience he will transmit. Any samyama he has to teach, he will just teach through experience. whether the way he looks, sits, carries himself, or the words he utters, or the joy he radiates, or the friendliness he radiates, or the way he taught, everything is beyond fulfilling any possible fantasies. I have seen him making disappear the whole world other than both of us, or showing everything inside him. I have seen him showing Vishwarupa, that everything is he. So much he has transmitted to me. I don't know whether I will be able to transmit all that to humanity, at least put it in record. The time of next 126 years, I am going to be using this body. So much he has transmitted. So much he has taught. All was going well. Almost he became my life breath. And I will even carry food from the house and he will eat. One great thing with my mother, she is such a sweet person, never, ever, she will say no to people, food. Any sadhu comes, any beggar comes, my mother's father is such a person, still outside his house they have two small tanks made out of stone, where they will pour water for the dogs, cows, which walk in the street for them to drink. Still they have the tradition. Even if the food is remaining, they will mix it with the water and keep it for the cow. Means not the own, their cows are pet dogs. For the stray dogs, for the stray cows, which goes around in the street. And I remember my father's side grandmother also, she will also feed any stray dog. She will get them. Somehow she will become friends with them and feed them. If they have some skin disease, she will take them to the hospital. Whether it is a sadhus or pets or beggars, my house was always open. My mother was a typical village lady waiting to feed people. So whenever I wanted to take food for some sadhus, she will immediately pack and give. She will never have a second word. She will never grumble, grudge, nothing. She will immediately pack and give. She will only ask, Swami, what do you want? You want idli or you want rice? Idli means breakfast, rice means lunch and dinner, both. That's all. That is the only two menu. That is a standard menu. In any middle class house in the village, this will be the standard menu. She will ask, what do you want? And whatever I say, she will pack and give. I have seen Arunagiri Yogeshwara eating with me. One day I told him, please you come to the house, my house. And he laughed and said, you come to the place where I am staying. House where I am staying. The moment he said, I know, wow, it's such an opportunity. I said, come on, take me. You only never took me. I told him, come on, take me, take me. You never took me the house where you are staying. Take me to your room. I thought inside that cave only he is staying. I know in Tiruvannamalai temple there are so many caves, and I have seen the cave size of where 1,000 people can sit. Please understand, in Tiruvannamalai I have seen the caves, such huge, large size caves, 1,000 people can sit. That size caves I have seen, with water facility and lighting, the natural lighting and water. I have seen the caves. So I thought maybe this cave will lead to his cave where he is staying. And I also know in Tiruvannamalai temple there are many underground paths, subways. So I asked him, take me to the place where you are staying. He said, come on, let's go. He entered into that cave by bending, and I remember he just held my hand and pressed. Please understand, now I wanted to put this on record. First time when he pressed the hand, I lost body consciousness. All these days I was with him, I never lost body consciousness. First time I lost body consciousness. So, from this moment, whatever I am describing, I do not know whether physically I was part of that scene or I was taken out of my body and this experience happened. I am not able to be clear. Because the moment he pressed my hand to pull me inside the cave along with him, I lost the body consciousness. And even the scenes I remember after this were not like this worldly. He just walked into a cave and I also walked with him, and suddenly the cave opened and we came out and I saw a huge banyan tree, little bigger than our Bididi banyan tree. It was Arunachala hill, that much I can very clearly say. And the huge banyan tree. And maybe some 20-30 sadhus were sitting around the seat of the Guru. The seat of the Guru was empty. They were all sitting down, meditating. The moment he walked in, all of them got up and stood and did namaskar. The way they bowed down, I know he is the Guru of that area, means Guru of that group. He went and straight sat on the Guru's seat. The way he went and sat authoritatively, I know he is the Guru. And all of them are his disciples, very elderly sadhus with a long beard, just like you listen and see in the stories. How the Dakshinamurti used to be sitting under the banyan tree and all his old disciples used to sit. That's exactly the scene. The scene happened in Kailasa, happening in Bididi. Was literally happening. I saw. The way he went and sat. Literally he sat like Dakshinamurti only. He just went and put his leg little this way, that's all. That's the way he sat. Where he put the left leg on the right leg and little closer he kept than usual posture of Dakshinamurti, you see. This is exactly the way he sat. And he started answering some of the questions they all asked. They were addressing him with so much of reverence, and they all fell flat when he sat in his seat and did namaskar and sat up. I was the only small boy in that group, but I was looking around and seeing all of them. Maybe after some time, their attention turned on me, and one person said, "Who is this person? He is the only person without kavi here, who is not a swami, sannyasi." That kind of it did not exactly meant I am not a sannyasi, or a person without having kavi, something like that. Because I was with my school uniform. I remember very clearly that dark blue and light blue. Must be, because 11 means by the time I've already started going to the high school, 6th grade. So dark blue and light blue. In Indian villages, kids will not change they will wear the uniform even in the holidays. They may not go to school, but they will be always wearing the uniform only, same dress only. I still remember the half trouser of dark blue and shirt of light blue. That was the school uniform. And immediately that's all my Kundalini. I said, I may not be wearing kavi, I am also sannyasi only. And I saw Arunagiri Ishvara laughed. Then he said, then why you are not wearing kavi? I asked him, you give me kavi. He laughed and he looked. Immediately I saw one sadhu brought kavi clothes, and I did not even have a second thought to remove and throw my dress. I just removed all my dress, naked I walked near him without even having a second thought. And he himself tied that kavi cloth in my hip like a dhoti. He himself tied it. I still remember, just tied the cloth and hugged me. Gave energization, put his hand on my head. Naturally, the experience was just out of the world. I came and sat in the group. Now I felt one with that group, and group also felt one with me. They did not feel now I am an outsider. One good thing, still I have that cloth given by him. Still the cloth is there. Because the cloth is there, I feel the experience is either happened in the physical plane or a metaphysical plane which gets converted to physical plane. See, there are some metaphysical experience which disappears when the conversion into physical plane happens. But there are some solid metaphysical experiences. It becomes physicality when it comes down to the physical plane. Like Ramakrishna had an experience of Rama giving him the pot full of porridge. A mud pot full of porridge. When he came down from that experience, he had the pot in his hand. The pot was there. The pot did not disappear. Only the Rama's form disappeared, but the pot was there. That did not disappear. So I can say, this experience from the metaphysical plane, when it settled down into the physical plane, the items given remained. That is why I feel the experience has become physical biomemory in me. It remains as a physical bioenergy. And after some time we were sitting and discussing, and all those great yogis and sadhus, they were all talking for a few minutes, and then they all sat in silence for a few minutes. He was sitting gracefully. I neither felt like asking any question nor felt like talking. I can say from my observation that tree looked very real because the leaves were there, fruits were there, the bird's sound I remember, birds were there, and in the breeze the tree was moving. So once it became little dark, late evening, he said, "Come on, let's go back to the temple." I said, "Okay." Again, he brought me back. While we entered the cave, again he was holding my hand. When we came out of the cave to the place exactly where we entered, there only he just left my hand. I saw when he left my hand only, I came to the physical awareness. So either he took my metaphysical body to his metaphysical space, or he took my physical body itself to that metaphysical space. In these two, any one is possible. Because the cloth is there physically with me, I feel it was physical happening, but because it was completely otherworldly, looked out of the world, I am not able to say it is only physical. I will explain why in the next continuously. That's all. Now my ecstasy is too much. The ecstasy is too much. That new kavi, oh God. I was running around here and there, showing everyone I got the kavi, I got the kavi, I got the kavi. He left me in the temple saying that you can go now, and he went away inside his cave. First person I ran was my guru, Mata Vibhudananda Devi, Vibhudananda Puri. Her name was Kuppammal, local name. I ran to her and showed, see, I have kavi, I got kavi. But I did not get the joyful response from her. She became too serious. I did not actually expect serious response from her. I thought she will be very happy. She became very serious and asked, "Who gave you this kavi?" I said, "Why?" She said, "Giving kavi means they gave you sannyas." Actually, she was waiting to give sannyas to me. And how did they give sannyas without asking your father and mother? Now your father and mother, your parents will ask only me. gave you the kavi? I got little frightened. I told there is a sadhu in the temple. He gave me the kavi. Take me to him. She started telling, no one will give you kavi. You have stolen from some shop. Tell me that. Tell the truth. We will give it back to that shop. I will not tell your grandfather. My grandfather is well known in the city. Sorry, in that village. So everyone will be afraid of my grandfather, mother's father. I won't tell your grandfather, otherwise I'll tell your grandfather you have stolen from some shop. I got more frightened. Oh God, what is this? She's going to tell now, my grandfather I have stolen. I have not stolen, I only got it. Then I said, all right, I'll take you to that Swami, come. He only gave me, I have not stolen in any shop. She held me in her hand. She really believed I was stolen in some shop. The kids, when they go here and there in the shop, they will steal little candy, they will steal little sugar. She thought I have stolen. I told her that no, I have not stolen. I never steal, don't you know? She has high regard for me, but I don't know why. She was also confused. She wants to verify directly. When I took her directly to that cave, and I started calling Swami, 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 he did not come out. Almost 9 months. I know him. He is around me. Never he missed coming out. He did not come out. That's all. I was shocked. One side I have to prove to her I have not stolen. Other side she is now making a big ruckus that I have been given sannyas without the parents' permission. I did not bother even about any of those things, but he is not coming out. That was too much. Then she just held my ears and started turning it. Tell the truth, where you have stolen, which shop you have stolen. That's why they will treat in the Indian villages, the kids will be treated. She's my guru, that is why I left it. I allowed her. I said, no, from this cave only that Swami came out. She dragged me and took near that cave and showed me, whom are you trying to cheat? Is this the cave? She pushed that stone and showed me. Only then I realized it was not a cave, it was a sealed, solid stone. Please understand. Only then first time I realized in that 9 months it was a solid stone construction. It was not a cave. That is why I doubt whether Arunagiri Yogeshwara taking me inside was a physical or metaphysical. Because I realized it is a stone construction, not a cave. Shock for me. She said, now I have no justification because I am not able to get Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I said it's a cave, it is not cave now anymore. I just stood. She was just turning my ears. I told her, stop, stop. And I pulled her right hand. I still remember I told her, I promise in the name of Arunajaleshwara, on you, on me, I have not stolen this cloth, only Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me. With that, I slapped on her hand. See, that is the usual way the kids will tell that, I swear. Swearing, I swear. That is the way I did that to her. In Tamil I said, அண்ணாமலையார் மேலையும் ஓம் மேலையும் என் மேலையும் சத்தியம் பண்ணி சொல்றேன், அவர் தான் இந்த துணி கொடுத்தாரு, நான் எங்கேயும் திருடலை. I told her, on Arunachala, on you, on me, I promise. I did not steal in any shop. Arunagiri Yogeshwara only gave. He used to come out of this cave only. When I put my hand and did that satya, I can say maybe this is the first energy darshan I gave. No, the power of that experience was so alive. Maybe first time the brain, my neuron activity mirrored in her brain. Suddenly all her doubt, everything disappeared. All her doubt, skepticism, everything disappeared. Suddenly she kneeled down. I saw in her ears, in her eyes, the tears. Her ears, whole thing is completely listening to me. She said, "Unmaile solriyada? Are you telling the truth?" I said, "Yes." Now she has come to the space of listening to me. She is no more that doubting old lady. She asked, "Eppudra irundharu? How he was looking?" I described to her from where he came out. From this cave only he will come out whenever I call, and he will go in. She asked, "Did you ask his name?" I said, "Yes, I asked." She asked, "What is the name?" He said. Now it's like my zone. Suddenly with all my confidence I said, he said, "His name is Arunagiri Yogeshwara." That's all. She fell at my feet. She literally fell at my feet. I was shaken because she is my guru. She fell at my feet and she was weeping profusely with tears. She said, then she got up and again she was kneeling down, said, "Really da? Unmailevada?" I remember I put my hand on her head also and said, "Satyama Pati. Un thala mela satyama solren." Means, promise, I swear on your head. It is truth. That's it. Maybe I can say it's a second energization for her. She said, "Hey, we are all meditating for years and doing tapas just to see him once. You really saw him? He gave you the kavi? You spoke to him?" Now she is a complete theist. She is completely able to receive the experience I was telling. Even now I use this technique. If some of the disciples are arguing, not listening, I will just touch them. That's all. After that they will listen. They will come to the space of listening. Their energy will change, will become positive. That is why these guys who want to run away, they will never meet me. They know if they meet me, they will not be able to run away. They will disappear without meeting me. She cried, and she could not handle herself. She just left me and went away to the place where she is staying, to her house, which was actually like ashram. She gave that away to Tiruvannamalai temple. She first wanted to give it to me. When I said, no, what am I going to do? I am not going to be physically staying here in Tiruvannamalai. Then she gave it away to temple. Now temple owns that property. Now, I have a big issue. He is not coming. I felt I breached the word he told me. He told me never to tell anybody. I feel because I told Kuppammal, he is not coming, he is angry. So I shouted, screamed, Swami, please come. Don't leave me like this. I will not do this mistake again. I will not tell anybody. Please don't be like this. But I could not see him coming out. One side when I remembered, she told me, Kuppammal told me, he is directly Mahadeva, Shiva. Living here in Arunachala. Ramana Maharshi talks about him. Great Siddhas have seen him. One side that was making my body just explode in joy, bliss. He himself came and gave Kavi to me. Other side, now he is not coming. So that was just squeezing my heart. If I have to describe exactly what I was going through, in Bhagavatam there is a beautiful story. One Gopika wants to go and see Krishna middle of the night. He is sitting in the forest and playing the flute. That sound is coming to her bedroom. Husband is not there. So she runs secretly to go and see him and come back. But the moment she came to the main door of the house, she saw the mother-in-law sitting and combing the hair of the daughter-in-law. Sister-in-law, sorry. Mother-in-law sitting and combing the hair of her sister-in-law. Even now in any Indian village, if you go and see, if you see 10 houses, in 5 houses you can see this scene. Mother sitting and combing the hair of the daughter on the doorstep. I thought, oh God, from the time of Bhagavatam we have not changed. 5,000 years tradition. Sitting on the door frame and mother combing the hair of the daughter. And removing that lice. This is almost like a 24-hour job. If they don't have, in those days no other entertainment, na? Only this hair combing. You comb my hair, then I will comb your hair. So beautifully Vyasa describes. I have to tell you the exact scene. The Gopika runs. The main door frame, the mother-in-law is sitting and the sister-in-law is sitting and she is combing the hair. Seeing that scene, she just stands in this door frame itself, her door frame itself, and holding the door frame with one hand. One side, when she listens the music of Krishna's flute, all the extraordinary, ecstatic memory of the time she had with Krishna and the memory of Krishna, she is in bliss. Next moment, this sister-in-law and mother-in-law are sitting like buffaloes. Because both of them are there, she cannot go out. They will ask, hey, where are you going in the middle of the night? When husband is also not there, alone. So if she steps out of the house, her character will be questioned. And they are also hearing the music of the flute. I don't know, from that time I think this mother-in-law and sister-in-law never get your devotion and understand what you live and what you go through. Anyhow, whatever it is. Because mother-in-law and sister-in-law are sitting, she is not able to go. Because she is not able to go, the pain of separation was other side. Vyasa describes, the pain was like intense burning. And the bliss of her memory of Krishna was intense joy. This both happening again and again. Because of that pain, she burnt away all her incompletions. Because of that joy, she exhausted all her good karmas. Because she exhausted both, she just became enlightened and fell on the ground, liberated herself. Got liberated. This is the exact story I have to describe what I was going through at that moment. One side, now I know Mahadeva himself came. I am holding the kavi. I am touching the cloth again and again. He himself came and gave the kavi. The joy, ecstasy, pride, bliss, all that. The other side, the pain, he is not coming. The fear, he may not come at all anymore. I may miss him. That is too much. When these two happened, whatever the remaining little bit of good karmas I had got burnt by the joy and bliss, knowing that he himself lived with me and initiated me. Little bit of whatever bad karmas were left, they got burnt by that fear, whether he may not come at all. This bliss and joy and pain burnt both the karmas. I just dropped. I can say, by crying, I just slept away there itself. I should not even use the word slept. I fell into some state. I got lost. Anyhow, after some time, I think it was a late night, I was sleeping in the temple. I don't want to say sleeping, lying in the temple. The temple watchmen, they will come and wash the temple. Any festival day, they will come and wash the temple in the night. So usually I will also help them. How to help? How I will help them? They will put the tube in the tap, and they will be having the broomstick and washing the floor. And we boys who are volunteering will have to just hold the tap and walk behind them, pouring water. That's the voluntary service we used to do. So that watchman, temple watchman, he woke me up saying, "Hey Samer Bhaiya," that is the way he will call me. Wake up, hold the pipe for me, I have to clean. And they are going to put the deity to bed, go and have the Garbha Mandir darshan and come back. Somehow that day, I think some festival. I think it was January 1st. But still I am not able to completely corroborate with other things. Anyhow, so the deity was put to bed a little late. He said, go and have darshan in the Garbha Mandir. They are going to close the Garbha Mandir. They are going to put the deity into the bed. Then come back and hold me the pipe. Hold the pipe for me to clean the floor. I said, okay, and I rushed. I was in that same space and state. I ran to the Garbha Mandir. I saw no priest was there, but Garbha Mandir was open. Those days, very few priests were in the temple. Many times, Garbha Mandir will be open and no priest will be there. The moment I entered the Ardhamandapa, the hall of the Garbha Mandir, to have darshan of the deity, the moment I looked up, I saw Arunagiri Ishvara sitting on the Shivalinga. He was just sitting on the Shivalinga. I could not control myself. I screamed, Swami, are you here? Why you did not come when I called? I was talking all this and I was rushing near to touch him. Even though we were not supposed to enter the Garbha Mandir. I don't think I have entered the Garbha Mandir, but I rushed towards him. I don't remember whether I entered or not entered. I was not in that mood at all to follow the rule that I should not enter the Garbha Mandir and all that. I just want to touch him. I ran, stretched my hand to touch him. He also stretched his hand. The moment my hand touched his hand, exactly that moment, I saw clearly, he is me, I am him. It was just pure oneness. Pure oneness. That unclutching has happened exactly at that moment. After that, neither I missed him, nor I saw him separately. That is the exact moment, experientially, the unclutching. The pure Advaita happened. Whatever words you may use, Advaita, Aham Brahmasmi. Tattvamasi, Shivoham. The experience of that pure oneness happened as it is to stay once for all. I bless you all with all my integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching and causing. Let you all experience the ultimate, pure Advaita, the oneness. Shivoham. Shivoham. Ananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone
So please post your understanding about Swamiji's, the initiation, that a beautiful story that Swamiji has explained. So what is your powerful click of this story? This is also an initiation, as Swamiji explained. Listening to this story itself is an initiation. So please quickly describe what is your understanding. Unclutching means pure Advaita oneness. Chandrasekhara Priya. Vishwanathan. Feeling the oneness with this story, me and Swamiji is one and the same. Christina. Ecstasy, bliss, something so familial. Vishwanathan. Feeling so nice whenever Swamiji sharing this story. Swamiji shared this story in so many angles and so many times. Yes. Now, it's time to do the practice, the meditation of unclutching. Any questions about unclutching? Please do let me know. So now we're going to work on how to unclutch. So after hearing the powerful revelations on unclutching, let us now experience unclutching. We will now watch a short, we can watch or we can also explanation of Swamiji explaining the process entering into the meditation. So any thought that rises in your inner space, decide you are not going to support that thought. You are not going to destroy that thought. You are not going to encourage that thought. You are not going to create a new thought. Without creating, maintaining, destroying, just sit. When you don't do the job of creation, maintenance, and destruction, you become one with existence. Just sit in a relaxed way and unclutch from every thought. Don't miss a single thought in your inner space. Don't be unconscious. Unclutch from every thought. When thought rises in you, just decide, I'm not going to support it, encourage it. I will just unclutch from it. I will just distance myself from it. Just the simple will, I will unclutch, is enough. The thought will lose power over you. After a few seconds, again, other thought may come, unclutch from that thought, also. slowly, after a few minutes, except the thought of unclutching, nothing else will be there. Unclutch from that thought also. Unclutch even from the technique of unclutching. When you unclutch honestly, authentically, your Kundalini energy raises. Your Kundalini is awakened and your body may levitate. Whatever happens, let it happen. Unclutch from everything. Just be unclutched. Now it's time to unclutch. So let's get ready for the meditation. Any questions on how to unclutch? Do let me know. Is the procedure clear? Yes. Are you all ready? I'm going to play the Mahavakya.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
Nityanandam, everyone. Share your experience of unclutching now. So, so Vishwanathan saying, feeling deeply, like Swamiji was saying, staying samadhi in my inner space. Wonderful. Just listening to Mahavakya, only putting samadhi. Wonderful. Then Lalita, I had a lot of disconnected thoughts. Then I started to think in dancing. Then I felt calm. Then the thoughts continue. The inconsistent thought, but in a moment I disconnected. I don't remember anymore. My body moved. Wonderful sharings. Okay, so now we are going to learn unclutching your way to health. How unclutching will help us in our health. There are more sharings. The body shake, powerful light, a lot of thought, little. Okay, so wonderful, Ma. Sorry. So depression is nothing but carrying, clutching all those low moods and creating a shaft of depression. All the low moods of all the years lived and carrying that load is, that low moods is depression. All mental problems related to desires, related to guilt, related to addiction, related to fear, related to depression, every mental problem can be addressed with this single truth that you are unclutched. By your very nature, you are unclutched. By your very nature, you are beyond the clutching. Just sit in a relaxed way, just exercise. Stop creating the shaft that you have a pain and look into that area where you have pain. Without using the label, it is pain. Do not use the label, it is pain. Just if you have any body pain or any discomfort, quickly instead of using the it is pain or discomfort, just sit with the awareness of that area unclutched, not using the word pain. Clutching means you are holding, getting attached. Disclutching meaning completely getting disconnected, breaking. When a thought rises, in you without supporting it, encouraging it, entertaining it, or being entertained by it, relax from it. It is unclutching. A mind, as it happens, is already unclutched. Unclutching is not only changes the way you perceive the reality, it transforms the reality itself. So unclutching is the technique which works on the source from which seer and the seen both comes out. Unclutching liberates you instantaneously, immediately. If you have problems related to your health, unclutch. If you have problems related to wealth, unclutch. If you have problems related to your mind and the mental health, unclutch. If you have problems related to your relationship, unclutch. If you have problems related to your emotions, unclutch. Unclutch from your emotions, pain and pleasure. Swamiji is explaining his pramana. Let me tell you from my own experience. When I fell from the horse during the horse riding and fractured my hand, just all I need to do is unclutching from that pain. I could see very clearly body was healing at least 5 times faster than normal speed of healing. I tell you, I really felt so joyful. I felt so happy for my body. Wow, what a body to live with. Body which does not give you pain. When you unclutch from pain and pleasure, not only you are free from it, even your health improves drastically. Unclutch from the body itself. Understand, when you unclutch from your body, thousands of disorders you create by yourself, like arthritis, blood pressure, all these completely disappear. Daily practice that you can do is sit unclutch at least 21 minutes a day. You will see in next few days, unclutching helps you so much. It frees you from so many sufferings. Now let's listen to Swamiji about
That is the Mahavakya. Now, let us try to analyze, understand and internalize this one truth, one Mahavakya. We have beautiful different Mahavakyas in Vedic tradition. Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi. So many wonderful Mahavakyas. Ayamanma Brahma, Prajnanam Brahmam, Sarvangalvidam Brahmam. These are all different Mahavakyas. be unclutched. What do I mean by the word being unclutched? Let me try to explain it with a simple diagram. How continuously our mind is working and how we are clutching, connecting and creating
like Swamiji was saying,
a life
samadhi
or
in my
suffering.
is wonderful. Just listening to Mahavakya.
How we are
samadhi
creating
is wonderful.
the ignorance
Then Lalita,
or
I had a lot of disconnected
depression.
thoughts. Then
Let me
I
describe.
started to think in dancing. Then I felt calm.
Then you will be able to
Then the thoughts
understand
continue.
what
The inconsistent thought.
do I mean by the word unclutching. Please come back if you have changed the channel in between. Now it is time. We enter into the Satya, the truth. The real experience of Atato Brahma Jignasat happening. Means let us inquire into the reality and have courage to go into the experience wherever the reality leads. How our mind works, how we create thoughts and how we give meaning to it and how we experience life. A simple diagram. I'll try to explain. For example, the thoughts are happening in your system. These are all different thoughts. I'm just trying to give kind of a diagram. Different shape, different size, different length or different width, different kinds of thoughts. Sometimes thought is about some joyful experience which you had. Sometimes some suffering which you had, or sometimes some guilt thoughts, or sometimes again some joyful memories, sometimes some painful memories, then again some depressing memories, sometime again then some suffering, different thoughts. If you just do a simple experiment, just for 5 minutes, if you write whatever comes without editing, as it is, whatever goes inside, without editing, as it is, and read that page again, suddenly you will realize you are nothing but a bunch of unconnected, independent, illogical, unclutched thoughts. Please understand. The thinking flow which is happening inside you is not logically connected. For example, if you see a dog in the street, suddenly you will remember the dogs which you have seen when you were a child, or the dogs about which you used to be afraid, you are frightened. Then you will remember your childhood days. Then you will remember the teacher under whom you studied. Then you will remember the place where the teacher stayed. The thought chain, the link will go on. But there is no logical connection between the dog which you saw in front of you in the street and the teacher with whom you studied when you were young. Of course, both of them barked at you, shouted at you. There is no logical connection. Suddenly from where the mind moves to where, there is no logical connection. If you study deeply, when you go back to your house, try this experiment just for 5 minutes. Just for 5 minutes, keep alarm, pen down whatever comes. If you think no thoughts are coming, write that also. Whatever goes inside, like the West, they have a dragon software. All the doctors use for medical transcription. Whatever you speak, it will transcribe. I also use some time for writing books. If your mind is connected to a dragon software, how it will transcribe? Transcribe the same way, whatever goes on inside, with the same kind of grammatical errors, or same accent, or the same pronunciation, or same words, even if it does not make any sense, just pen down. Suddenly you will see you are nothing but a bunch of independent, illogical, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. You do not know why particular thought is raising after a particular thought. There is no logical reason. There is no logical reason. Just something arises, and then next something else is arising. Next something else is arising. Thoughts are flowing. Words are flowing. When you are aware, usually, sometimes suddenly you will become aware of your body and your existence. At those moments, any thought which flows in front of you becomes your life. You start giving attention to it, either to fulfill or to escape. Understand? It's like a projector light is there. Any slide which is kept in front of that projector light is seen as a reality in the screen. One problem is this: in your inner space, the projector light is not continuously on. It just comes and goes, comes and goes. Whenever you are not aware of your existence, many times, even though your eyes are open, even though your body is moving, you will not be aware of your existence. You can see in your life, you will get into your car in your house, drive for half an hour, only after you reach the office, park the car, and when you come out of the car, suddenly you will realize, oh, I finished my driving. Office come. I reached office. You would have taken 200 decisions in that half an hour. Right, left, giving brake, stopping for signal, but you are not aware of your existence. That is why you don't remember all these decisions you took and all these things happened in you. Means those few moments, the projector light was off. Any slide which was moving in front of it is not part of your life. Again, for no reason, the light comes on. When the light is on, when you are aware that you exist, whatever thought moves in front of you, they become your part. They become your life. Understand? It's a very subtle truth. Your life is totality of all the thoughts moving in front of you But unfortunately, many times, many major decisions, thoughts, the life-changing incidents happens when you are not aware. It's like this film which moves when the projector light was off. That also is part of your life, part of your biography. But unfortunately, you are not aware of the scenes, decisions, thoughts which went on, which contributes to your life, which is also part of your life just because the light is off. Every single moment which passes in your life without you being aware of this moment, of your presence, is suffering. Either directly or indirectly, it will add to suffering. Either directly you will invite or indirectly you will create a situation for the suffering. It's a very important thing. How, when you turn your cars, the indicators blink, same way, your consciousness also blinks. You do not know when it is on, when it is off. If you just see the thought flow in front of you, suddenly you will realize, oh God, all these things are going on in me. Then what is going on inside me? I myself do not know where I am heading. I myself do not know what is happening in me. Here, understand this diagram, then we will see more deeper and deeper truths. First, I wanted all of you to understand, you are not aware of all the decisions, all the thoughts moving inside you, inspiring you to live the way in which you are living, inspiring you to think the way in which you are thinking, inspiring you to be the way you are. You are not aware, but constantly we believe we are aware. That is the first illusion. That is the first illusion. The second, whenever I say this point, people get frightened. People feel frightened. Oh God, already I have enough suffering. Now he is adding one more suffering and one more fear that I do not know where I am heading. Understand? I am not adding suffering. I am just helping you to experience, open up to the reality. One more thing. Opening up to reality, even though it feels like suffering in the initial level, will always lead you to the joy and bliss, because Sat by its very nature is Chit. Sat means the truth. By its very nature is Chit, means power, consciousness. And Ananda, bliss. By its very nature, Sat leads to Chit and Chit leads to Ananda. Even though in the initial level it feels like a little more responsibility, little more load, now itself already many of your mind would have decided, no. What he says may be right, that I am not aware of everything happening in front of me, but I can't become aware of everything happening in front of me. Oh, living in the present moment, being aware of whatever is going on, that and all is not for me. I tried many times, Swamiji, you don't know how many techniques I tried. Understand, we are not that dumb as we think. We are not that dumb as we think. We have huge possibility, huge potentiality. Maybe the right initiation has not happened, the right click has not happened. So don't close the file. No, I tried many times. You don't know how many gurus I went and how many techniques I tried. There are many people. I call them professional seekers. Their profession is seeking. Anywhere, any board, any Swami, any Guru, any saint, any Baba, any Mahatma, any Amma, anybody, they will be there. Not for learning, just for judging. What he is teaching, let me see. People come to me and ask me, I know everything, Swami, just give me in essence what extra you can add to me. I tell them, please, sorry, I don't know anything extra to add you. I can only remove something from you. What you think as knowledge, I can remove that so that the truth can happen. Please do not come to the decision, no, he's again, I think, going to teach living in the present moment. I know, I tried many times, it does not work out, and even if it works out, sometime it goes away. No, I am not going to teach you in living in the present moment. Because you are living, why should I teach? Even if you are suffering about your past, you are suffering in the present. Even if you are worrying about your future, you are worrying in the present. So you are in the present. I am not going to teach you to be in the present. All I am doing is trying to take away some ideas which you think as your mind. The first truth is you are not aware of all the things which is happening in front of you. You do not remember your biography as it happened. That is the first truth. You remember only as you want it. People ask me. Many times I tell them, if your thought per second, TPS, I call it TPS, thoughts per second, if it comes down, you will have clarity about your past and future. They tell me, what? About past? Already I have clarity. Why should I have clarity about my past by bringing the TPS down? Now itself I know my past. No. Please understand, you don't know your past. You don't remember, recollect the past as it happened. You recollect only as you want it, not as it happened. Just a simple example here. See, if your life was filled with different kinds of incidents, joy, suffering, guilt, joy, pain, depression, sad, different quality of incidents. You do not look at the life as it is. Usually what we do, I use the word we because sometimes people think that the word you means too condescending. That's the reason I use the word we. The problem is, in the public place, you can neither use we nor use you. If I say you, somebody feels condescending. If I use the word we, if you also have the same problem, how can you teach me? That is the big problem. Anyhow, because I don't have any other word, better to use the word we. What usually we do, some joy, some suffering, some guilt, some joy, some pain, some this is our life, different thoughts, different experiences. Usually, you collect only all the suffering related incidents and create a shaft, create a connecting idea and think your life is nothing but suffering. Understand? You collect the suffering, guilt, pain, depression, suffering, all these kinds of thoughts, connect them, and you think your life is a long chain of suffering. Your life is a pain shaft. I have seen people, the moment I ask, how are you? You are from where? First thing everybody invariably starts, you don't know Swamiji, nobody has suffered like me in the life. This is a common introduction for their biography. Even my enemies should not suffer the amount of suffering I went through, Swamiji. Even in that, they want to be in the top. Even in suffering, they want to be in the top. not second. Nobody has suffered like me, Swamiji. You don't know. Even in that, we have to be in the top. And not only that, see, not just they tell this to me, they believe strongly this. They forget the joyful incidents which happened in between. The joyful incidents, joyful memories which happens in between. They collect only the negative things, connect them and create a shaft. I call this as pain shaft. Pain shaft. Very rarely, sometime you create a joy shaft, but very rare, not only number, even the quality will be very rare. You collect the joyful incidents and create a joy shaft. Means you feel life is joy. But most of the time, you collect all the painful memories and incidents and create an idea, life is pain. Understand? If you create the shaft, life is pain, the problem will be, you will be just waiting for more and more painful incidents to be added. Anything you believe, you start believing, you will collect more and more experience and argument to strengthen that belief. Once you believe your life is a long pain shaft, that's enough. You will be just waiting to pick up only the painful incidents and elongate that shaft. You will be just waiting. You will never be able to remember or respect the joyful things happening in your life. You will continuously wait. Next, when is pain, when is pain, when is pain, and you will add. You will be waiting, meditating for pain. You will be meditating for pain. I have seen people just waiting to add that, elongate the pain shaft. Just waiting to add how the pain shaft can be elongated. One important thing we need to understand. Believing that life is a pain shaft or believing the life is a joy shaft. The continuous incidents of joyful things. Life is continuous happenings of painful things. The moment you believe life is a continuous happening of painful things, unconsciously you will try to strengthen the belief, but consciously you will try to break the pain shaft. Understand? Unconsciously what you will be doing? You will be continuously collecting more and more painful memories and incidents to strengthen your belief, strengthen the idea. But consciously you will be trying to break. Big problem is, neither you can break the pain shaft, nor you can add to the joy shaft, because both shaft does not exist. It is just your memory. Please understand. The reality happening is this main line. Different memories, incidents continuously flowing, and that is also not connected logically. That is why I have given a gap between every thought. Different shape, different size, it just comes and disappears, it's happening. If you think your life is big pain shaft, a chain of painful incidents, then you will pick up only the painful things and add. I have seen people carrying the memory, a very huge memory. The other day, one guy came to me and said, Swamiji, I am going to divorce, please bless me. I said, usually we bless only for marriage, not for divorce. Can you tell me the reason? Let me analyze. So other day I was reading an article, I don't know how much it is true. 33% is divorce rate in Bangalore. I don't know how much it is true. I pray that it should not be true. In the West, 59% single homes. Understand? And 47% of the people die without having a close friend or a relative to receive the body. Body is taken by some professional organizations, undertakers, professional undertakers. It is just too much. This guy came and asked me, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, first let us analyze why you are going to do. Then we will try to sort out. He said, that and all you don't know, Swamiji, you just bless me. I said, I cannot bless as you want. Only if I am convinced I can bless. And it's not like something I have and you can take it without my will. You can't steal blessings, fortunately. He said, the actual reason, the immediate cause was, she brought coffee and it spilled on the cloth, that's all. I asked, don't you see clearly it is not enough reason for divorce? Why don't you realize? Why don't you understand? He said, you don't know, Swami. Today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid, you don't know. No, he said he actually told me, you don't know, today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid. I said, why don't you be little logical? Why don't you be little truthful? How can you connect coffee and acid? Sometimes it feels same. How can you connect coffee and acid? Don't you see the gap is too much? You are creating too much of ideas in your head. You are creating too many things. He said, no, Swamiji, you don't know. Last 10 years, how much I suffered with her, you don't know. I told him, do not just create a pain shaft. Just come out with incidents. Then we can analyze, look into it. Don't create a pain shaft. Pain shaft will stay only if you are unconscious. Please understand? Your opinion about life as pain shaft or joy shaft will stay only as long as you are unconscious, not when you are aware. I told him, just come out. Incident by incident, let us analyze. He started telling me, in South India there is a habit, during marriage, in a small pot they will put a ring, and the bride and bridegroom, both of them are supposed to try to pick up that ring. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. It's a small game. These are all done in those days. Only during marriage the bride and bridegroom will see each other. So it's like a technique for zeroing down the distance. Just to zero down the distance, this kind of simple plays are done. This guy is saying, Swamiji, even during that play, she scratched my hand with a nail. Now see the file he is carrying in his head. I was really surprised. From there he started telling me, after 2-3 minutes I told, stop. Much worse than police record. Much worse than police record. I said, I think you should not ask divorce, she should ask. Living with you, she should ask. Now this is what we are doing continuously, sometime about others, sometime about ourselves. But constantly we create a pain shaft or joy shaft. One important thing we forget. Neither we elongate the pain shaft nor we Neither we can break the pain shaft nor we can elongate the joy shaft because it does not exist. It does not exist. Just try to elongate the joyful moments. Try to hold on. If some joy happens, try to hold on to that experience. It won't stay. Not only that, try to reproduce the same ambience, same people, same place, same thing, everything, even the same temperature again. You will not have that same joy. Addiction means believing that joy or ecstasy came due to some object or person or situation, and trying to reproduce the same thing again and again, even though the same joy or experience does not come back again. Understand? This is the definition of addiction. Trying to elongate the joy shaft by recreating or reproducing or again bringing the same persons, situations or incidents or the happenings in your life. If you try, knowing that same joy is not coming, is what I call addiction. Anything. Some people are addicted to partying. Some people are addicted to smoking. Some people are addicted to drinking. Some people are addicted even to newspaper reading, especially the violent things. You do not know how much of violence we are swallowing. Understand? The more and more violence you swallow, you will become aware only if the violent pictures are moving in front of you. Means the projector light which is in front of, inside you, the awareness that you exist will come to life only when the violent thoughts crash in front of you. Because whatever you cherish, it's like alarm clock. You tell yourself, oh, I cherish this kind of thoughts. When those kind of thoughts are coming in front of my mind, please wake me up. It's an automatic alarm clock. If you are enjoying lustful thoughts, whenever lustful thoughts crash your system, you will come to the awareness, I exist. If you are enjoying violence, whenever the violent thoughts come in your system, you will come to life, that I exist. If you come to life, that I exist, the thoughts will get strengthened and empowered. If you empower a particular thought again and again, when those thoughts cross your inner space, you will come back to life. It will become vicious circle. This is what I call vicious circle. You empowering negativity and negativity bringing you back to life. You empowering again the more negativity and the more negativity bringing you to life and excitement. That is why if you start cherishing violence, please understand, if you start cherishing violence, you don't have to reach hell, you are in hell. Even if you reach, you won't find any difference. You won't find any difference. See, I am not talking about getting the informations about life, some accident, some murder. These are all knowing about life to be safe. That is not I am talking about. Many times we enjoy violence, reading tabloids and seeing violent things in the media, especially reading tabloids. It's called letters, they call it selling violence. Very strong words are there. I don't want to use those strong words. Selling violence. The other day I was reading an article, very scientifically, with the scientific data and statistics. They say, in any city, if the boxing competition or boxing programs happen, what do you call in India? Same boxing. Fighting. this kind of programs happen, the public programs, I think in India it doesn't happen. In the West it is very common. Boxing fighting happens, within 30 days, the crime rate of the city goes up by 30%. You'll be surprised. Same way, the other study, if a group of people meditate sitting in the center of the city, within 30 days, 67% crime rate comes down. It's done by one of the leading organization teaching meditation, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's TM group. They have done this research in so many cities and proved it. Anyhow, see, they can afford to have this boxing, these violent programs because they have an infrastructure to control the society, to manage the society. There is no county, there is no village without police station. If you just call 911, in USA within 3 minutes, you will see a cop standing in front of your home to take care of you, attend you. We can't afford to copy, duplicate, bring the same violence in our society. Our country is running because of Ramayana and Mahabharata, not by any law enforcement force. With all our infrastructure, we can maintain only a small percentage of our country. Our country runs by cosmic constitution, the eternal cosmic constitution. We call it Sanatana Dharma. So we can't afford to break it. I want all our intellectuals to understand. Please understand. The Indian intellectuals should understand. We can't afford to break our dharma. We don't have a replacing infrastructure. If we dump our dharma, we don't have something to replace and maintain the social balance. If we are going to dump our dharma, we are swallowing too much of violence. Too much of violence, too much of these tabloid ideas. I've seen. See this, if you see the people who read these weekly tabloids, these idiotic things, you will see very low level consciousness. They will be constantly attracting accidents in their life, suffering in their life, because they are just waiting for painful incidents that gives them excitement. Kind of a very beautiful example by Ramana Maharshi. The dog will try to bite the dry bone, biting. The bone will poke the mouth. From its own mouth the blood will come out. The dog will think that blood is coming from the bone and drink the blood, enjoy that blood. Exactly same thing happens in you when you swallow violence, when you eat violence, when you are digesting violence. Save yourself from violence. Understand, not just by the physical violence, even the psychological violence which is constantly getting added into the society, into our system by too many sources. If violence excites you, you will be waiting for that kind of incidents in your life. If pain excites you, if you believe life is pain shaft, you will be waiting for that kind of incidents in your life and strengthen your belief. Understand? This is an important truth. The depression or low mood which you experienced 10 years ago, the depression or low mood which you experienced 9 years ago, the depression which you experienced 8 years ago, the depression which you experienced 1 year ago, they are all independent experiences happened in your life because of independent incidents. 10 years ago you would have been in depression because you don't have son. 4 years ago you may be in depression because you have a son. It is independent incidents causing independent experiences. But in the inner space, for the sake of convenience, you archive all the sufferings in one file for easy remembrance and easy reference. When you archive them all in one file, by and by, you start thinking, you connect all these depression experiences and come to an idea, my last 10-year life was depression. No. All 10 different depression experiences happened in you, happened due to different reason, different time, different experience. But when you connect all of them and see, you come to an idea, last 9 years I was in depression. The moment you come to an idea, I was in depression last 9 years, now you created an enemy who does not exist. Now you start fighting with him. I have to come out of depression. What to do? The moment you create a shaft, last 9 years you were in depression. Now you know for sure, next 9 years you are going to be in depression. You will say, yes, last 9 years I was in depression. Then naturally tomorrow morning I am going to be in depression. How can I suddenly come out? How is it going to happen? I am going to be in depression. Passive agreement with your enemy. Understand? First thing, you create an enemy who does not exist. Second thing, you already made a passive agreement with your enemy, you won the game. Then how do you think you will not attract depression? You created an enemy who does not exist and already created a passive agreement with him that you won the game. Then naturally then you say, no, Swamiji, I am in depression, please do something. My presence cannot help, only your presence can help you. Your presence only can help you. Nothing else can be done. Same way, the pain. People come and tell me, Swamiji, last 20 years I have knee pain. No, it cannot be. Please understand, it cannot be. I am not disrespecting you or adding more suffering to you by saying all problems are in your head. No, I am not disrespecting you. I am just telling you the truth. All problems are in your head. Please understand, I am not disrespecting you by saying, I am just stating the truth. The knee pain which you experienced 2 years ago, the knee pain which you experienced 1 year ago, the knee pain which you experienced 2 months ago, the knee pain which you experienced 2 hours ago are independent experiences. When you connect them and see, you stop the possibility of self-healing. Please understand. You stop the possibility of self-healing. Whether you believe it or not, medical science proves your body constantly updates itself and replaces itself once in every 365 days. Even your brain cells are replaced once in 365 days. The intestine is replaced once in 47 days. Every organ is replaced within particular number of days. If you are carrying a particular disease for quite a long time, it means you have a strong belief it is a continuous shaft. It is a continuous experience. Your unconscious belief, something is a continuous experience, forces your mind to bring the same pain and disease back. For example, once in 47 days, your intestine gets replaced completely. Understand? I am not saying, Ayurveda is not telling. If Ayurveda says, you won't believe. Medical science is telling. the logical allopathy medical science saying, once in 47 days, your intestine cells are completely replaced. If you are carrying any disease related to more than 47 days, even the new system which you created with a mental setup, I have this problem, so I have to have this problem. Strong belief, you have this problem, naturally you will say, if new intestine is given to you, no, this is not mine, bring mine. This is not mine, bring mine. Have you heard the story in those days? At a young age, one woodcutter was there, he was cutting a tree near the river and his axe fell in the water. One goddess appeared and she brought a golden axe and asked, is it yours? He said, no. Then she brought silver. She asked, is it yours? He said, no. Then she brought his axe made out of iron. She asked, is it yours? He said, yes, it is mine. Then she is very pleased and she handed over all the three. You would have heard the story. Understand, in that story it is okay, but I wanted to tell you the extension of the story. Now second edition has come. Same hunter was cutting the tree on the same river. He was being assisted by his wife. Suddenly by mistake the wife fell in the river. And the goddess appeared, brought a beautiful woman, young, beautiful, then the wife, and I asked, is she your wife? This guy said, yes. And goddess got very annoyed and she got angry. How dare you, greedy fellow? Last time with the axe you told the truth, but now with the wife you are telling the lie. He says, no, you don't understand my problem. Last time you asked first gold, then silver, then my axe. When I said it is mine, you gave all three. Now again if you give three women to me, what will I do? I know with one what suffering I am going through. That is the reason I took precautionary steps. I just wanted to stop with one. Anything is okay, but just send one, not second. Anyhow, just like how the goddess is asking, something better than yours, is it yours? Same way, every time, the Parashakti is asking, is this your new body? She is creating new body, the nature, the self-healing energy which resides in you. That is what is Parashakti, your mother's part, understand? The energy which is inside your body and rejuvenates yourself is the part contributed to you by your mother. It's from your mother, Parashakti. Your mother is a representation of the cosmic mother. So when cosmic mother comes and says, is this new intestine is yours? You say, no, bring my old one. Your mental setup is such. We strongly believe the depression or disease is a shaft happening inside us. It is not. It is not. The depression you experienced 10 years ago, the depression you experienced 9 years ago, the depression you experienced 8 years ago are independent, unconnected incidents, experiences. When you connect all of them and see, you created a pain shaft, depression shaft. Oh, my life is depression. Now, you are ready to get defeated by the unknown enemy. One important thing, this is a very basic truth. Neither you can break the shaft, nor you can elongate the shaft, because the shaft does not exist. All you can do is just be aware that it does not exist. You created it. Understand? For the sake of convenience and easy reference, you put all the depression incidents in one file and kept. By and by you started believing all of them are existentially connected. No. They are not existentially connected. All your different experiences. One more thing. The moment you believe all your depression is connected and you are a depressed being, the small joyful things happened in between will be forgotten by you. You will not even remember them. Understand? You will not even remember them. That is what I am saying. Not having clear picture about past. If you have a clear picture about your past, it will become a solid experience. It will not be a load. It will become a strength. Undigested past is a load. Digested past is a strength. We don't digest our past. It stays on us like a load, like a headache. Here, when you connect all the painful incidents and create a pain shaft, you create an enemy who does not exist and start fighting with him. You see, understand? I am repeating some of the words again and again because suddenly you might have changed the channel for the sake of people who are tuning in just now. CNN I have seen, they read the news, suddenly they'll say, welcome to the people who are tuning in just now, headlines once more. That's the reason I am reading the headlines again and again. If it is little boring, please bear with me. I am repeating so that it can enter into the system. Somebody asked Buddha, why are you repeating the same thing for 40 years? He says, if you would have heard first time, why do you think I will repeat second time? The shaft does not exist. Basically, you are an independent, illogical, irresponsible. No two thoughts are responsible for others' existence or disappearance. Understand? No two thoughts are responsible for other thoughts' existence or disappearance. Illogical, independent, irresponsible, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. But you are afraid to live with such an undefined frame of mind. You are afraid to live with undefined mind. So you try to define. Trying to define is the first problem. When you try to define, you have to create some shaft, either as pain or as joy. Understand? Even with your spouse, you live maximum 6 months. Maximum 6 months we live. Within 6 months, we create an idea about that person. After that, you live only with the idea which you have about that person, not with the spouse. Anything the other person does, you will look through that idea only. 6 months you will come to an idea, oh, this is the punishment given to me by God. Or, I don't have to go to hell after death. Some idea. You will see continuously whatever she or he does through that scale, through that idea, through that mirror, through that glass. You don't live with a person. You live with a concept. Same way, about your mind, you have an idea, whether pain shaft or joy shaft. You live with that shaft, not with the experience. In experience, joy, pain, everything, so many things are coming up. So many things are happening. One more thing. Between every thought, there is a gap. Understand? It's like a fish tank. Water bubbles are coming in the fish tank. Between every bubble, there is a gap. Because the gap is too small, you think it's a stream. It is not stream. Between every thought, there is a gap. There is a gap. It is just independent, illogical thoughts moving. The problem is, when you can't live with that, when you don't want to live with that independent, illogical movements, you create an idea, pain shaft or joy shaft, and struggle with it. You create an enemy who does not exist and fight with it. Fight with that person.
Now, please post your understanding and also post your powerful cognitions. We're going to do the power manifestation. Okay, so please sit straight. So now, okay, so I am going to see a picture. I am the volunteer for this session. We are going to do the mind reading. So I'm your volunteer. So basically I'm going to be seeing a picture continuously. You need to see with your power of third eye, you need to scan through and find out what picture I'm seeing. All right. So please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And bring your complete awareness to your third eye. Any thought that are coming, let it come, let it go. Now start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and find out what picture I'm seeing. To manifest the power of mind reading.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nitya.
Now, please go ahead and post on the chat. What is the picture that I'm seeing? I saw it. Any others? Okay, so that's all. I'm going to show you. So Ma Diana is very close. I was seeing this picture. Lots of clothes, lots of flowers. Yes. Beautiful scene, flowers, colors. Wonderful, Ma. That's good manifestation. Space, water. Yeah. Okay, now let's continue to listen about the unclutching.
The essence of whatever I was talking is stop clutching and creating a shaft. That's enough. You will see suddenly the shaft disappears. Chef does not exist. Understand? Some of these important truths. Now we are coming to the initiation part. Any thought may suddenly click with you. God, yes, that is what is going on in me. That is what I am doing. One important truth. Even if you want, even if you try consciously, you cannot possess, sit, catch your suffering. Understand? It's a very important truth. Even if you try to catch, you cannot catch your suffering. Because continuously your suffering is also replaced by different thoughts. One person came and asked me an important thing. Swamiji, I am suffering with lustful thoughts. Please give me some solution. I told him, just sit. Half an hour. Your mind should not go anywhere else. Meditate just on lustful thoughts. Think only lustful thoughts. No other thoughts allowed. In 10 minutes he opened his eyes and said, I am not able to concentrate on lustful thoughts, Swamiji. I said, what are you talking? You told me just now you are haunted by those thoughts. I asked you to meditate on it. Just be with it. Now you are saying, your mind is not staying on those thoughts. Your mind is going somewhere else. Understand? Fortunately, you can have only one thought at a time. Am I right? You can have only one thought at a time. The moment some other thought is coming in your inner space means the earlier thought has lost its power or influence over you. Am I right? Please come with me. Every statement. Fortunately, you can have only one thought at a time. The moment a new thought has come inside your system, the old thought has lost its power or influence over your system. For example, the moment you decide to stand up and leave, you renounce the thought of sitting and listening. The moment you renounce the thought of standing and leaving, you decided to sit and listen. It's like the moment you stand up, you renounce the thought of sitting. The moment you decide to sit down, you renounce the thought of standing up. Any thought which comes in you newly replaces the old thought. The old thought loses its power or influence over you by new thought. Am I right? One person came and asked me, Swamiji, I am haunted by death fear. I have so much fear about losing my wealth and about my death. Give me some solution. Please remove my fear. I told him, please have a cup of coffee. He said, what do you mean, Swamiji? I said, just think of having a cup of coffee and have a cup of coffee. He said, what is there? How can that help me? I told, the moment you are able to think of having a cup of coffee or decide to have a cup of coffee, the fear, death fear which is haunting your inner space has left your inner space. Am I right? Unless the death fear which is haunting his inner space leaves his inner space, he cannot think of having a cup of coffee. Am I right? So naturally, a simple thought to have a cup of coffee can remove the so-called powerful death fear. That guy said, no, Swamiji, it looks too simple. But the death fear comes back, what should I do? If it comes back, have one more cup of coffee, that's all. No, you don't understand how seriously I am talking. You are playing with me. I said, I am not playing, just simple thing. Understand? Just simple understanding. Fortunately, you can have only one thought at a time. The moment a new thought comes, it means the old thought has lost its power over you. Otherwise, new thought cannot come inside. Otherwise, the old thought cannot be replaced. If the old thought is so strong, it will just multiply and sit on you. It won't leave your inner space. The moment a new thought comes, it means the old thought has lost its power over you, it has left you. Only because of that, a new thought can come inside. So the moment you can have a thought to have a cup of coffee or a cup of water, the so-called death fear has already left you. He is not able to understand. He said, no. It cannot be so simple. I am really having fear, Swamiji. It comes back. I told him, Arey, now you know the method how to replace the death fear once, then do the same thing again and again, that's all. He said, no, it comes back. Once I can drink a cup of coffee, next time what to do? Have a cup of buttermilk, that's all. No, it comes back third time. Have a cup of water, that's all. Understand, any thought which comes inside your inner space newly replaces the old thought, even if it was worst fear, even if it was worst depression, even if it was worst suffering, even if it was worst attachment, even if it was lust, anything it can be, anything it may be. The new thought happening in you proves your inner space is now replaced by a new thought. The old thought has lost its power over your inner space. Any thought which can lose its power over your inner space, why are you afraid of it? Why should you be afraid of it? Constantly we are carrying the fear that we will not be able to conquer our fear. We are carrying the fear we will not be able to go beyond our attachment. We are carrying the fear we will not be able to go beyond our suffering. Understand an important thing. This is what I call click, the initiation. If a thought can be replaced, if a thought can leave your inner space once, it means it can again and again removed as many number of times as it comes. That's all. People tell me, no, how many times I can replace? What is there? Every time when it comes, have a cup of water in front of you, sip once and keep it. Just play with your mind, tease your mind till it stops. Tease your mind till it stops. It may look very funny. No, it looks too simple. How can this be done? I may look like a mad person. Nothing wrong. Looking is perfectly alright than being. Looking is nothing wrong than being. Understand simple truth. If a new thought can replace the old thought, then naturally no thought can occupy and possess and torture your inner space eternally. This is what is the click. This is what is the basic truth. Just one thought, a cup of water. The thought to have a cup of water can replace the so-called powerful death fear from you. It can be replaced. It means what? All you need is cup of water to conquer your fear. All you need is cup of coffee to conquer your lust. But mind says, no, it is not that easy. No, Swamiji. It comes back, what to do? It again comes back. If it comes back, you also again come back. You also again stand up. Understand, if you can replace 10 times, the 11th time thought will not come. The frequency will come down. The frequency will come down. Fortunately, you have a pure inner space which does not get corrupted by the flowing thoughts. An important thing. You have, fortunately, a screen which does not get burnt by the burning scene. If you project a burning scene on the screen through the film, will the screen be burnt? No. Same way, fortunately, you have an inner space, pure inner space, which does not get corrupted, polluted, or get possessed by a particular idea or a thought. Understand? This understanding deeply can completely liberate you from all the sufferings you create for yourself. It can bring tremendous self-healing into you, tremendous freedom to you, and tremendous courage and confidence. See, now, if any fear arises in you, what you need to do? Cup of coffee. Cup of coffee. And one more thing, immediately mind will question, no, if I handle all fears like this, what will happen if my property is taken away? Who will maintain my family? Don't bother. You have an innate intelligence, which I call prarabdha, powerful enough, capable enough to manage your life using your body and mind. All you need to do is stop creating the sufferings which you are creating. That's all. Please be very clear. Life does not happen because of you. Life happens in spite of you. Life happens in spite of you, not because of you. Come back and clutch again and again. Do not clutch the thoughts and create meaning, give meaning to it. Unclutch again and again. Come back and rest. You may say, how to unclutch? I don't know. I don't think I can unclutch from my mind. This very thought, I don't think I can unclutch from my mind. You already unclutched, because this new thought can come only if the old thought leaves you. Fear can come only if the lust leaves. Lust can come only if the fear leaves. You can have a thought to have a cup of water only if the fear leaves. You can have a thought to have a cup of coffee only if the suffering leaves. The moment you are able to think that I should have a cup of coffee, already the so-called suffering has left. If that is sitting inside your inner space, how can you have a new thought? You can't. Understand? Handle your enemy one at a time. If you think, no, it's a long story, you don't know, Swamiji, I tried 1000 techniques, I can teach you many more techniques, nothing works, and my mind is not that simple as you think. Maybe your mind is simple, that is how it worked. Please understand, even in foolishness, we are not in peak. That's one of the important truth we need to understand. All of us have a very clear idea. We are in the worst ignorance. No, it is not. Just the simple one truth. If a simple thought of having a cup of coffee can come inside, means any serious thought, it may be pain or suffering or anything it can be, it has left me. That is why the new thought is able to come. That is why I have inner space to entertain a new thought. So as long as you have freedom to entertain a new thought, you have an inner space to entertain a new thought, be very clear, you cannot be possessed or tortured by any suffering, any depression and any pain. Because you can just bring one thought, new thought. The moment you bring a new thought, what happened? The old thought has left you. Unless it leaves, you cannot bring a new thought. So be very clear. Your power to bring new thought itself proves you have power to drop the old thought. Instead of looking at the ability to replace, you are looking at the ability to bring it back. You have both. If you are constantly looking at the ability to bring it back, you will create suffering. Oh, it comes back, it comes back, it comes back. If you are constantly looking at the ability to remove, you will feel liberation. Understand? What you mother, that you hate. The hen mothers the egg and gets the chicken out, hatches the chicken. Chicken comes out. If you are mothering the thought you can replace any suffering, you will bring that into reality. If you are mothering the thought, no, whatever I replace will come back, you will bring that in your experience. If you are mothering the thought that it is going to come back, it will come back. If you are mothering the thought, it is going to go out, it will go out. Where you put your awareness, where you put your attention is the important thing. Understand? Your very ability to get a new thought shows you have ability to discard a old thought. Any thought can be discarded by any simple thought. This simple understanding is more than enough to unclutch and to rest. One important thing. Whenever any fear, any unsolvable problem comes, all you need to do from today is have a cup of water. That's all. And just say, that's all. Your mind will get little perturbed and shaken. Understand? Your suffering can rule you just because you are afraid of it. Have you seen in this underworld dadas, when they get created, they too will have fear, deep fear. But just your fear towards them will empower them. Same way, your mind too has fear about you. But your fear about your mind, your fear towards your mind just empowers your mind. Your mind also sometimes feels, oh, what is this? But you are more afraid of your mind. Then naturally what happens? Your mind gets empowered. All you need to do, understand, this is the initiation. Anything, one more thing, even once if you can replace your depression from your inner space, have confidence. I replaced. I can do it again. That's all. If 10 times it comes back, let me do it 10 times. That's all. The very clarity I am going to do. Understand, there is a very beautiful story in Buddha's life. Buddha says, whenever I sat in meditation that I am going to get up, after a few hours, I never became enlightened. Once I decided, if I am not going to become enlightened, I am not going to get up from this seat. Idam asanam sushyate sariram. Very beautiful Sanskrit sloka. Let this body dry up in this very place. Till I became enlightened, I am not going to move. Buddha says, the moment he created this strong clarity, authentic sankalpa, will, he says, next second I became enlightened. Next second he became enlightened. All you need to do, when you replace your suffering, if you are thinking, no, 10 times today I can replace, 11th time if it comes back, tomorrow only I have to try, then nothing will happen. Decide, till it stops coming, I am going to replace. That's what I call courage, dhira. And once you have replaced means, you can start laughing at it. Arey, I was afraid of you for so many years. I was getting shaken by you for so many years. I was getting frightened by you for so many years. All it takes to push you out is a glass of water, a cup of coffee, nothing else. A thought to have a cup of coffee, a thought to stand up is more than enough to remove the worst suffering from your inner space. Whatever can be, it looks too simple. That is why the problem is, because it looks too simple, people come and tell me, no, Swamiji, it cannot be so simple. I think you missed somewhere, Swamiji. Really, people think, hey, he's too young, maybe he knows only few things, that's what he is teaching. No, that is the problem. Understand, truth is simple. Truth is simple. There is a beautiful traditional song, oh, so difficult to be a devotee of Shiva. Ramana Maharshi sang a very beautiful song. He says, no, so easy, the enlightenment science. So easy. I tell you, it is neither difficult nor easy. Even if I say it is easy, there is little difficult. It is not even easy, it is constantly happening in you. Don't you understand? Every moment a new thought is replacing the old thought. Why are you afraid that you will bring your old thought back? It's like trashing your emails and bringing it back from a trash can. You just bring it back from trash. Just now you trashed it, you deleted, and it has went to it has gone. Now you again go into the trash and try to bring that email back. Relax. Constantly your thoughts are getting replaced. This itself shows nothing can possess your inner space. Nothing can overpower you. Nothing can overrule you. You have independence, intelligence to replace any suffering. You have freedom to replace any fear. You have freedom to replace any negativity. Understand? It's a very simple truth, very simple truth. This is what I call unclutching. If you can understand this one truth and connect with this, if this one truth clicks, this can destroy the root of ignorance, the root of mind. Nothing else is needed. Nothing else is needed. And one more important thing, nothing else can work. Please understand, nothing else can work. Anything you try to do by creating new thought, creating new idea, people come and tell me, Swamiji, I want to escape from my suffering, should I chant some mantra? I tell them that will become one more suffering. No, really, I have seen people chanting Ramakrishna, 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 and in between, hey, have you purchased the vegetables? What happened to the market? Did you bring the accounts? Ramakrishna, 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 Ramakrishna. Understand, many times when you try to repeat something, you create a new shaft. People feel offended. How can you say mantra japa does not help? I am not saying it does not help. Of course, let me tell you openly, it does not help. I just thought I will be socially polite, but let me be open. The satya is much better than, much more important than being socially polite. Understand, I tested it in my life. For 10 years, not with one mala, I will have 2 mala. If I finish 1 mala, 1 round, I will push 1 bead. By that 108, by the time I finish this mala, I would have chanted 10,008 times. I have done enough. I tell you, that only creates one more guilt. You are not able to do mantra continuously. Because by the time you move the next bead, already one thought has come. If somebody records what happens inside your system, Ramakrishna, move the next bead, Ramakrishna, move the next bead, Ramakrishna, move the next bead. That's what is going on inside. That is what is going on inside. Oh, I think I chanted too many times. Let me count. I know, because I have done it. Not only that, I have always seen people, when they close and with closed eyes, they will start counting the beads. After some time, slowly they will touch with the other hand and see how long it is going to take. Is it going to take 5 more minutes or 3 more minutes where that bead is there? Let me tell you, it's from my experience. Understand an important truth. Do not try to create one more shaft. Just realize the shaft which you believe exists does not exist. That's all. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to understand. And rest in that unclutched awareness. Nirvikalpa Satya. Let me explain exactly what is unclutching. When you sit for meditation, when you sit silently, you will see so many thoughts coming up. Do not connect all of them and give a meaning to it. The moment you give meaning to the words, either you will try to suppress or you will try to execute. Either you will try to go behind them or you will try to suppress them. Understand? Creating a thought is Brahma's work. Maintaining a thought by going behind it is Vishnu's work. Trying to destroying a thought is Rudra's work. If you stop doing all these 3 work, you will become Parabrahma. That's all. Creation, maintenance, destruction. Relax from all 3. Relaxing from all 3 is what I call unclutching. Let me give you one more detail or a very strong truth. When a thought arises in you, instead of giving meaning to it, just unclutch, means just relax to the source. When a thought arises, if you start giving meaning to it, what you will do, either you will try to do what the thought says, or you will try to suppress. Hey, don't come, wait, I am going to meditate. Don't do both. Instead of putting your attention towards the meaning of the sound, just see the source of the sound. That's all. Then your mind will say, no, I am feeling bored. I am feeling bored is one more thought. Why are you clutching? You see, how will you have the idea that you are feeling bored? The boredom which you experienced 10 years ago, the boredom which you experienced 9 years ago, the boredom which you experienced yesterday are independent experiences. Why are you connecting all of them and giving that idea boredom? Only when you connect all of them and give the idea that this is what is boredom, now you will think, yes, I am having the same experience, I am having boredom. Do not connect and clutch and see. Just see. If your mind says, I am feeling bored, just say, what is boredom? Let me not give some meaning out of my past clutching. Let me see, what do you mean by the word boredom? Let me see how it feels like. Let me see how it feels like. Attend your enemy one thought at a time. If you think all thoughts put together is your enemy, you empowered your enemy. Always understand, when you work with your enemy, divide and rule. If you think all your enemies are gathered together, you will start having all unnecessary fears. Your enemies are not that intelligent as you think always. This is one of the important sutra. Understand? Even in your life. Your enemies are not that intelligent and cooperative, understanding as you think. Just like you, they'll also have problem among themselves. Your mind, if you think your mind is your enemy, do not empower it by saying it is a one single huge organism. No. Handle it one thought at a time. One thought at a time. Because in your hand you have only one weapon. Means you have only one thought. One thought is one weapon. With one weapon, one thought, how will you handle 10,000 thoughts? No, you can't. So break your mind also. Tell your mind, come one at a time. We will face to face. We'll see face to face. Face every single thought. Unclutch from every single thought. Your mind will say, no, half an hour I unclutched. Now again thoughts are coming. The unclutching happened 30 minutes ago, the unclutching happened 20 minutes ago, the unclutching happened 10 minutes ago, are totally different individual experiences. Why are you connecting all those unclutching and feeling that this unclutching and that unclutching is same? No. This moment, what is happening in me is an independent experience. A very subtle truth, please understand. You need to put your whole attention, your whole energy, your whole awareness. Only then the click will happen. If the click happens, you are blessed. Because this very single click can be used as a key for so many difficulties and problems in your life. It will revolutionize the way in which your mind functions, the way in which you make decisions, the way in which your fears threaten you, your desires drive you crazy. The whole thing will be reorganized. The whole thing will be revolutionized. If you know any big idea or goal which drives you crazy can be replaced just by a thought of having a cup of coffee, will you have respect for that goal? Will you have respect for that ideal? Suddenly you will see what all you thought as goal does not have any more power over your inner space. You say, no, that and all is really needed for life. I don't want to leave this, I don't want to leave that. You may try to catch here, there. But what to do? Even if you try to catch, it is leaving, it is slipping. How long you will try to catch a river which is flowing? You can't. Suddenly you will see a non-moving, immovable, the authentic self arises in you. That is what I call living enlightenment. Living enlightenment. Understand? An authentic being which does not need your mind to operate your body is what I call living enlightenment. Your being does not need your mind to run your body. If your mind is constantly staying inside you, it is just because of your fear. What will happen to me? How will my body run if my mind leaves me? You do not understand. If your mind leaves you, your life will happen in a much better way, in a much more intelligent way, because your mind is culprit, your thinking is problem, your dilemma is suffering, your movement is depression. When you sit, if thoughts are raising, just remember, let me unclutch, just unclutch. I am not going to empower this thought by following or by fighting. Let me unclutch. Again in 2 seconds one more thought will come. Again, let me unclutch. After a few minutes you will see continuously you are repeating a thought, unclutching, I am unclutching, I am unclutching. Then unclutch from that too. The moment you remember, you immediately unclutch. Unclutch from the very idea about you. Understand? You have two identity. The identity which you carry and show to the outer world as you are. See how you wanted world to know you, and the identity which you project to the outer world, that is called ahankara. And another one identity which you carry in you, which you believe as you inside your heart, which you feel as you inside your heart, this is called mamakara. Your whole life is nothing but a fight between ahankara and mamakara. How you want to project you and how you believe as you. What you want to project you and what you believe as you. Your whole life is nothing but the fight between these two identity. Ahankara, how you project you, will always be much more than what you are. Superiority complex. Mamakara, what you believe as you, will always be much lower than what you are. Inferiority complex. Your whole life is nothing but the suffering between this inferiority and superiority. Tug of war. Whether the thoughts are related to inferiority or superiority, neither give life nor suppress them. Just unclutch. Just unclutch. Now the fear, important fear comes. If I constantly unclutch, who will run my life? Understand, your prarabdha with which you created your body, that's what I call biomemory. Your biomemory is intelligent enough to run your body and maintain your infrastructure and expand your wealth. Trusting this truth is what I call bhakti. When Krishna says, Ananyas chintayanto mamye jana pariyubasade desham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyakam. Whoever resides in me, remembering constantly me, their needs and comforts, I myself bring and see that things stays with that person. Understand? This assurance he gives for the people who have the fear of unclutching and relaxing. I tell you, just try for 10 days. I am not saying try for whole life. Try for 10 days. Try unclutching for 10 days. If your balance sheet does not increase, forget about me and my technique. Forget about. You will see it straight away adds to your life. Nothing will be reduced, nothing will be taken away. Your clarity, your profession, your relationship, your health, everything will be added. 10 days, try this unclutching. Constantly unclutch, whether you are eating, sleeping, driving. Of course, while you drive, don't close your eyes. Constantly try to unclutch. If it does not improve your life, then forget about it. Don't bother. I tell you, you will never miss it. I have seen how it just transforms your life. Don't have these hypothetical fears. Mind exists based on hypothetical fears. If you look into the hypothetical fears, mind will disappear. Mind will disappear. Do not entertain the hypothetical fears of your mind. Just try for 10 days. When I say this, I am responsible for these words. Understand? I know it is getting recorded. I am responsible for what I am talking. Just try 10 days this unclutching. I assure, I have seen, it only adds to your health, adds to your wealth, adds to your well-being, and adds to your relationship. Only your fear creates an idea, no, if I do, who will pay my bills, who will run my life? You will run your life in a much better way when you are unclutched. You pick up a few thoughts here and there, like a conveyor belt. If the conveyor belt is going on, you pick up whatever you need and create a shaft. Same way, either you pick up all sufferings and create a pain shaft, or you pick up all joyful memories and incidents and create a joy shaft. If you try to elongate joy shaft or break the pain shaft, both is impossible because the shaft does not exist. It is imaginary. Third important thing, fortunately, every new thought proves the old thought has lost its influence over your inner space. This proves no suffering can overtake you. Eternal hell does not exist. Understand? The eternal hell is a foolish concept taught to you to torture, frighten you. Because even here, nothing can be eternal. It just moves. It just moves. There's a beautiful one-liner. You can't step into the same river twice. Because by the time, second time you put your step, river has moved. I tell you, you can't step into the same river even once. Because by the time you put your foot and it reaches the ground, water has moved. Constantly, the very replacement, new thoughts appearing shows you have an inner space which gets replaced, which gets rejuvenated, which gets refreshed, which is untouchable, which is pure. Because the inner space is pure, you are able to have new thoughts. The new thoughts happening proves the old thoughts have lost its influence over you. So do not be afraid of depression, suffering, fear, desire, anything. Do not be afraid of internal enemies. Let you be liberated from the internal enemies. And the last essence, ultimate thing, do not be afraid of unclutching. A small example, in the north, they will have a strange way of catching the birds, trap, strange kind of trap I have seen in my wandering. I spent my 10 years in walking all over India, begging and eating and sleeping under the trees and meditating. I've seen in north, they will have a trap to catch birds. I think I have a small stick. They even brought a bird to give you a visual. I've seen how they trap the birds. Understand? Like this, they will put a stick and hang it between the trees. That's all. You'll be surprised. How can this trap a bird? Understand? When this is hanging, the bird will come and sit here. Bird will come and sit here. When it sits, just because of its own weight, what will happen? It will become like this. It will become topsy-turvy, upside down. This poor bird, it starts thinking, if it leaves, if it relaxes, it will fall and die. I have seen for hours the bird will be hanging. The poor guy will be fluttering, will be trying its best, shaking the wings, but he will be hanging, thinking if he relaxes, if he lets go, he will fall and break his head and die. Have you heard any time a bird falling and breaking his head and dying? No. Fool does not know if he lets go, he can just fly. He can be liberated. Understand? I have seen the bird will be hanging. This hunter fellow will slowly come after 2-3 hours. He will come and just pick up that bird and put it in the cage. How that foolish bird is thinking, if it lets go, he will fall and die. Same way we have the fear, if we let go our mind, if we unclutch, we will fall and our life will become mess. We will disappear. Understand? There is no history, there is no record. The bird which let go, which opened up, has fallen and died. Same way, there is no record. A person who was unclutched has lost something in his life. Just like how that bird, one more thing, that bird feels that stick is a security. It hangs on to it. But poor guy, the hunter comes, not only he loses the stick which he thinks as security, he is eternally prisoned. Same way, what you think as security, your mind and life, if you hold on to it, what happens? Yama is the hunter, death is the hunter. When he comes, not only what you think as security will be lost, they eternally put to the death, lost the truth. Understand? Just like that bird, in a very foolish way, we are hanging on to the stick, the mind, with the fear. If we let go, what will happen, what will happen, what will happen? Sometime I have seen some birds which are flying, they will come and poke this bird and tell, hey, let go. I had the same problem. When I relaxed, I just started flying. All it takes is just 2-3 minutes to balance. See, the bird will be topsy-turvy. When it leaves, maybe 2 seconds it will start falling and it will just turn and start flying. That 2-3 second chaos, courageously facing the 2-3 second chaos is what I call tapas. When you unclutch, there will be some revolution in your life, day-to-day thinking, decision making, in your daily routine, in your lifestyle. Courageously going through that revolution, going through the transformation which happens in you is what I call tapas. Understand? Rarely the bird which was stuck like this in the trap but had courage and let go, opened up, it comes back and says, tells the bird which is hanging, hey, let go, relax, listen. I was like you. When I opened up, I never fell and broken my head or died. I only became liberated. I only became free bird. Come on. Understand? If the bird lets go, if the bird relaxes, it will be enjoying its freedom. Same way, if you let go, you will become Paramahamsa. You will become Paramahamsa. Let me tell you, I was hanging. Now, just because I have seen this in my experience, let me tell you, with that courage, with that authenticity, with that truth, with that satya, please understand, when it comes from the experienced inner space, even if your logic is fighting, don't bother, you will have that experience. When it comes from the truth, it will reach your true self and being. All you need to do, just let go. You will become Paramahamsa. You will become Paramahamsa. Let you live enlightenment. Life lived in an unclutched way is what I call living enlightenment.
So what are your understanding? Can you all please post it in the chat? Please post it in the chat. What are your takeaway? What are your understanding about what you heard about Swamiji's explanation of unclutching? So let go, and it's better way to be. The more we hold on to, the less freedom we have. Unclutch as much as possible. Wonderful. It's wonderful. Now we are going to see the question and answers. If I drink a cup of water for stopping at one thought, I drink more cup of coffee to stop. Oh.
De-hypnotize. Okay, I get it.
The whole process is de-hypnotizing, not hypnotizing. You already hypnotized yourself thinking you are a body and mind. That is hypnotism. Now I am teaching you to de-hypnotize yourself.
So when you heal people, you're not using hypnosis?
No. I am de-hypnotizing them. I am not hypnotizing them.
Swamiji, if we don't exist and you don't exist, who is asking the question and who's answering?
For you, if you exist, I exist. For me, I myself don't exist. Then how can you exist?
I know you're trying to say something, but I'm still not able to grasp it.
Beautiful incident from Papa Punjaji. Any of you heard of him? Punjaji from Pune. Papaji, they call him Papaji, Punjaji. Somebody asked him, enlightened people don't have karma. How are you working? He said, I'm not doing anything. They asked him, no, you are talking to us. What about this? He says, I'm not talking to you. He's talking. He's saying, I'm not talking to you. And he says an important truth. That is a truth here also. You listen to me because you wanted to listen to me. You are seeking response. Understand? You are sitting in front of hollow bamboo. The sound you are listening is what you want to listen.
This is the exact same thing when J. Krishnamurti was very old and about to leave the body. He was trying to say this. I watched the clip and I still didn't get it. And I still don't get it.
If you have to get it, I think unclutching is the only way. See, even if once you touch the space of you are not there, then you will understand what I am talking. Then you will understand what I am talking. Even if you understand you are not there, that's enough. Actually, more than this, words also can't do anything. You understand? More than these words also can't do anything. And I can say this way. You are seeing this body sitting and both talking. You are there inside your body, so you think I am here inside this body. You understand? That's a wrong. Because I am outside this body, I know you are also outside that body. Because you are inside that body, you think I am inside this body. Because I am outside this body, I know you are outside this body. You have to only experience what you can see. Who are you? You are now intellectually understanding and proposing the question. You understand? I am throwing the bomb as an experience, as an inspiration for you. Because you are inside that body, you think I am inside this body. I am not present here as you are present. After I die, I will not be absent as you are absent. You understand? I am not present here as you are present. After I leave the body, I am not going to be absent as you are absent. After I leave the body, I am not going to be absent as you will become absent. You understand what I am saying? Enlightened masters are, dead masters are not dead as you think. Living masters are not alive as you think.
Are you trying to say the energy is what is there?
Even the idea, energy, you have idea. You, at least you understand, you are not able to catch it.
Yes, I do.
Dead masters are not dead as you think. Living masters, now my absence as a body. After I leave the body or leave this place, my presence will not have the body. Now my absence as the body. When this body moves from here, my presence will not have this body. Now my absence does not have this body. When this body moves and goes out of this hall, my presence will be here, will not have this body. I am trying to give him at least one click. That's what I am not trying to teach this truth to you. I am trying to give one click. If I give one click, one hit, the whole thing, zigzag puzzle will fall in place for you. See, now I am saying my absence does not have this body. Means there is something beyond this body. So when this body leaves, that is after all going to be here. That is what I call my presence will not have the body. Got it? Contemplate on it. Now, people who are having the concepts, if the intellectually they open up completely with me. Straight away the energy goes. Because emotionally they don't have anything. It's emptiness. Just straight away it can go inside. The emotional blockage will not be there. People who are emotionally connected, for them, the intellectually they don't have any stuff. Straight away the energy will go inside. It's like a different kinds of connections.
So yesterday doing the meditation, and I was breathing in and out the darkness, and suddenly I had a thought that this is the body which is kind of doing the breathing. And I just started visualizing that the silence which is around are very intense, vibrant. I'm part of that silence. And from that perspective, as soon as I saw that this body is taking the breath and leaving it out, the first thing I noticed is everything started falling. My hands, which were kind of little tight, they become suddenly like this. And then I'm just seeing it doing in and out, in and out. So up to an extent, in that situation, this body is there, but I am not with the body. I am, in some sense, outside of the body. Is it a similar expression, Swamiji?
I can say, you have a glimpse. Unclutch even from that. That will become a stable thing in you. Expanding and deeper, different.
Swamiji, is this presence you talked about will be there everywhere where I go?
In Vedanta, they call it as ajata. Understand? There are three kinds of understanding in Vedanta. First understanding is normal man. World is there, I am seeing it. It's a normal man. Second level, a seeker. I am seeing the world as I wanted it. A seeker. The ajata, there is nothing to be seen, nothing is there. No seer seen or seeing. This is the ajata. See, understand? First, world is there, I am seeing. It's a normal. It's called jakrat. And world, I am seeing the world as I wanted. It's called vivarta. Vivarta. First, ordinary way, srishti, drishti. Then, drishti, srishti. I am seeing as I wanted. Then, above all, ajata. Means unborn, never died, never existed. It's there. It's like many buzzwords put together.
So if you're fully unclutched, you should see that. Nothing. That's when you know you're unclutched.
You don't even have to have that scale. Just continuously unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. Unclutching is the limitless continuum. Opening you to the limitless continuum is living enlightenment. I am done my job. If I open you to the limitless continuum, I am done.
Swamiji.
Not even that.
Swamiji.
What do you mean by the relationship between me, the world, and God?
Jiva, Ishvara, and Jagat.
Finally, you will realize only God exists.
No, not even only God. You can say only world exists, or only you exist, only anything, or only you exist. When it's only, how can you use any of these three names? All three names are invalid. It's like if you merge all three states, you can't use any one state name. The other two fellows will fight. You have to give a new name. That's all.
Swami, the previous one, what I understand is, there is something spreaded everywhere.
Then, even that idea, spreading, everything.
No, what I'm saying, now I can connect with that through this body. Here, right? Okay, when I go to Australia, how can I connect with that?
You think this is not there in Australia? Australia is inside this.
No, I mean, how can I experience that connection? Now I can experience that connection through this body.
That is why this living around this body is little important. You are here, but that does not mean you can't connect. Now this connection, this remembrance is enough to connect you there also. Once the peacemaker is set inside, you can switch it on anywhere.
Swamiji, you become conscious of necessity for unclutching only when you feel that you are clutched, that is when you become restless.
No. Whenever you remember, be unclutched. Whenever you remember, just unclutch.
Remember the necessity of unclutching or the word unclutch, that's all.
No, whenever you remember the unclutching, remember.
Even if it's a desire, Swami, like I say, so I see something and say, oh, I can get something with unclutching, and then I remember unclutching, then I unclutch from that desire.
No. You don't have to unclutch from the desire. Try unclutching. If you unclutch from the desire, okay. Otherwise, if the desire stays, let it stay. See, do not use unclutching for decision making. Use unclutching as your lifestyle. When you use it for decision making, whenever your vested interests are disturbed, you will not want to unclutch. You will not want to unclutch. Just remember, and even without, see, it should not be used as a weapon to escape from the decisions which you don't want to make. It's like a consciousness pervading you, penetrating, filling you.
Regarding that bomb thing that you said, please talk about the Tribhuti Bheda.
Tribhuti Bheda only I said seen, seer and the seeing. Seen, seer and the seeing act. When the seen, see when the seer relaxes from the idea that he is seeing, suddenly the gap between seen and the seer disappears and dissolves into the seeing. That's why I am saying the whole world is living, continuously living, living, that's all. Being, existing. Omnipresent is one and the same. But you have an idea omnipresent, like a big ocean, or that idea is wrong. That and all, when I talk to you as a fact, in the factual level my biography is written, in the truth level my biography is different.
So nothing descended actually?
Nothing descended because nothing ascended. If something has descended as you, then something has descended as me.
So that means what I perceive as the world is the world then.
So you see, that is spoken in the level of fact, comparative reality. This I am talking into existential reality. Existential reality and comparative reality.
So then when we come...
See, when I told all those statements, that is a comparative reality. In comparative reality, my biography is written. In existential reality, see, understand, in comparative reality, I live and biography is written. In existential reality, the script is there, I am living.
Can I give you one example from yesterday's 2 days ago meditation? When we wrote our life, desires, fears, I had a strong feeling that so much has happened without my planning or designing, but through it all I suffered a lot, but it still happened the way it must happen, and it will continue to happen. It was a very strong
Then unclutching is the best way.
But Swamiji, here, again, this is maybe my mind. Here, how will I distinguish my mind, intellect and intelligence?
Understand, even if you get confused and do some mistakes, it's okay. That is what I am asking you as a Guru Dakshina. You understood whatever from me as intelligence, live with it. If you make some mistakes and lose something, think that is a Guru Dakshina given to me.
I want to share what I feel right now. I was telling the emptiness within me, and I see the world also, that everything is there but nothing is there. But there was a small fear because I was holding on to your thoughts and your form, that if I stop thinking about you, maybe I'll lose you. In a subtle way there was a fear. You just explained me that just unclutch and the juice will be there. I feel so fulfilled now.
See, my juice is much more deeper than my form. That is what again and again I tell these guys. But the initial level these guys don't believe and don't understand. These guys don't understand. My juice, my essence is much more beautiful taste than what you think as me. That's a big problem I face with all these close devotees. There's so much clutch or hold on. I tell them, Arey, I am much more deeper than what you think.
Yeah, so it really... Thank you so much.
You see, that when it happens is Mahabhava. That is Mahabhava. Till then, it's all Pava only.
Swamiji.
Pava means sin.
Swamiji, if we don't exist as we think we are, then who we are?
Ask
where we
yourself.
exist, where we exist.
Ask yourself. I asked and I found. I am happy. Any answer I give will be my answer. My answer cannot quench your thirst.
Do we really exist? Will we be really exist? Do we really exist if we
Yes,
don't?
look inside. Sometime you may feel you exist, sometime you may not feel you exist. Whether you say you are a Sunya or a Purna, it's truth. If you looked inside and said.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji, so what she was talking about, is that why when I first got here I had the sensation of I feel much closer to you at home than here with your form?
No, I don't think you will feel distant from me if you are in the farm. Then I don't think that will happen. You can feel closer to me, how you feel, the same way everywhere. But I don't think when you come near the farm, the distance will increase. No. No, maybe that is also a starting level love. Starting level. See, sometime when being near, many things in you has to be altered. That, see, when you are just around my photograph, you can do anything you want. But when you are around me, some decency need to be maintained. Some distance need to be maintained. Some kind of attitude needs to be maintained. That is where the distance starts.
Swamiji. Right. Okay.
Even you see, when you are near my photograph, you can look into my eyes, but directly you cannot. You will not be able to. Like that, the subtle distance starts. And you need to take care that the attitude which I maintain towards you is not disturbed. See, the attitude which I maintain also needs to be disturbed, it needs to be taken care. And with my photograph, the photograph doesn't have any attitude towards you. You are the king. What attitude you maintain, you imagine that photograph is also maintaining the same attitude. But when you are in the present, I have one fence. I have one fence around me, and I play the game in a the socially polite game. So that is where this feeling of the distance starts. And Krishna would have had the same problem.
So, Swamiji, if that's the case, if there's only existence exists, then why when we come near you or when we go to a banyan tree and all that, we feel a bit connected or some kind of energy?
In the little better fact. You understand?
It's the same thing everywhere, then why can't we feel it everywhere?
See, the same thing everywhere only when after you experience. You see, the statement, the same thing everywhere is truth. The banyan tree exists, I exist, is a fact. You are connecting, mixing these two. You understand? You are bringing that, you take that as a supposition and ask question from this plane. It's like you say, if I get into the train, I'll reach Chennai. And you are sitting in USA and say, I am getting into the train, I am not reaching Chennai. That word, every existence is everywhere, belongs to different country. And this word, banyan tree exists, I exist, is a different country. So, if you say that, if you get into the train number 12B, you will reach Chennai. This statement is true in India. And you get into the 12B train in USA. Can you say, I am not reaching Chennai?
Swamiji.
Different plane.
Swamiji, if there is one existence, why do we all have individual identities? Like, why do we really
Just again, only you
why
have,
it is so real?
if you look inside and ask why I have identity, you will see it is not there. It's not there.
Thank you, Swami.
Swami, are you always in the total state? Zero thought? All right. So,
Sahaja.
All right.
Sahaja. No time, no action moves me out of that.
Now, if you say to me now, you are with me wherever I go, that means that higher thing
yes.
is with me.
The cosmic Nithyananda.
Right. So will you be doing that to me?
What?
So you will be with me every time. That
yes, when I give that word, I mean it.
Okay.
See, the cosmic Nithyananda uses this body as a microphone, just like how you use that microphone. You use that microphone to reach me, what you want to tell me. Same way, I use this microphone To reach you, what do you want?
Everything you say from the cosmic.
Microphone can never claim it is speaking. That's why I say I can never claim I am talking.
Swamiji.
That's what I told him. I am not talking. He is not believing what to do.
Swamiji, Swamiji, here. You say certain things happen in the presence of the master, right? So that is also in this plane, isn't it?
I can say.
Why they don't happen over a distance, or is it because only when you're doing a process there is that necessity to be?
When it comes to this process, this is the way. But if you want like miracles and all, many places, in many houses, in Malaysia, even now I am sitting here, in Malaysia, even in San Jose, many places, many devotees' houses, out of my photo Vibhuti is coming, Kumkum is coming, that and all is presence only. So different process, different level, you understand?
So
the same process which we are doing, it may not happen if you are sitting in other country, because not that I am not available there, you will not be available there, you will not think I am available there. You understand? See, now you think I am available to you.
Yes.
An enlightened being is available. You will not think the same thing sitting in your bedroom, sitting in front of my photo. Even in front of my photo, if you think I am available, the same process can happen. Mind is not such a small mechanism as you think. You use the simple word. As if, oh, mind.
No.
Swami, when the cosmic energy is speaking through you, everything you do is the cosmic energy, because sometimes...
Everything. That is why no mistake can happen.
What was the question?
If cosmic energy is talking through me, is everything you do is cosmic energy. That is what. No mistake can happen. Looks too much, na? Foolproof.
Now, you already promised that you are going to be with us always. If that is the case, why should we try to unclutch? We will just start living.
No problem. You can live without unclutching. I'll continue to be with you.
Yeah.
Whatever you are doing, I'll enjoy seeing it. Over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why should we worry about unclutching and everything? We will think.
See, this
you are always with me.
This understanding is enough. Nothing is required. Actually, if this understanding does not happen, unclutching is required. If you have this understanding, that is enough. You will see miracles happening in your life, around your life. Continuously miracles happening. If this one clicks with you, just have that click, that's enough. Keep that click in your heart as if you got the best treasure and enjoy it. That's enough.
Thank you, Swami.
Cherish it, that's enough. Any one click which hits your heart, cherish it. That's enough. You are living enlightenment.
Swamiji. Swamiji, why is the...
You expressed that you are in Mahabhava. Could you
No, I can't say, I'm not saying Mahabhava. When you feel completely connected, the juice of me, somebody is in Mahabhava. Tell me what you want to ask. Mahabhava.
Yeah.
Mahabhava means, you see, how you feel, you are to you. Same way you feel, master also to you. It's Mahabhava. How you feel yourself, you see, everything is secondary to you, then you. That intensity, if you feel with the master, it's Mahabhava.
So it is different and much better than, say, Maitri Bhava.
Yes. Maitri, Mathura, all bhavas. See, there are 5 bhavas, major bhavas. Dasa bhava, the Matru bhava, Vatsalya bhava, Saka bhava, Mathura bhava. You will go through now. In the next BSP, you will go through all these things. You will learn all the bhavas towards the existence, and you will learn everything. All these bhavas put together and much more is Mahabhava. Means straight feeling. If somebody touches this skin, how I will feel. Same way, if I feel somebody touches your skin in Mahabhava.
Swamiji. Swami. I'm sorry, Swamiji. Why the individual identities have to be created, first of all, which creates all the trouble?
All the three questions which you asked is the same.
I don't know.
Understand? The answer needs to come from a different plane. And question is in different plane. You think can any time the matching happen?
No. Yeah.
See, answer needs to come from the creator. But the creator is in different plane. The logic with your questioning is a different, it's like one ant is asking the elephant, why are you and me same color? Why did you make yourself black? Don't you know I am also black? You should have changed your color. Will that elephant answer?
No way. No way.
The elephant will not even hear the question.
So the ant
Same way, your logic from which the question is arising is totally different. And the logic in which the existence is creator is staying is totally different. So raise your logic. That is the only way, solution.
So the ant has to realize.
Ant has to become elephant. Only then your question, answer, logic, argument, romance, anything can happen.
Okay. Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji.
Here. So then the second part of my question would be, how does that get equaled out? What I feel away versus...
Second part?
Well, you all went on and raised more questions. What's the process that happens so that what I feel when I'm not here in your presence, in your form, is the same?
The process is same. Your response may be different. Process is same. The process is same. Your response may be different. Now when you are in my presence, the process which I am doing is same. When you are away, the process which I am doing is same. But here you may feel different response. There you may feel different response because of your faith. Whether you are in front of me or not, based on that.
When I think about being connected with you on an omniscient level, and I drop the body, and everything dissolves, I think about it being like going to the cave last night in the woods, where there's nothing but just peace and existential energy, but there's no manifestation of that. Is that what it's like?
There is no manifestation of that. When it is needed, it will manifest. Relax. Manifestation doesn't have to be do not have any attitude or anything, process for some manifestation. Just have the process. What manifests, enjoy.
You are the source of everything.
All right. Now let us unclutch. Understand? Let's enter into the practical part of initiation. Now we had a theory part.
You have the ability to sustain anything you want. You have the ability to rejuvenate anything you want. Just this one powerful cognition inside of you can so powerfully transform the very way you relate with life, transform the very way you relate with yourself, and the confidence that you carry in your life. Many times, when you feel that someone else is in charge of your life, like for instance, let us say that you feel, okay, now if I am, whether my success or failure in my job is going to be determined by my boss. Decision-making mechanisms, the way how you think, saying that, okay, these are all the priorities I need to do, or this is what I need to be doing so the boss likes me, or this is how I need to impress my boss. The kind of cognitions that start building in you would be directed towards that direction. When you feel like someone else has the power over your life. But the moment you cognize, let us say that suddenly you become the boss. Would you have still the same kind of cognition about yourself? No, suddenly you're feeling all powerful. Suddenly the way you take decisions will completely change. Nithyanandam, Christina, from the Paramashivoham Level-1. Nithyanandam, I see your message. Nithyanandam, to all the participants that are joining us now from the Paramashivoham Level-1 and Level-2 programs. Where Swamiji is going to be gifting all of us first with a powerful understanding about how God in Hindu, God as we think, meaning generator, operator and destroyer, but he does 5 cosmic actions. Let us see, who all know the 5 cosmic actions? What are the 5 cosmic actions done by God? Christopher is asking, how does anyone know how to give Guru Dakshina? Yes, absolutely. Actually, take a moment. There will be a QR code that is going to be projected to you. You can just scan that QR code on the screen and through which you can offer any Guru Dakshina that you want to offer. So keep an eye on the QR code that's being projected. So just scan it, you'll be able to offer. All right, understand. The moment the